Hello, everybody.
Hello.
As you can see, we're having some technical difficulties.
What's happening, Kelly?
What's going on, Chris? Jody, is it because your phone is soaking wet still?
I don't know. No, my phone seems to be fine. It's been working fine. But
Okay.
I don't know why it's doing this. Am I upside down or sideways? Because I'm upside down on my screen.
You're sideways.
You're sideways.
You're sideways.
All right, let's do this. Did that make it better?
Well, you're upright now, but
you're upright, but you're not full screen.
I'm going to back out and let these handsome gentlemen talk to you about a tournament they just entered. And while I'm trying to get straightened away.
Except for me.
Check to make sure your auto rotate isn't on, or you accidentally turned it off.
Okay. I'll be back in a minute.
I'm
See if I figure out how to get out of here.
We'll be here.
Okay.
Yeah, don't shut the whole stream down.
Okay, I'll try not to.
I'm still looking for the handsome gentleman. Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa. Let me stick. There you go. That's better. Small head.
Let's see. Here's Brian B., William Warner, Hooks and Hammocks. I don't know who they are. Dale Hayslip, Jersey, Chris Everett, Annette Morgan.
Somebody say my name.
What's going on, Brian B?
What's up?
What's up, everybody?
So, Brian, how'd you feel getting picked last?
It was nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I was right there with you. I was like, what's going on here?
Well, Bubba was standing at the counter, and she looked at me. I was standing on this end, and I'm looking at the phone like, She's like, what the hell wrong with you? I said, I ain't getting picked for the tournament.
And that's the thing. It's not even a money tournament or anything. You know, it's for charity. And, we all just enjoy fishing so much and having a good time that it was that important. So how did today end up? Did you guys catch anything? That question's for you.
Nope. I got a few bites, and that's about it, but nothing. Just soaking wet.
Where exactly were you guys fishing?
We were at the Corps of Engineers Waitsboro boat ramp.
It's on Cumberland, right?
Yep. We were just south of Lee's Ford Marina and just north of Burnside Island. Right in the middle of it. It's supposed to be a good spot. It's supposed to be one of the biggest drops in that area. It's got the deepest channel.
Were you close to the channel?
Yeah, we were throwing into the channel, just right on the other side of the ledge.
Well, about half the lake was drained where they were fishing.
Yeah, we were down probably 30 feet of water. Where we were standing, we were probably 30 feet underwater if it was up.
So how deep is that hole normally if it's 30 feet down?
About 120.
Did you throw everything into the hole?
All three of my rods and her two rods were all sitting over the ledge into the channel.
And nobody put anything shallow?
No.
Why not?
Water's too cold.
Huh?
Water was too cold.
How do you know that?
Because I stuck my hands in it.
You ain't a fish.
Well, I was just thinking, well, if it's too cold for my hands and it was raining, I wouldn't think they would be coming up shallow.
That's why you didn't catch fish.
Probably.
Fish don't think.
Yeah.
Fish don't think.
They react.
True. I figured they'd stay warmer, stay deep where warmer water was.
They got to come up.
There was no bait. There's no bait fish up toward where we were at. There was not. You can't see nothing. There's nothing moving. No swarms. Nothing. Because I've tried to throw cast net around that area, and nothing. So I figured all the bait's been moved out toward the channel, and that's where they will stay.
I definitely would have put something up on the flat.
Yeah.
Because they move up on that flat looking for stuff.
I love that one.
Basically, you put all your eggs in one basket.
Pretty much.
I'm scared. I don't know what mine is from last night. Okay. Like I was scared to put it up. I couldn't remember what it was.
We got James Kirkpatrick in the house. Amy Evans is hanging out with us. Thanks for stopping by. Danny Stone said he didn't catch anything but raindrops today, and he caught all of them.
Yep.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah.
No.
How'd Chunky end up doing?
The last time I was in there, it was 3. I got off when Chad came on.
Yeah.
No,
I know.
it was
I know.
2.
The last few times he's went out, he was skunking.
Lee Evans
Yeah,
is in there.
Oh
Lee
Lord,
Evans
Lee,
says
what are you doing up?
OMG.
And
Yeah,
just
That's
to
past
let
his
you
bedtime.
know, I just came on for somebody else's channel, and Lee, whew, Avid is looking for you. Avid is looking for you, buddy.
See, Fat Boy said they're going to Hoover Reservoir on Sunday. I mean,
Yay, I did it.
you got it figured out.
Yep. It was a button not pushed. Auto rotate.
Auto rotate.
Yeah. Gotta
Magic.
do it every time.
Yep. Gets you every time.
Uncle Lou's in the
Uncle Lou.
house. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Uncle Lou?
Speaking of Uncle Lou, I got something in the mail.
Oh, that's a favorite
What?
mail delivery right there.
Mm-hmm.
What you get?
I got a fishing pole.
Try to make us all jealous.
Yep. And I've got
You got a rod?
Yeah, I ain't opened it yet. I'm gonna open it tonight. It was a Christmas gift.
Oh, we get the
Ooh.
live unboxing.
Ricky has sent you a link. Grab it and come on up.
I didn't get anything in the mail today. Did you, Roger?
Lee is too scared to close his eyes
Nope.
tonight, so he can't sleep.
I did get a couple stickers. I did get a couple stickers today.
Yeah.
What's up, David? Man, I reached out to three people, and then like 2 other people said that they didn't get my sticker that I sent out.
Yeah.
It was like
I ain't got
56
one.
stickers. I'm like, man, what in the world? So I didn't package them all up and put them in the mailbox.
Yeah, I still don't have one for the board here.
Message me your address. I'll do it in the morning. I got some other envelopes in there and some extra stamps, and I'll send it on to you.
Got you.
Lee said his
Gotcha,
package
gotcha.
went to the
Speaking
wrong
of it.
house.
That's for you.
Yeah.
Mine
You
right
want that?
here.
So Lee, you wasn't standing out there by the mailbox.
Mm-hmm.
Finders keepers.
These are keepers. And
When I'm
leaders
driving
along.
When I'm driving home, I'm looking at people's porches looking for them PVC tubes. Got orange tape on the end.
What are you talking about, Lee?
Just waiting on him to come up.
We got
I
Tim
sent it to
Mulaney's in the
Lily,
house.
but he never comes up.
You said send it to the who?
I sent Uncle Lee, or Uncle Lou a link, dang it, a link, but he never comes up.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
He shafts me every time.
Lee Evans
Lee
don't
doesn't-
have a wrench in here. Oh
Lee
Lee
man,
doesn't
that's,
have a wrench.
Who
oh
don't?
man,
What?
dang, that is crazy.
Brad, what in the world?
No way.
Lee's in trouble tonight.
It is Brad's birthday. He needs a birthday spanking, and the best we can give him is a birthday timeout. Somebody Lee got him.
I thought she was going to sing to him.
Me? I might later. He comes back.
Amy said Lee doesn't deserve a wrench.
That's crazy.
I bet
Surprised.
Ricky didn't know how to get on.
What's up, Mike's? 3B.
That's not me. Brian B.
What?
Let your phone ding, ding, ding.
That was me. I'm
Mm-mm.
sorry.
That's
Sounds
okay.
like Uncle Lou is not feeling well. He said, you don't want me up there blowing my nose and wiping my eyes.
They ain't no different than any other time. What's up, Steve Adams?
Hey,
He
Steve.
usually be blowing his nose and wiping his eyes when he crying and stuff and need a diaper change. Where's Van when you need him?
Poor
Mhm.
Mandy.
There you go. Spoke him
Mr.
up.
Soft Hands.
Ricky, come on out.
Soft hand Van.
Oh, soft hands, then.
I'm
He
gonna
wants
have to
Right.
open a
to
YouTube
listen.
window so I can see all this timing out going on.
Yeah.
Somebody
Yeah,
told me he
I'm pulling it up on the.
he put Vaseline on his hands and wrap them in saran wrap at night when he go to sleep. That's what somebody said.
He wouldn't tell me. But he had the prettiest hands. I mean, he could be a hand model. That's how nice his hands was.
Oh. Hey, Chris, did Telly crochet you some mittens?
You're muted yourself, knucklehead.
I don't know what you're talking about, Kelly.
Yeah.
What the?
Dang it.
That is a
There
scene
goes
from a
Soft
movie.
Hands.
Well, there he is himself. He's awful quiet. Class if you hear us.
He trying to take that saran wrap off his hands.
Yeah. Get away from him now.
He doesn't want us to see the lotion that he's using.
You guys got to start explaining what you're talking about because this Vaseline and lotion and my fishing home. What's going on?
Uncle Lou said soft hands. I didn't know.
What?
Howdy, Ricky.
Howdy, Jody.
How you
What's going
doing?
I'm tired.
I'm tired. The night is young. You're still
Man.
fairly young, but you know.
What time
Y'all
was
want
it
to get
last
what my
night?
soft hands are
Well,
doing right now?
What'd you
No,
say?
we don't
I
want
don't
to
wanna
know.
Yeah. Nope.
6559.
They have an emoji for that.
You're right. You talking about that one I sent you?
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. Ta-da.
I can't believe
I'm
I got
jealous.
back up this morning at like 9 o'clock. And then we ain't get off
I
of,
told you.
I ain't get off daggone panel till 9. I mean 5. Talk about turd. There go Avid. Avid said,
Yeah, I took it away. Avid is free shop too tonight. Anybody hits 1,000 that month, they get it.
huh?
Yeah, I
You
missed
find
that.
out of that tonight.
You gave him his 2?
Yep, I took it away. Yep, last night. That's his celebration gift for hitting 1,000.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
Avid is free game. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I'm still
If you
looking
see
for
John
Lee
Clark, let me know. That's his gift too.
You leave John alone. John
Why?
in here. John in here probably. He just listening.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he'll say hello.
John in there lurking.
Mm-hmm.
I think Lee
Uncle
Evans
Lou,
is
did you make
very
these
typing today,
childproof or what?
Yep.
Where did he else go? I ain't see him talking.
Looks like she's struggling big time to try to get it open.
They're
Oh,
trying
yeah,
to get open.
That orange tape is vicious around that daggone PVC pipe. You
Send it
need
to
a
me,
rocket
Jody. I'll
launcher to
open
get
it.
that tape off.
He's got it
Damn,
right
that
there in
knife
the
works
bedroom.
about as good as your screwdriver did last night, Jody.
I've got it too.
You ain't
I
lying.
think that's to try the end off with.
There go old Leetta.
I know. I went over there to time him out, and I'm not a moderator.
You not? Oh, dang. I think I'm a mod. I don't know. Yep. I'm on panel.
Lance
So I guess.
McCoo guy tuning in. Mark Anthony's in the house.
Ta-da!
There you go.
15 minutes.
Hours later.
3 hours later.
Some liquor or something. Bottle of champagne. Ooh la la!
Hey, wait a minute. Okay.
Oh,
You thought that was a different rod?
I did.
Let's see. We got one more. Nope. Did Richard? Yeah, he dropped out. Let me add him back in.
Anybody catch any fish today? Not on
Not
this
me.
panel, I don't think.
but
How
didn't make it out.
you actually think I was gonna catch one today?
I mean,
We made it.
Kelly took you to a glory hole. I thought you was gonna catch some fish.
Nope.
Nobody said that.
Bring me to that one.
Nobody said that, Brian.
Okay, let's see what we got here.
Jody Lee Evans needs timed out really bad.
Mm.
No, not him.
Read what Amy said.
But Amy wants him out, then he can go.
Okay.
Someone needs to
Yes.
time Evans out. He doesn't deserve to speak.
Wait, before someone gets him, Amy, you want him?
Yes, let Amy get him.
You're a
There you go.
mod. You can have him.
Lee said, "Please no." I can hear.
Oh
you.
yeah, I done got a phone call.
What will-
Is that
Lay the
end of
hammer
the
down, Amy. Lay the hammer down.
It's really
Get
bad.
him, Amy. You hit the little 3 buttons by his name, and you hit timeout.
What you get a phone call for, Van?
She got him. For
Oh,
a second.
dang.
Amy is Lee's wife, in case everybody don't know.
Dang, Lee.
Uh-huh. Let's see. 1 eye, 2 eye, 3 eye, 4 eye, 5 eye, 6 eye, 7 eye, 8 eye, 9 eye, 10 eye. These are 11 eyes? Or
Yep.
companies?
Oh, we never found out what happened after he got timed out in our show.
Yeah.
If he went and had soup beans or not.
Amy said, "Man, that felt good."
It does, doesn't it?
Jody's like a newborn baby. He's counting fingers and toes. 1 eye, 2 eye, 3.
Right.
I'm checking it out.
None of mine look that pretty.
Nice.
It is a nice pose.
Yep. Now you got to put one of those new reels on there now.
I plan on it.
What'd you get, Jody? Medium heavy or medium?
I ain't have a medium. I got a medium heavy. I go after the big kitties.
Is that your first Uncle Lou rod?
Yep.
Oh yeah, you done messed up now. I give you a week or 2, you be ordering more.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, J Dog gave Sandy one, and that's all I've heard for the last 2 months. When you go order me more?
Very nice pose. Can't wait
Nice.
to try it out.
Right, Lance? Now she got a real
I
pole.
needed to get the skunk off. So what we gonna
They
name
are
it?
nice.
Ricky, what we gonna call it?
Whatever you want to call it.
No, we gotta come up with a name for it.
Well, you can't name it Ricky's rod.
No. I can't be calling that out.
No.
We'll call it Instagram.
I guess the rat rod's out then.
No.
Sturgeon, call it the orange slice.
Well, What about
The
Whisker
fruit
Dream?
ninja.
To go along with your
That'll
little
work.
sharks, you could call it
Whisker
Chomper.
Dream?
There you go.
Okay, we'll call it your channel name, Whisker Dream. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Tim said
You're
call it
welcome.
the Sturgeon.
Merry Christmas.
Nah, that's a medium heavy.
Yeah.
It's not a
Very
medium.
nice bow.
Whew.
I
You
like
get a lot of
it.
attention.
I like the silver and the black and the
You go up to
stainless.
the boat, go up to
Yeah,
the boat
buddy.
ramp with those bright orange rods. Everybody's asking you what they are.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Then it get
Dr.
dark.
Lou, you need to start sending business cards with them so we can just hand them out.
I
Mhm.
got some. I put them in the sticker envelope. I bought them.
Brian, did you see
bought them like
Dan's
4 or
comment?
5 months ago, and I couldn't find them. Freddie was just saying you're about to be beardless. You ready for that time to come? I ain't gonna be beardless. Freddie gonna look like a daggone newborn baby when I finish with him.
Have fun, Brad.
Uncle Lou said people, she acts really surprised that they are nice rods.
They are. They're really nice.
Wow, it's really nice.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just excited. How about that? I've been waiting all day to open it.
All right, Mr. Kitty Whiskers. That
Yeah, she was rubbing it in earlier. She's like, I got a package from Uncle Lou today.
Ha 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 ha.
She didn't tell me where she got the package from. She was saying she had a surprise when she got home.
you missed it, Lance. I had to send all of them out again. A lot of people said they didn't get the stickers, so I don't know what happened. So I'm sending them out again tomorrow.
I didn't get mine either.
I don't even think you was on there. You might have been on there.
I
He
wasn't.
was lying.
I was going to say, Sandy didn't get none, and she said Brian B's bail fund's getting dwindling down day by day.
I'll
You
just
know
see
what?
Leah
I ain't sent y'all. I haven't sent y'all out. I haven't been back to the post office until I got the sticker. Until I got the stamps, but I didn't take no envelopes with me. Y'all envelope was already wrote up and done at the garage.
Lee was looking for a reason to go to bed. But yeah,
Yeah.
Hoops, I think
I'm gonna jump off here.
envelope. I think I got
Okay.
an envelope for you.
All right.
thank you.
See you all.
Brian, I've already
Later.
got.
Bye.
I've already got.
Later,
the sticker.
Kelly.
Did I? So there was some people that I said, you know what? Because see, I go through the envelopes that I get from everybody, and if I ain't send it, I wasn't for sure. Then I sent them.
I've already got yours. I was just joking around.
See, that's you confusing me now.
I do
A
the
lot of
same thing.
envelopes.
Everybody that sends me stickers for the board out here, I keep all their envelopes.
Yep.
And as soon as I'm able to get some more stickers ordered, everybody that's ever sent anything for this board back here is going to get muskrat stickers back to them.
I wish I would have kept all the information because I didn't keep any of it. I have no.
Yeah, I keep all the envelopes.
I've got all my envelopes too. I
Yeah,
got to share it with you with the stickers. I guess I'll
Jody
make
keep the
some like
envelopes to be sneaky and
What?
send people stuff that they didn't know that was coming. I'm sitting there like, who in the world sending me something? And I open it, and I said, "Oh Lord, this is from Jody."
I know we're
That's the
gonna,
best. That's the best kind when you
I know, right?
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to send. Jody
Unless
some
it's like
stickers so I
J-Dog
can
and get a
Pontoon
case of
Jodi sticker.
Kleenex.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Yeah.
That's the cool guy said the same thing right there. Every time I'm out fishing, people ask me about my Uncle Lou rods. That's a fact. If you like
got
attention,
cards.
those are the rods to have. Because
I ordered them cards probably 5 months ago and put the cards up and couldn't find them. Like, where did I put these cards? And I said, I find these cards when I find this new pack of stickers. Because I had from Sticker Mule, they sent them in a pack. And I opened one pack, used them, sent them out. And I had another pack and I couldn't find them. And still can't find them. I don't know what I did with them. So I ordered more anyway. So it was like, well, I
You
gotta be
know, I
more
get
organized.
an email from them. It said you get a T-shirt for $9. I didn't open it.
I did my image on there and didn't finish it because the phone rung, and then I got an email that like 2 mornings before it was over, the morning before it was over, and never went in. It's over now. I said I was gonna order one for $9 just to see what it looked like.
Yeah.
Van gets cases of Vaseline and Saran wrap. Keep sending them to him.
All right, Uncle Lou.
Mac and cheese, Brian B. From Lee Evans.
Mhm.
I don't know how. I can't send no mac and cheese nowhere.
Tinkerbell's in the house. Hello.
No, I'm not getting an email. I've got 3 emails, so it's kind of lost.
Nah, fat boy, I don't send out zebra cakes. I'm keeping those.
You may end up with an empty zebra cake package in an envelope, but that'd be about it.
It'd be by accident though.
You can send all the clear plastic to Van.
In an invoice.
Yeah, you can wrap his hands.
Roger, you ain't got to help.
It's easy, man.
No.
Jody, out of 3 of the rods I've sent out, only 2 have arrived.
Well, it's Christmas.
Huh? I know it. Yours and Big Mike's. Freddie hasn't gotten his yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he said he was been waiting on his.
Yeah.
The mail's really slow right now.
That's the 3 rods I give away.
Yeah. Well,
I
thank
mailed
you.
out them cords for a stand this morning.
Mhm.
The guy looked at me. He goes, "Yeah, they'll be there sometime in the middle of next week." I said, "What? It's just going to Virginia."
They don't want to guarantee you a date right now because, like, when I went to the post office to get stamps, it was like 15 people in line and 1 person at the register taking everybody. And then you get a lot of your elderly people go to the post office still. So they up there like they've never been before. So they up there for 10 minutes at a time. I wanted to go to the machine, couldn't go to the machine, left my wallet. I got my card on my phone. Get all the way up to the line and can't use my card on the reader from my phone because they ain't updated their card machines. I was like, oh my God. Had to leave and come back. Like, no, this is crazy.
Yeah, well, hell, I mailed it out priority mail.
Yeah, but that, you know how much stuff getting sent out priority mail right now?
Yeah, I know.
That's the thing. Here in Ohio, we had we was tracking some rods that my buddy ordered. Well, Skip ordered some B&M rods from Tackle Bandit, and it'd been like 2 weeks after they said they should have been arrived. And we got to talking to them. They had 56 trucks sitting in Columbus, Ohio. All their drivers walked out. Not all their drivers, but a boatload.
Majority of
them. Right. Yeah, they all quit and they're driving for Amazon and FedEx and UPS because they can pay higher. Where the government is regulated to, they can only pay so much, and that's the government stops the pay at a certain point. And they said, well, we're just going to go work somewhere else. Right. They had 56 trucks of freight sitting in Ohio waiting to be delivered.
Hello, Tinkerbell.
Okay.
Mike Irvin, Chrissy, Brokeback Bob.
I misspelled everything.
Kevin Baker, Dale Hayslip, LG.
Rag, you're it, Kevin.
Gosh, I done do that. Raggy?
Jody, I hope you enjoy it. Okay.
I will. Next time I go, I'll use it, and I'm going to line it up tonight.
I hope you catch a big flatty on it.
I do too.
Yes.
It's time for fish.
Yes.
What reel are you pairing it with?
I'm going to put an agu on it.
That's what I put on 2 yesterday that I got from Lou. Yep.
Yeah. 65s or 7,000?
66.
I put 65 C's on the 2 yesterday.
That's good real.
Hard to beat. Hard to beat.
Mhm.
Well, you
Uncle Lou
enjoy it.
said-
I got to get off of here. I've got things I got to get done before tomorrow. So enjoy it. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you all.
Thank you.
Same to you,
You're
Ricky.
welcome.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Ricky.
Yep.
Uncle Lou said he had a ride, took 3 weeks to go 70 miles.
I bet.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Knocked everything over. I believe it. And Brad's right. Columbus distribution here in Ohio is terrible. We got a lot of damaged freight, a lot of missing freight. It's tough.
And we sent Chad something for his birthday. It just got there today, and he said the package was destroyed when it got there.
Oh no.
What was in it was okay, but the package was destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they throw them boxes around like it ain't nothing.
I've worked in distribution most of my life. I know how that stuff gets touched.
There's
Did,
Rebecca and
Walmart.
Jamie.
I did Walmart distribution for 15 years and then Target distribution for about 4 years.
Distribution. What'd you do? Like manage the warehouses and
Yeah. Well, at Walmart, I started out from the floor, just worked my way up, and just throwing cases and order filling and stuff. And then I got promoted to supervisor and then to manager. And then I took a promotion from manager to operations manager when I went to Target. And I'll be honest with you, working for Target is night and day compared to working for Walmart. Target was so much better. They treat the people so much better than what Walmart did. And I never saw it because I was with Walmart for so long. I was in my 20s when I started there. And, I just thought this was how it is. And once I got out of there, I was like, man, I should have done that a long time ago. JBT, see
okay.
that right there? Worked at UPS for a year and a half, said you wouldn't believe how they treat the packages. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I would. I've hauled UPS.
Yep.
I got that email of Fishing for Whiskers. I'm checking on it right now.
Holy moly.
Walmart is a cult.
So,
I mean, you can kind of look at the people that work at Walmart and work at Target. Target employees seem like they're a lot happier than your Walmart employees. Walmart employees are trying to hide, so can't nobody ask them nothing.
Yeah.
Well, Walmart wasn't too bad for the longest time.
Oh yeah,
And
but they
then,
just
then
got
the old man died, and it went downhill fast when the kids took it over.
Yep. He'd roll over in his grave if they saw what they did. Sam Walton himself was a brilliant man, and his values and the way he built the company was actually pretty amazing. But what it's turned into now, not something to be proud of.
Yeah, when I worked there in '94, and it was they did everything they had in the store was made in America.
JBT, it sounds like he's worked. I don't know if you were talking about distribution or the store side, but it sounds like distribution. You talk about produce and dairy. I ran every department in the distribution at one point or another. So shipping and receiving, frozen, dry product, just about everything. I can work every job function on the floor. I can do every employee's job, and I can do all the manager's jobs.
wow.
I don't know about the employees of Walmart, but I like those people of Walmart videos.
Yeah, those are fun to watch.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'll go
used
to
to work
Walmart just to walk around.
People work.
Chris got to go to Walmart with a stepladder so he can reach the second shelf.
Man, nobody was talking to you.
Yeah, man.
I think
Tim Lee said when he worked at the store, no matter what they asked for, I said aisle 13.
I
Oh,
took a
man.
jab at Chris at the bait shop and he didn't even notice.
What is it?
I took a jab at Chris during the bait shop and he didn't even notice.
I missed it.
Yeah. I said, Telly, can you go please cut the light on for Chris?
No, I saw it.
Oh, I seen that.
I saw it. I
saw
called.
it.
I said, Jody.
Hey, Melissa.
Oh, you did, didn't you?
Melissa. Hello. Thanks for stopping in. Look back, Bob's in the house. Walmart is terrible. They hardly have anything in stock anymore.
Oh.
It's ridiculous. Nobody will work.
Mm.
Yeah, that's
Fishing
across
for
the board.
Fishing for Whisker says, now I want to know what's on aisle 13.
Right.
Probably feminine products and KY jelly or something.
The exotic owl. I didn't even know that owl was numbered. That's how much
Lost
I paid
Kelly.
attention.
Now we lost Van.
Aw.
Yeah, they're all
Van
numbered.
sound like Van was getting out the truck.
Let's see. I'm trying to.
His hands probably so slippery.
Yeah. Probably stuck right off the wheel.
Whiskers and stripes. What up?
Let's see.
What did he say?
CVA. What up?
Friday night, Saturday nights at Walmart. Man, freaks come out at night.
Let me check that. 'Cause I think I done got it down. I'm trying to check a prize winning.
Prize winning. Did I win a prize?
You
Nope.
want something?
I won that rod.
I'm winning.
No.
I'm winning.
Hey,
Holy
Mark.
moly.
Tell them about your fantastic fishing trip and the big fish you just caught.
Who?
You just showed a big picture of a fish like 2 days ago.
Oh, yeah. We actually didn't catch that many fish. What's so funny?
Chat. I'm laughing at chat.
Oh,
Creole.
We,
what up?
no, Zach had gone out the whole weekend, caught some fish. Sunday he took a fella out, never been up there, and they caught 28 fish, and they caught a lot of fish in the 20s and 30s. And then we went out the very next day, and the bite just wasn't there. We caught a few fish. I caught one. It was 48.7. That was the one I posted on Facebook. It just turned out to be a really good picture. People were guessing it like 50, 60 pounds. But it's close to 50 pounds. But
It's a nice fish.
we went back out yesterday, same spot, but they opened the dam up one gate at a time and just blew us off the river. There was water heaters and Volkswagens floating down through there. We couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
We kept moving downriver, trying to run away from it, take the inside bend. It was too much. You couldn't beat it. So we caught it half a day. Roger that. Angle was perfect. Yeah, I sent it to Creole and he said, "What is that, 65?" No, it's 48. He's like, "Good Lord, that's a good picture."
So Amy said Lee Evans is in timeout the rest of the night and probably until further notice.
Oh man.
You gonna let him go live tomorrow?
His honeydew list is probably so far backed up.
Nah, he get his work done.
Yeah, but she had to get on him to make him do it.
Sometimes.
My laptop is not
I
cooperating.
mean, everybody plays at work, so I mean,
No, I don't.
You be up on panel at work.
Really?
I know. I can't believe she does that at work.
I'm just joking if anybody works with her in here.
It's all right, I say.
Yeah, I've done that. I've had my phone up playing Catfish Weekly while I was at work. I used to work on Monday. I always work night shift, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I might be going back to something like that. Matter of fact, I got to call my uncle in the morning and see how the meeting went. Supposed to got with the county, well, not with the county, with the state today to get his tow trucks on the list. So that should be interesting.
You gonna be the repo man?
Nah, I did that years ago. I ain't got it no more. I don't have the patience or the nerve to do it now. People crazy.
Yeah.
I got a son to come home to. I can't.
Ain't getting shot at.
Bust a joke upside the head with a pipe wrench or something.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all.
Or get bust upside the head over a car.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And they in the wrong. I mean, they just don't see it. But
Mm-hmm.
nah, I used to do it. I got in the tow truck, was repoing and impounding cars at 14.
Amy said Lee has his chores done. This is much worse than any honey-do list chores.
Oh boy.
He's in trouble.
Yep.
Bad
Yeah.
trouble.
Ha, 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 ha. Amy says the hammer
I bet you it got something to do with his mouth.
It exactly has something to do
What
with
makes
his
you
mouth.
think that?
Because him talk. he got a what they say, a smart mouth.
What he said this time
No.
wasn't very smart.
No, it wasn't. I'm surprised he's still breathing out both sides of his head.
Mm-hmm.
Or has any teeth.
Okay, I think I got this done. Fishing for whiskers, let me know in chat when you get it. Said within 5 minutes.
We got 45 people hanging out in chat tonight.
45.
Roger.
45.
45.
45.
Said Jody going live. He needs some soap to wash his mouth out this time. Uh-oh.
It's pretty bad.
Just spray some Pam in it.
Yeah, let him take credit for it again.
There's Mrs. Terry Lee Mercer.
Not no more.
Mm-mm.
What?
Yeah.
What?
He's laying here pouting and said, "Let it go, Amy."
All right. I'm glad you got it.
Come on, Lee. You better go get that dressing.
I tried to forget about that.
Oh, shit.
JT says eat Tide Pod.
Eat a Tide Pod.
Man makes me think he's snoring all the time. Does he not sound
Do
weird?
what?
Is that you making that noise? Like
Sorry,
you're snoring?
It's probably my truck.
No, it's a.
It was a truck. You don't hear it?
It's a truck run.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, mute him.
550 horses, a Caterpillar power.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
And all that.
Who decided to make big, heavy equipment named a Caterpillar?
You ain't lying. It worked,
I
though.
don't care what they call it. It works.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know if
That's
I
the
want
kind
to
of
read
stuff
that
I think
last
about
one.
when I'm taking a dump.
Roger's got jokes.
You in there too long, man.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't change your diet up.
That's a fact. I'm sitting there now. I'm sitting there eating my Christmas M&Ms.
It's the wrong thing. Sorry.
Because you figured out I'm sitting there munching on stuff.
Oh.
Christmas M&Ms? Never heard of them. Were they red and green?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've eaten all the green ones.
San Diego beating Kansas City. And they had a chance to go up even more.
No,
They dove across the goal line and with the ball out, didn't cross the goal line, and they smacked it out of his hand, and Kansas City got the ball. Talk about a big dummy.
We were talking about a big dummy, Lee Evans.
Yeah, well, I mean,
No. You got to
go
be careful,
hand in
man.
hand.
He's in this tournament now. He could take you out.
Who?
Lee Evans. He's in the Winter Blues tournament.
I hope he does. I hope he.
I could fish in the toilet and catch more fish than Lee do.
That's just wrong.
It was funny.
I hope Lee does great.
He learning. He learning though. I can get that to him.
That's the thing. He's trying to learn. You know, we were all new at some point.
Oh
and,
yeah.
You know, he asks a lot of questions, and he's hungry for knowledge. So
Yeah.
He asked the right questions too. He don't ask dumb questions.
You didn't ask the right question tonight.
Oh, he said hello wrong.
When it comes to fishing, I'm talking about when it comes to fishing.
Yeah.
Lee, I was complimenting you at the same time, buddy.
He said, Amy said, Brian B, Lee said your wrench is gone.
Take my wrench. Take my wrench and see what happens.
He done told me my wrench is gone too. I told him, I said, well, you must take me for somebody that really cares.
I'm shutting that whole shit down.
Remember that old song? Take that wrench and shove it.
I get timed out. He knows what'll happen. He knows I'll start texting the crap out of him. I'll wear his phone out. I'll run the battery down.
Don't do that because he leaves his ringer on the whole time we're live, so it just gets annoying to all of us.
Yeah.
It's still funny.
Yep.
How many bowls of beans did he eat today, Amy? Because they're supposed to be done at 5 o'clock, if I recall.
That sounds good too. Beans and cornbread.
Look, he said Jody French and Don too.
Cabbage and
beans and fried potatoes.
Yeah. What you went with?
Oh, pick 6.
Now he took your wrench, Jody.
I don't care. Don't mean nothing to me. It's a virtual wrench.
all that's gonna happen is nobody's gonna go in there. He's gonna be talking to himself. Jody, we go live. Hey.
Yeah, not bother me one bit.
Yep. We'll go live when you go live, Lee. How you like that?
Now we have to be careful because I made somebody mad last night. Remember?
Was you live when somebody else was live last night?
No, but we aggravated somebody and they got mad.
See, I can't stay up late all the time and watch these late night shows.
Yeah, I can't either. I
miss everything.
I'm old.
Jody, George Ray don't have a wrench.
What?
Nope.
What is wrong with you?
Has anybody gave him a golden?
I did for Epic. That way Epic could get them back. But Epic doesn't come.
Epic don't even have a wrench, so he couldn't do nothing to him. I can see Lee in there now, and he's sitting there with his lip poked out. I can't wait till you go to work in the morning. I'm gonna go live.
I don't even see poor George's name.
Oh, he's gonna give us all kinds of grief tomorrow.
It's fishing the dream, Jody.
Quiet man, what's going on? You heading over to Hoover on Sunday with your brother?
Who brother is that? I remember somebody saying that was their brother.
Fat Boy.
Okay.
Fat Boy and Quiet Man are brothers.
I couldn't remember. I remember somebody saying that was their brother.
They're just a little bit north of me.
Gotcha.
Saw somebody telling you earlier, Roger, they were going to go head over to Hoover Saturday.
That was Fat Boy. That was his brother.
Eric Burnside, what's up, champ?
What's up, Eric?
Howdy,
I
Eric.
seen his name earlier,
Reed.
but we was running our mouth.
I've missed church
Us,
the last 2
we wouldn't do
Sundays.
that.
Beans being the magical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. The more you toot, the better you feel. Beans for every meal. Ain't nothing wrong with some beans. Just don't go live after you ate some beans.
White man, you guys fishing from the bank or the boat up there? Yeah, I like beans just about of every sort and size. I don't really care what kind they are. I like them all.
I like soup beans, which is what's called pinto beans, and I like black-eyed peas.
I like navy
like
beans and
I
pinto
like
beans.
that bean soup where you got about six beans in it. That
Yeah,
turkey neck in it.
This
Oh
is
man.
reminding me of Forrest Gump.
Yeah, I was getting
Shrimp,
ready to go there.
more shrimp.
Pinto beans,
Baked
black
beans, kidney beans, black-eyed peas.
And I like hog gel. I like it fried
Lieutenant Dan.
real hard. Man,
Soup, beans, and cornbread. That's what I'm talking about. Pork chop, red
Oh
beans
yeah.
and rice.
Gotta have cornbread with the beans.
Red beans and rice. That sounds good too.
Oh,
Black eye,
absolutely.
smoked sausage. Damn, I'm getting hungry.
I know.
Hey, I'm sitting here looking like
11 o'clock, and you guys are making me hungry.
I'm looking for my air fryer. I forgot I took it off the counter for Thanksgiving and never brought it back in. I got this
Count
little
is not
pizza.
cooking you anything.
Brian B looking around thinking, how many things of mac and cheese I got in the cabinet?
Nah. I don't stock up on that. When I'm making it, I go to the store. All that
Yeah,
cheese and stuff, man. Cheese is expensive.
Yeah.
When I make
Well,
that
it
or make a
is.
lasagna, you spending $60 almost just for the daggone stuff to make it.
Brian looks down on boxed macaroni.
JBT's heading out, so have a good one,
told
buddy.
you, Jody.
See you.
Everything was good until that box macaroni.
I'll fix box macaroni, but I like to make the homemade better, but sometimes I'm lazy.
I like
And
the
that
boxed
macaroni and cheese Jody sent me. Jody sent me a video.
I think I saw it.
That one she
The lady
sent me
had
by
the oodles
accident
and
last
noodles
night.
in it. Yeah.
Oh my God, that was the ooh.
Had a
I don't
Just
gobble
a picture of
like-
it looked bad.
I don't remember seeing the video last night, so I apologize.
The mustard is for the texture of the cheese. It helps it be a little more creamier when you
It
mix the
helps
cheese.
break the cheese down.
It won't be as thick. It makes it creamier. And you don't taste the mustard at all. You wouldn't even know mustard was in there unless I showed you.
Uncle Lou says black eyes. That's probably what Lee is supporting.
He's probably sporting a couple of them right about now.
If he come up on screen on panel tomorrow with with his hater blockers on, we know it ain't for the haters.
And you got the lights off.
John says smoked ham hocks and navy beans. That sounds, man, that's good.
Oh yeah.
Reef Robber, what's up?
I make a 15 bean soup. You get it at Kroger's, I think is what it is, but we flavor it with Cajun and ham hock. My wife calls it my gutter beans. It's got like 15 different beans in it.
Oh yeah, it's good though.
No, that sounds like a deadly combination.
Turkey
15 beans.
in there, man, and get your old pan of cornbread, buddy. You on?
There's no way I would do that.
With some cornbread.
I'm making beans within the next 2 days. I guarantee it right now.
I know, right? I'm sitting there. I said it's been so warm this week. It's gonna drop down next week, but I think next week I'm gonna give me an old pot of chicken soup.
Well, I was just sitting there thinking. I was just wondering if I had a bag of 15 bean in my cabinet. I had to make a trip to the store.
Uncle Lou said he could use some beans and cornbread.
We just
I ain't
You can be
changing that
working
diaper.
overtime. You can be
I ain't
working
changing that
overtime.
diaper. Be like a TikTok video I seen the other day, and it was that no, hell no. And it's got this little baby in it. They lift up its shirt, and it's all the way up to the back of the neck. Yeah, that would be Uncle Lou with soup.
Oh no.
Soup me.
Amy says any final words for Mr. Lee Evans?
See you in the morning.
I asked him what they wanted me to read at his eulogy.
I'll see you tomorrow, Lee. You'll be okay.
No, he ain't gonna be okay.
Yeah, it'll be fine. He's just butthurt over Amy. You just have to get over it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh man, Buck
bad.
Williams trying to get me in trouble. Baked beans with cut up butter cheddars. Instead of beans and weenies, it's beans and smokies.
Mhm. That's my favorite ones to get, the bitter cheddars.
Mine too.
Yeah, and I'll like
Never had
grill some. I'll cut some peppers and onions and stir fry them and put them on a bun with them. Really good.
Never had it.
Can't do onions. Something's wrong with my gut. No matter what kind of onions I get, it's bad news. Really fast.
Even if you caramelize them, it bother you?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually like the flavor. I like the flavor of them and the smell of them and everything. But if I eat them,
Yeah.
bad things happen.
Uncle Lou, I don't even think that does it justice.
Brian doesn't like onions either.
No onions. Like if it's minced onions, like up in the string beans or something, then cool. But
Yeah.
like peppers and all that, if I could taste it,
Mm-hmm.
the taste
Is Amy
of it,
still in here?
it throw me off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just don't agree with my
Amy,
taste
if you're
buds.
still in there, tell me. Let me let Uncle Lou know what Lee did.
I think Uncle Lou
I don't
does
know.
know.
Uncle Luke's here. He said he chose some bad wording, but I don't know what it means. I'm out of the loop.
Yeah, it went by me too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Rio.
I'm out of the circle.
You're on your phone right now, aren't you, Jody?
Okay, yeah, he knows.
I got my laptop in front of me.
Well, you probably know. You just ain't seen it yet.
No, how would I know?
Messenger.
I'm guessing he's talking about Lee Reed. He's talking about Lee Evans chose some bad wording.
Yes,
I'm thinking that's what he's talking about.
that is exactly what he's talking about.
Don't know. It's right over my head. Uh-oh.
You're all busted. What's going on in here?
Oh, it's gone. This is gone to the crap now.
Yeah. It didn't take us long to get on food.
I kind of opened up the other window and I heard Brian complaining about onions.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't know what good food is.
I mean, it ain't that I don't. My taste buds just don't agree with it, so
yeah,
I just don't eat it.
I got the same thing with walnuts for some reason.
I love walnuts.
Oh, that walnut oil messes me up. I'll actually get like really bad stomach cramps. So I don't know if it's an allergy or something, but all I know is I like bacon and that works for me. We got
Sandy
that out
does
of the
that
way.
with peanuts.
Peanuts? You got an allergy, Van?
No, Sandy does.
Sandy
Sandy
does?
eats peanuts, she'll get stomach cramps.
There's like peanuts on everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's bad. It's like onions. Onions do the same thing to me, and there's onions in everything.
Yeah, my burger is plain cheese, ketchup, mustard, pickles. That's it. You put lettuce on there, I might come across a daggone.
Yeah, I'm
mayonnaise on my sandwich. I could do mac and tuna with mayonnaise in it and tuna fish, but mayonnaise on my sub or something.
I gotta have mayo on my sandwich.
Yeah, Duke's mayonnaise.
No,
can't do it.
Oh yeah.
If I can taste it, I can't do it.
JFC.
That Duke's mayonnaise tastes flat to me. I don't know what it is. Probably because I was brought up eating Hellman's my whole life, so it is what it is. It's what you get used to, for the most part.
I eat JFG. You probably don't have that where you live.
We're talking about beans and cornbread for a while.
Oh, I just started making cornbread here in the house. Ooh, it's good. Miss Betty gave me her secret recipe, which she made me swear I'd never tell anybody. And now after making it, now I know why.
You ever made cornbread with jalapenos chopped up real small in it?
I've had it like that before, and that's on my list to do next time. My wife won't eat that stuff. She's no fun.
Now, do you all eat bologna on panel, or is it just me?
I eat bologna. Not on the panel. That's rude.
What do you think I was eating with before I came in here? I had a bologna sandwich.
You didn't watch our smoked bologna video?
Oh,
I did watch your smoked bologna.
Yeah,
You're
seen
talking
that.
to her.
I didn't see it.
Those chubs are good.
Yes.
I smoke bologna all the time.
Michelle says she make her own mayonnaise.
That stuff is much better. You're absolutely right, Michelle. Make a video of that so everybody can see what the real deal is.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Bologna, mayonnaise, tomato, and onion.
No,
That's my kind of sandwich.
you messed up with tomato, onion, mayonnaise. Just give me my bologna.
Yeah, I need bologna, mayo, and mustard. The bologna's a fast meal for me.
I toast me some bread and throw that bologna in the pan real fast and throw it on that with some mustard. And give me some chips. I'm good to go.
You got to put the chips on the sandwich, my man.
Oh, for sure.
George,
if I want to eat fancy bologna, I'm going to either fry it or smoke it. So that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
George Ray says we need a cooking channel. We might talk about fishing.
I actually have one made up. I just have never the time to do the editing or the filming or anything. Been meaning to do that for a while. If you guys want a good barbecue channel, check out Chud's Barbecue. I talk to him once in a while. He's a good dude out of Austin, Texas. He does some really cool stuff. Makes a lot of sausage. That's something I always wanted to get into. I saw Creo was talking about boudin, but I can't get any good boudin up here, I don't believe. So
No, probably not.
There's Lyle Stokes.
Start talking about food and they all come out of the woodwork.
Hi, Mama.
Right.
Yeah. Just start popping up everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Tinkerbell says
It
she
was
don't know how
funny
to cook.
on Panfish Nation. Our guest did a giveaway over at Crappie Man Jigs with the promo code Panfish, get 10% off. He's got good stuff, just so you guys know. But as soon as they said you got to be subscribed to all our channels, boom, he got like 25 subs like right away towards the end of the show. Even
Oh, wow.
people love a giveaway.
No,
Oh,
yes,
Sure.
definitely. I mean, who doesn't? Free stuff.
What'd you say, Jody?
Who doesn't love a giveaway? It's free stuff you can win.
That's right.
Everybody put their name in them.
Unless you give away that shark you had, I wouldn't take that for free. That didn't
Your
look good.
baby's right beside you. He can hear you.
Might have heard it.
give me a
Don't
book
upset,
start.
don't upset him. I don't want to hear his laugh again. It took me an hour and a half to get that out of my head so I could go to sleep last night.
Please. He's over here.
Danny said he's been to the kitchen 4 times just listening to us.
It's really good.
I got my
Little
oven.
Coco got hungry. I had to give her some cheese before I came on here. There it is.
Because I'm all the time throwing that little shark emoji up like I'm a boot you out of chat. I'm circling you like a shark.
Ooh, is there anybody to boot in chat? You got too many mods in here. We
No,
can boot
there's
Dan.
people in there.
There's some.
Oh my God.
It does
I'm going to hear that for the next 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Jody Shark?
No, I prefer da-dun, 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 da-dun.
What are you doing up, Chris? Don't you have to be up at like ungodly hour to get to work?
No, I'm off tomorrow. I'm off
Oh.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but I do
Are
have
you-
a doctor's appointment early in the morning. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
figured
he
the
said he had
chocolate
to go to
factory
the-
would be running 24/7 right now.
tonight time. I
I think he said he had to go to the gynecologist.
No, that's not what I said. That's
Are you
what
going to
everybody said.
You going to the proctologist?
Not that one either.
Or are you going to the proctologist?
Good grief. You guys are
We went
ruthless.
from food to proctology.
Mm.
That
They
doesn't
kinda
happen
go
too often.
I gotta get my face all cut up tomorrow.
Uh-oh. You getting some stuff taken off?
Yeah.
As long as you're all right, we're good with it. You'll live.
Yeah.
I got to go in for my surgery on the 30th.
That's on your arm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He getting a boob
That's what I'm
job.
telling everybody.
I'm going to get my hand softened.
That's not even possible,
They
Van.
don't get any soft than that.
There's-
He wants a new look for CatCon come February.
I heard he had a booth he was going to put up.
He's going to have a I hear he's having a massage booth while he's there.
Mhm.
No, I'm
Exactly.
going to walk around CatCon hollering Brian B's name holding a diaper.
Mhm.
Let's go start selling Avon.
That's what Lee Evans is going to do. Have a booth for
Speaking of
makeup.
Lee Evans, how is your fishing today with Kelly?
Speaking of Lee, that was Kelly.
Somebody called it a glory hole, and I,
You know, those two are a couple. You know, they both dress the same in a couple of those pictures.
No, I'll start with how it ended. I had to take a shower and wash twice to get the stink off of me from him.
That bad, huh?
Yeah,
Was
with the Brillo pad.
yeah. But never got a bite. He claimed he got a bite, but his pole never moved. He flat out lied.
you stare at them long enough and they look like they're twitching? Ain't that the truth?
You can make them move by looking at them. Say, "Oh, I got a bite." No, he never had a bite. He never had squat.
Does
Jody,
Kelly drink?
Do what?
Does Kelly drink?
He had water while we was there. I don't know.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I don't think so.
I bet it's not a good idea. Jody, I did give him a hard time earlier about. I asked him where you guys were fishing and if you guys were fishing a ledge or. Did you hear all that?
No.
He said you guys launched every single one of your baits over into the hole off the side of the ledge, and I challenged him why you guys didn't put anything up on the shallow. You put every single bait down in the hole.
It was full of trash. It was hard to even reel them in.
He said the water was too cold.
Ah,
He said he put his hand in the water and it was cold.
yeah, I washed my hands in the water too, but it's water.
Everybody's water's cold right now.
Yeah,
It-
it wasn't
just-
cold.
What I was trying to get out of him was, if you put all the baits down
Down in the shallow.
in the hole, why didn't you try anything? At least one up shallower.
One of mine didn't hit the channel, so mine was up above the ledge. It never pulled line, so I know it hit the channel. But one of them did, And I don't know about his casting if he hit it either.
Wasn't he saying, because I was in at the beginning, wasn't he saying that's where he caught his one channel cat over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a 7-pounder over there.
Mm-hmm.
Has he caught any more fish? One channel
No, but
cat
he's,
does
but
not
he's
make
only
it.
been there 3 times. Today made the
That's
3rd time.
That's enough for me. Roger knows when a spot produces, it produces. Or it doesn't. You can always get lucky and get a transitory fish anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's my tip for the night, fellas. Out in Chatland.
If you always do what you always did, you always get what you always
Get what
got.
you always get. Exactly.
Blah, blah. That's true, though.
Is that why I've still been married for 28 years?
That's it.
It must be a great 28 years if you're still married.
That's a fact.
I'm just too stubborn to give up.
That's not a bad quality either.
I would give the credit to Sandy personally, but
Yeah, she's the smart one.
How would she be the smart one if she married me?
I was going to go there, but I kept that to myself.
You're right. She felt
I
sorry for
married
you.
up.
She felt sorry for you, so.
Well, I'm not going to argue that point.
Van, are you driving?
I was.
Hmm.
I just pulled over.
He never
just
driving.
Exactly.
He always in the truck, sitting on the side of the road in the parking lot somewhere.
He's
I
at the
don't know
pickle.
how he gets anywhere.
Are you at the pickle park?
No, what's that? Ass Creek?
No, Kevin said something about Butt Creek today. And I
Butt
thought,
Creek. Butt Creek.
what?
When I heard that earlier, I was like, yeah. Only
Hey,
you would know where Butt Creek
I'm
at.
going to Butt Creek with Kelly.
Let me
Butt
tell
Creek
you,
and his
on the
glory
way
hole.
home, we looked at it. We crossed these two creeks on the way home from the river, and PP Creek, PP runs into Big Beaver in Waverly, Ohio.
Yeah. That's why I keep
Roger's testing my ability to keep my mouth shut.
If you're watching, Mom, I'm sorry.
It's a fact, it does. So who the hell
If
named these
you're
creeks?
watching, Mom.
Hey, Lyle's saying stop ignoring him. He wants to win Van's hat.
What's Van's
Well,
hat?
What's your hat?
Milwaukee.
Hogan's Aquatics.
Oh, they probably got them at a Home Depot, Lyle.
Are you wanting to
Actually,
give
I
it
think
away,
that's where it came from.
Van, you want to give it away?
No.
I mean, we can if you want to.
Creole said
Creole.
Big Beaver Creek full of brush.
And it wasn't a bald beaver hole.
It's only 10:15.
So,
It's
It's 11:15.
yeah, it's
You got the
11:15
wrong
right
time.
now.
And with that, it is time for me to go to bed.
What did they do? Call you into the chocolate factory?
Sweet dreams.
You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Stand up when you talk to me.
Shut
He
your
was about to
face.
tell you something. He did once.
I should have listened for a little longer before I came up here. This is
He
going
was
to get
about to
bad.
tell you something. Oh man, I wish you would have slipped out.
It almost did. That
I can
close.
see your face. You said,
Was you going to tell me the same thing you told me when my kids was in the car?
Worse.
Well, I'll show you. There ain't nobody in here with me.
I wouldn't do that on Jody's live stream.
oh man.
Anyway, bye
You can
everybody.
text it to me
All right, Chris.
later.
Later.
I will have to say, Van and Sandy is exactly what you see when you meet them. They're the real deal. So,
It is what it is.
yeah.
You can't polish a turd into a diamond.
Same here. I couldn't fake it if I tried.
Yeah.
When I met Tara and J-Dog, they was on their best behavior. We was all just sitting there real quiet. No goofing off. So maybe next time they'll cut loose.
Yeah,
They weren't my thing.
Yeah, I
we
never had
said
that problem.
we sitting in Cracker Barrel and I had a half the restaurant staring.
Yep.
Like,
We
what
closed
y'all
it
looking
down.
at?
Mm-hmm.
We all have on-screen vocabulary and off-screen vocabulary.
Yeah.
But me and Creole can spend some time backstage, I'll tell you that.
Shit. Shoot.
Oh,
All
I
of us
bet you
came.
can.
All of us came.
Yeah.
That's like the night of John Oler's tournament. It was all over with. We was packing stuff up, and it was me and Becca and John Oler still in there, and they closed the live down. It was just us three, and me and Becca got started on each other. And I looked up, and John's passed his cigarette across the counter. Laughing at me and Becca. He goes, "Y'all ain't right." I said, "We keep telling Lee Evans that. We don't know why he leaves us alone in his room by ourselves." Get something like 30-minute knock jokes.
What's up, George?
Now I've got a question.
What is it?
I am going to try and get some. I'm tired of skunking, so I'm ready to do better fishing. How deep is too deep to go? Like 50 foot, 30 foot?
Depends on where
Where
the
the
fish are.
fish are.
Yeah.
Right, according to my fish finder, they're everywhere. I've got to reset that.
You might got to
That's
reset your
the
fish finder.
Yeah, I've got to reset it and then go from there.
Yeah.
So if it's not raining next Thursday, I might do it before then. I might go out sometime this weekend if it ain't raining.
Didn't you say your graph came from a bass fisherman?
Mm-hmm.
That could be the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You got to reset it.
his settings are all set to shallow water, most likely, and so you're trying to look at stuff 50 feet deep, and you're getting. I'm going to assume you're getting a bunch of false readings.
Yeah,
And which
you're reading debris and everything in the water.
Mm-hmm.
turn the gain down, make sure you're using the highest megahertz, and go from there.
I've read on it, but I don't really understand it all. I guess I need to read it again.
I'm pretty sure somebody got that same fish finder as you.
Sensitivity is where it only picks up big fish, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, it only picks up harder returns, is what it is. The sensitivity and gain are usually the same. A lot of them.
It's the same word.
You got a Lawrence, right?
No, she's got a Garmin.
I got a Garmin.
You got a Garmin.
Mm-hmm.
So for you, it's going to be gain.
Which Garmin do you have? Because Garmin's usually pretty good right out of the box on auto.
I've got the box over here. I don't think I got fish finder in here.
It's an old one, Mark. I think it's a 73, but her transducer is like a 40.
That old?
Yeah.
Because I got an old one. Mine's a 52, or at least it used to be.
This was an upgrade for me.
'73 SV. Well, that's not the one you showed me video of, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What transducer does it say you have? Because on your screenshot you sent me, it said like GT40, and
yeah, that's the older one. You can tell by the way the buttons are on the side. They changed them on the Echo map after that.
Yeah.
But so it's probably got an older transducer. I wouldn't even know what the model number is on that one.
It says
should say like
transducer design on the box and updated software on it.
Yeah, but it's still an older model.
Mm-hmm.
But back then it was fine. So it's still valuable.
It'll still find you fish.
But we need to do a factory reset on it and then go from there. Because if somebody else has already been in there messing with so much stuff, it'd be hard to get it all back to original. You're better off just doing a factory reset. And,
heck, I do that to myself from time to time.
Yeah, I get screwing with stuff, and I'm like, what do I do?
Like, I better reset this and start over.
Yeah, it doesn't really affect much, especially if you've got tracks and waypoints saved to an SD card.
But it says it's 17,000 lakes included, 6,700 with 1 inch, 1 foot contours. So I don't know if anything saved.
Came with the good maps then.
Yeah.
On the side, it should say what the transducer is. It should say, like, on the list of what's in the box, it should say, like, GT something or other.
It might be on the back, on the side there.
On the side, usually they got the specifications.
I got it. You know what? Well, I don't think mine matters. I changed the transducer. I changed the
It reads.
no, I did change the cord, but the cord shouldn't mean nothing, should it?
It depends.
What
If
do you
the
mean?
cord's giving off a lot of
Well-
interference, it'll mess with your return.
Now
You said why did you get rid of the transducer? Transducers either work or they don't, or they need to be adjusted. It's
I
usually
bought
one
a
of
new
those
one,
three.
so I took the old one off and put the new one on that came with the finder.
Okay, well,
But I just didn't change the cord because it was the same brand and it fit in it. Then now that
I see what you mean. Oh, so what? So you could actually disconnect your cord from the transducer on yours?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No,
on most,
the power cord I kept. Matter of fact, I kept the
okay.
power cord.
Oh, okay. You're not talking about the
would
cord
make a
with the
difference.
transducer.
The
Yeah,
power
not the
cord should be fine.
Yeah.
You want when you're in that boat, the way your boat sits when you're fishing the most, that transducer needs to be level. That's the biggest deal, and you don't want it too low or too high because when you're moving, it'll affect it. Those are the only really two things you need to worry about.
Okay, I put it exactly in the same spot that the other ones in. Had the same bracket and everything, so I put it.
Now, in side view, can you see on the other side of the motor, or does your motor get in the way?
No side view on that. On mine,
There's no side view. Okay.
Nah.
So what's it doing that you're asking questions to try and solve?
I was wondering about the cord, but after I said it, I did change the transducer, so I changed the cord. I kept the power cord. So basically, forget what I said.
I got you.
This one reads 77/200 KHC HD-ID downview side view transducer in the box. But it also had the sticker saying it was a new transducer design on the front, so I don't know. I'm not going to act like I know anything about it. I just want to be able to turn it on.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I like it.
She's. It didn't say anything about the high frequencies. That the 77/200. That's your down view and 2D. You should have 455 and 800 kilohertz available as well. Most likely, at least 455.
Yeah, that's the standard one.
We just talked about Sonar.
It should have megahertz on there. Welcome to Geek Talk.
722.
Here's the funny thing on the Garmin, Mark. You don't have a 56 GT yet, do you?
No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm waiting until I get my next boat before I go that far.
So Skip upgraded his 54 GT on his 93 SV to a 56, and it is a lot clearer and nicer. But the funny thing is on the 54 you can go up to 1120 megahertz. And on the new one you can only go to 1070. On the 56 will only go to 1070.
Here's the deal with that. The 56, from what I'm reading, is just a more powerful radio. So it's pushing more signal. You might not need the higher megahertz to get further. So that's how they do it. A lot of times, a higher megahertz means a tighter wave, which means a faster return. If they're pushing that much power through there, they might turn it down a little bit just to get a little cleaner return on it. So just because it doesn't go to a higher megahertz doesn't mean it doesn't reach. I understand it's like an extra 20 feet of clear on side view. So like 100 up to 120 feet you can get if you got the depth. That is, there's always it depends on side view, which is pretty good. So that when I don't know, that's a lot to upgrade from a 54 to a 56.
Yeah,
you don't pay $500 for a 56 transducer.
They're like $379 now
for just a transducer.
Yeah, somewhere right around there.
Yeah,
about 400. But the bigger screen. If I had to choose, I watched a lot of videos on it. I would choose the 10-inch screen or the 12-inch screen, and even with the 54, you got so many more pixels per square inch.
Right.
That provide a clearer image.
The more pixels per square inch, the clearer the picture looks. Mm-hmm. It's like the difference between 780p or 780p and 1080p. 720p and 1080. That's how many pixels per square, whatever.
Right.
Facts. Oh, there go George and Tinkerbell. Tink, you okay? Yes, babe. Good, hun. Mushy.
They're so cute together. Bless them. I like Tinkerbell.
Yeah.
Tinkerbell's funny.
Yes, she is.
I gotta go out and fish on the bank. I don't even think I got 5 fish on that bank tournament yet.
Yeah, did you get out today?
Nope. Small crab advisory this morning. I said, oh, ain't gonna do it. He said when he came across the bridge back this way, where we go, he could see where we, see the water. So the water looked a little rough. It was a little windy. So better safe than sorry. Hate to get out there and gotta go right back.
But you need to be on the bank though, right?
Yeah, but I was going on the boat anyway just to go fish. I wasn't even worried about it. I ain't worried about it at this point. I'm not gonna be able to get I'm not gonna get the number 1 spot. I think Tony Harrison up to like 200 and something inches in fish.
I
don't think I know him.
Yeah, that name don't sound familiar.
He'd been in the chats.
A trio.
He had he had 205 fish, and the next person under him is at 160.
Wait, 205 inches or fish?
Inches.
For how many fish does it say?
I don't know how many fish he's caught. It won't show. 1, 2, 3. Nah, it won't show. Because it'll alleviate all his other fish. He can go back and look at how many fish he caught. I don't think
so. Is it like best or most length for 5, or is it most length for total?
Most length and 5 biggest fish, and then
that's obviously for 5. That's a pretty big average. So
yeah, he's been on them. He started off on the break with I think he started off. What was it? He started off with a 39-inch fish, and then been going up 40, 41 and a half, 42. Now he at 42 and a half.
Where's he fishing?
Out here in Virginia.
Oh.
Yep.
This is why I don't do tournaments with you guys.
I think his most recent fish was the 14th, and that was a 40-inch. No, the 16th was a 42. But he gets on them.
I can tell.
Then
so, Jody, when's the last time you got on some fish?
30.
It's been a long time. And I'm sick of fishing from the bank. I don't like it. I want my boat back. I went to 5 spots the other day. I had to carry all that crap back and forth. It's not fun. So I give it up to all you bank fishermen. Just do a great job.
Bank fishing is hard. It's a pain.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I don't want to do it.
I went down to 2 rods today just to keep from having to back and forth.
I got one bank spot that I just back my truck up, open it up, literally got to walk 10 feet to cast. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That one I'll never videotape. And I can listen. There's usually live music across the river at a tavern over there.
Oh, really?
So I get entertainment. I do really well fishing. I got a nice bush I can take pictures up against so nobody knows where I'm at. It's like perfect. Perfect. It's like the bacon of fishing spots.
I fished mostly off of docks that wasn't usable. Cast it out off them. That's what I've mostly done.
Have you tried fishing right underneath said docks? Try that next time.
Okay.
Be surprised.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of spots where I fished one side of the river for like half a year and decided, hey, let's try across, right? Go across and get like 4 fish that very night and end up never going on that other side again.
Yeah. I'm ready to go back to the boat. I'm sick of bank fishing. I entered that tournament and I'm like, but I gotta fill my slot. I gotta get 5 fish.
Oh, is that what you were doing today on the bank?
I was hoping to get at least one. I've not got any in it yet because yesterday I didn't catch one and I fished 12 hours. All I got was a stripe.
How big was it?
It was the smallest one I ever caught. I don't know.
It doesn't answer my question.
7, 8 pounds, maybe 18, 20 inches.
Okay.
Yeah. Mine's usually about 17 to 23 pounds. I usually catch.
And you catch those on your catfish gear, so they're not as much fun as if you're on light tackle, though, right?
No. I don't know how you could catch them on light tackle.
Oh, a lot of guys do.
I mean, they put up a fight. They give all they got when you hit them.
Now, are those stripers? Are they wipers? Are they hybrids?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's the same thing.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised what you can catch on light tackle if you're willing to put in the effort, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Trying to find a picture here.
You'd also be surprised what breaks off heavy tackle, too.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Brian?
Go ahead.
What are you doing, Brian?
Messaging John. He just sent me the thumbnail for me and Freddie.
Oh, cool. When's that happening again?
Saturday, 9. There you go, 9 to 2.
Did he come up with the off with the beard?
The thumbnail is awesome.
That's good. I was trying to find a picture here. It was a very controversial picture posted on Facebook, and I wanted to share it and get some input. I've got my opinion on the matter, but I can't seem to find it fast enough, so I'll just tell you what it is. Kentucky, this last weekend, somebody pulled a ton of gill net. I mean, I'm talking a ton of gill net. I could maybe show you the picture on the camera here if I can get my phone now.
I think somebody texted me that picture.
With the nets hanging from the bridge?
Yep.
Like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's it.
So those are gill net. Somebody pulled gill nets, cut them all up in pieces, and hung them from the bridge. Because that's the access that commercial fisherman uses to get to the boat ramp. And everyone's pretty bad.
I have mixed emotions about that, or mixed thoughts. I mean, were they out there legally? Is the guy licensed? Is he meeting creel requirements? You know, don't go after the person, go after the rules.
Yeah. So the way it was portrayed in the chat was that it was not legal. There was no identification on it. It exceeded the maximum length allowed by several, like 10 times the legal length. So there was a lot of things wrong with what they did, or the commercial fishermen did. But, kind of the selfish side of me is happy because I fished those waters and that's like, man, finally, stop taking our fish. But the other side of me is like, it's not really our place. Exactly like you said, go fight the system. But
we have people that we pay and trust to listen to both sides of the story and figure out what's true or not. I mean, we can have feelings and emotions and stuff, but what we think and feel is not the be all end all. I know that people aren't going to like hearing that because they hate commercial fishermen and stuff, but it is what it is. I mean, if that guy played by the rules and he's got a family, he's got to put food on a plate. Maybe, he's going to have a hard Christmas because he didn't have this last check. Who here doesn't live check to check for a lot of the most part? You know what I mean? Yeah. There's so many different things that go there. You got to look at the human aspect before you look at the rest of the aspect. I'm a firm believer
we look at it in our eyes as sport fishermen.
And what did your mother teach you growing up? Don't play with your food, right?
Yeah.
But here's the other part of that argument was
responsible harvest is a very important thing.
They say that in the Bible.
Yep.
But here's the issue with the state of Kentucky. especially this time of year. All
Ain't
the
nothing-
commercial guys that know what time of year it is, this is the time of year they break the rules.
Deer
Because
hunting.
all the game wardens have 2 to 3 counties in the state of Kentucky that they have to patrol, and it's
Well,
deer
let's-
season.
Let's figure out how to get more money together to pay for those game wardens to come out and enforce the laws. It's not our jobs.
Mhm.
Where we can report them to the game warden, but the game warden's job is to follow through with that stuff. If
Yeah.
they're underpowered, we got to figure out how to get them more power to do it, more manpower to do it.
And the state of Kentucky says they don't have enough refunds to hire more.
I don't know if I believe that. I think money goes to the wrong places. That's
Right.
to start with.
I
mean, it's a
that
kind of
argument's been made too.
It's a, and it's the wrong places being somebody's pocket. That's the problem.
Oh yeah.
The
Because
way
you got
that the way it's
I'm pretty
supposed
sure
to
you
work
got
and the way it
people-
works are two different things. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And what happens is we end up going to battle with one another rather than going to battle with the right people that we need to go to battle with. Plain and simple.
I had a feeling you guys would feel that way. I feel the same way. I feel that it's like I said, the selfish part of me says, hey, I'm glad, they're out of the water. But then the human side of me says, it's whose place? It's not our place to do that.
Or if the guy who pulled him out of the water isn't making the story up to cover his ass for doing so because he acted on emotion rather than, logic in the law. We won't know. That's why I said we pay somebody to figure the truth out.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm not. People that skirt the system for profit, especially when it comes to the natural resources of this country, which belong to us, the people. I do definitely have a problem with that. But we can change those laws, and we need to figure out how to get those laws enforced more effectively. That's the logical answer. It never plays out that way, but that's the road. I'd take that road rather than the other. I mean, vigilantism. What if you got somebody out there who's accused of something they didn't do, but the lynch mob comes and kills him and his family, thinking it's the right thing, the just thing to do when it's not.
Yep. People, like you said, people make decisions on emotion, and that's not a good time to make a decision. Like Steve Adams said down there, you better be alone and keep your mouth shut, because if they find out that you touch their stuff, you're gonna get shot.
Yep, that's the thing too. Once you start playing that shady game, you're gonna get shady results sometimes. You're not gonna like what happens.
Yep. I've had several pictures and videos sent to me because I spent a lot of time down there, and my answer has always been the same: don't touch it, don't even get around it. Take pictures and report it, and let them take care of it. Don't get involved.
Yeah. Yeah, acting off of instinct and anger. Like, look at all these jokes. I'm like, especially you out on the boat. I've seen one day I had to bob and weave between water bottles. And I'm like, what in the water jugs? And I'm like, what in the world? And I come back down and they gone. And I'm like, They set them out.
I'm not gonna lie. I'd love to try jug fishing one of these days. I think that would be fun. I wouldn't keep all the fish I caught, but I'd like to try it.
I've done it. I did it for a long time for eaters, and it's fun. It's like noodling, but not noodling, but like the people put the pool noodles out and
Right,
jug
yeah.
for them.
I've jugged
And
for
then, to me, it takes the fun out of fishing.
It does. It's not really very sporty at all.
Yeah, you don't
Kind of like using chicken.
It's more work than anything.
Kind of like using chicken for me, right?
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Steve. How are you tonight?
Hello, man.
What's up, Steve?
What's up, buddy?
What's going on, Mr. Adams?
Where's you at, Brian B? Pontoon Jodi? How y'all doing?
Good.
It's an interesting conversation. You get to talking about commercial fishing. I'm telling you.
You look like a commercial fisherman. You be out there setting them nets.
No, I don't. But I have been with them before. I got several friends through the years that are commercial fishermen. I guess one of them is dead, but I have gone with them before, just to see what they do. I tell you what, it's hard work, and You know, I look at the commercial boys in a different light. I mean, I wish they wasn't doing it, but they still are, and they're making a living doing it, and they work
Right.
hard. But if you'll gain their trust, look, they give me, well, they used to. I don't boat fish anymore. You know, I'm not out there with them anymore. But they used to give me skipjack, shad. They tell me what the fish are biting now. They point out holes that I need to be rod and reel fishing in. They tell me where their nets are, their hoop nets. So a lot of these guys down here run hoop nets. Do y'all know what hoop nets are?
That's what
Yep.
they're running here usually.
The big round barrel nets. And they show me what points that they are fishing and the ones I need to fish. And then they even tell me when they move their nets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's usually the local guys right around you that were commercial fishing, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Guys I know, you know.
Yeah, that picture that Roger showed, I don't know if it's true or not, but from what I gathered on it, that is a guy from Missouri that drives up here every year in the fall and does that.
Oh,
Does
yeah.
It's the only time of the year he comes up.
Does he pay the commercial license? I mean, you're a truck driver, Van. Does that mean you can't drive out of state?
Well,
State-
no, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that him being from out of state, but it's what Steve's talking about is sharing information. There's a bunch there. I've seen
Right.
3 of them up there that they're not contributing to the local economy.
They are by
or to
paying
the
the
local
set license
fishermen.
fee. By paying for gas and the set license fees we do, they are, at least from the way it's supposedly set up. The rest of that is all gravy. None of that is a sure thing. None of it's to be expected.
Yep.
They yeah, but I don't know. The problem I have with them, and I do have a problem. The professionals, well, Van's a truck driver. Professional truck drivers, I have no problem with. These people that have run here in the last 20 years and jumped in the big trailer truck.
That's not a professional truck driver.
No. And I don't. I hate to say this, but Arkansas. They got the Arkansas River that comes down through, and they got the White River that comes down through. And there's some of the biggest outlaw fishermen on those 2 rivers that there is anywhere in this country. And there's a man and a wife that come out of the White River into the Mississippi to fish, and they buy a license and everything, I'm sure. But their nets are not repaired. They got holes in the nets, and they put out that it takes them from daylight to dark every day to run the nets. That's how many hundreds of yards of nets they put out. Now, that to me is not a professional fisherman. That's somebody that bought them a license and gonna go get them a bunch of fish and sell them to a fish house somewhere that's frying fish, you know, and selling them all you can eat on Friday nights for $18 or whatever. But they have, you know, y'all heard me talk about that fish that Radish caught. Y'all heard me talk about it before. That big fish that Dieter Melhorn interviewed the man and all that caught him.
Mm-hmm.
They completely covered up the places that Johnny fishes with nets. I went up there one day to fish with him. He's an old childhood friend. And we put his boat in, went and got down there to where we wanted to fish. And that man and woman had a net on every corner of that river, both sides, the inside bends and the outside bends. And they were running gill nets. They wasn't running hoop nets. They were running gill nets. We watched them pull one up, and that net, I don't believe half of that net would have caught a fish. it was holes in it. I mean, I don't know. And those kind of people, they need to stay at home. They need to go somewhere else. The professional guys that do it every day, all day, 365 days a year, you know, they never work. Well, Bill Lancaster's a good friend of mine. And listen, this man graduated Mississippi State. He graduated and went to the river, and he never left it. And he got a college degree, but he's been commercial fishing for it. Well, Bill's not as old as I am, but he's in his 50s. And he goes in the river right at daylight every morning, and I pick him up and carry him up the boat ramp in my truck about 10:30. Most days when I'm out, knocking around, and I'm over there at the boat ramp. It's a real steep walk, and I just back down to the ramp, and he hangs on the side of the truck, and I carry him up to his truck. But he's out of the river at 10:30 every day. There's a boy from over at Hamburg, Arkansas that don't put in until 10:30, and he's back at 2:30. They don't work for 4 or 5 hours a day in the actual water, out there. They know what they're doing. They go out there and catch the quota, or not the quota, but what they need. They catch what they can sell that day immediately, and they put out their nets accordingly. They're not raping the river. They're just catching enough fish to sell that day. Mm-hmm. And they may have 200 pounds of buffalo, 2 big catfish, and a gar or 2. But that's the kind of fisherman that it's okay, to me. I hate to see them big catfish go, but still. But these people that like this guy from Missouri you're talking about, even though he buys a license,
I don't know if he did or not.
Well,
they just said that's the license plate on his truck.
Well, I don't know. The Mississippi River is such a big waterway that, and listen now, I'm going to use Bill as an example. If Bill can go and run 5 or 6 gill nets, and he catches big flatheads, or let's say he catches 4 big flatheads a day, 365 days a year. Well, how many fish are actually out there?
That's the biologist's job.
See, I mean,
the biologists have to figure that out. They got to figure out the biomass, and they got to figure out what it can and can't handle as far as being harvested.
Yeah, well, I understand, but see, none of that kind of work's ever been done in the Mississippi River.
No, they still do
lower
it.
Mississippi River.
They absolutely do it.
No, they don't. They haven't. My son is an ichthyologist, and he knows how much information is available, and there's not any. Where Creole fishes, there's not any information except what the commercial fishermen, if they ask them, if they even ask them. Now, the Ohio, the Tennessee, the Cumberland, the smaller rivers, now they may be doing a lot of research, but they don't keep up with anything on the Mississippi. Our rules hadn't changed I'm 74 years old, and the same rules it was when I was born. So, I mean, the fishery must be okay, but it's not okay because of the buffalo. The big head carp. So I don't know what I'm trying to say but it's the commercial guys they're not doing the damage down here that the telephones, these new electronic gizmos they got, and that goes on now. That happens a lot. But I hate to see the commercial guys getting a bad rap if they're the upstanding folks, are doing the right thing. Hey, Stan.
Well, good morning.
Well, what Mark said a second ago was he said if they pay their fees and everything, but that's okay. You use me as an example. I'm a professional truck driver. I pay close to $2,000 a week in fuel.
Okay.
And does that give me the right to go out here and drive like I own the road?
No,
I paid my fees.
Your $2,000 worth of fuel is taxed at whatever rate we set the taxes to be, and that goes in.
Well, and that ain't including the fuel tax I have to pay at the end of the year.
Yep,
my road tax I have to pay at the end of the year. But compared to a person that drives a car on the highway, I pay 3 times as much or more than they do. Does that give me I still have to share the road with them just like they pay an equal part to it?
Are you willing to share your profits with those people?
I still have to share the road.
I'm not talking about the road. The road's out there for everybody. We've decided that we're going to allow people to use the roads. They pay license plate taxes. You pay fuel taxes. There's fuel taxes on the fuel that cars use too. Just because they use the road less than you, just because you use it more than them, it doesn't give them or you any more right to that road. It's public property.
Okay, then what's the difference between them putting out bigger gill nets or bigger things?
Because that has to do with that. That has to do with the biomass that can be handled on the river, or that can be handled, that the harvest can handle on the river. Those are kind of like social contracts that we agree to with the Department of Natural Resources. I mean, we could go and do things like other countries and have it where the actual state or the country owns everything in the waters, and you have to get permission, let's say, from the king in England to be able to fish, or the landowner. We don't want that to happen in this country.
And you can only fish in certain sections. There's only
exactly. Trust me, our problems are bad, but they're not that bad.
This is probably going to surprise y'all. I don't have an issue with commercial fishermen doing things the right way.
Exactly.
And yes,
I don't either.
There is
bodies. I don't have no problem with that.
There is bodies of water, like the Mississippi can handle some more commercial fishing than say the Ohio or the James, or smaller bodies of water. You know, like James River is only 400 miles long. There's only so much water in there, and there's only so many fish that can be produced. And the same thing with but it's not just commercial fishermen, it's everybody. There's way, way, way more of us recreational fishermen. And how many of us are doing the right things, releasing the big ones, the breeders, and et cetera, et cetera. That's what we can work on. We can do just ourselves and try to promote the right thing. And that's what we can do right now, today, tomorrow. I mean, that's something we can affect right now. And if we, there's got to be a balance between. I have no problem because I grew up. My family ran trot lines in Louisiana for food and commercial, and they didn't want to wipe out the catfish population there. They wanted to. They were relying on that for next year and the year after and the year after and the year after. But it's a balance. It's a balance. You got to do things the right way. And as Mark is saying,
no, hold on a second. All I'm saying is that if you don't like the rules, change them. You can't. And if somebody breaks the rules, they got to be held accountable for it, pretty much.
So right there, Creole's comment is pretty much exactly how I feel. If you have to break the law to stop someone from breaking the law, then you might be part of the problem. I mean, but
look, I met
let me comment just a little bit on where Van's coming from, because I'm local. I know what Van's talking about. Mm-hmm. The problem with what Van's talking about and why Van is excited about this issue is because a lot of these commercial guys that we're talking about and on our water, they're there just to take big fish. And the bad part about it is they post videos on Facebook and everywhere else bragging about how big these fish are, right, taken from your river, and you're never going to see this fish again. Good luck and all that. So that causes everyone to make decisions on emotions because they're pissing everybody off. Yeah. And and that's where the problem lies. Is we know that
and
they're
again,
doing.
but catfish is considered a food source. It's not considered a sport fish. That's why in most states it's considered a food source and not a sport fish. So until catfish generates enough income, I'm talking tax dollars, people coming there to catch big catfish, or getting their licenses from out of state to come fish those waters specifically for catfish. Until they can make enough revenue from it for it to be considered sport fish, it's going to be a lot of the same thing.
And the thing that really gets me, it's got me perturbed about it. It really ain't got anything to do with the fishing or me being a truck driver. It's the problem of what Mark's saying and how long it takes to do what Mark's saying do. Steve Douglas put a video out that he spent 20, 30 some odd years arguing the same points and never got a thing done, except for small steps.
So the system's the problem.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
Listen to this.
Corruption's a problem.
And especially in the state of Kentucky, like I said, the guy from Missouri, I don't know if he paid the license. I don't know. But he knows that come deer season, there's nobody going to be on that river to check his stuff. If he gets reported, there's nobody going to come look at his stuff. And
well, shame on him for taking advantage of a situation illegally.
Listen to this one, y'all. And if you want to, if you talking about nuts, several years ago, Mississippi, now for some reason, I don't know what the reason is. I never understood it. But several years ago, Mississippi started having a problem with spoonbill. Do y'all know what the paddlefish? Some people call them paddlefish. And the biologists, I guess it was the biologist, I don't know who it was, but they started having problems with the amount of spoonbills that were being caught. So they ran the license up to $2,000 a year. The commercial boys had to pay $2,000 to get a spoonbill commercial license to run the nets, and it was a certain many days that they could run them. Well, they did that for a couple of 2 or 3 years, and then they decided, Mississippi decided, and they shut down the spoonbill season. It's illegal to net spoonbill in Mississippi. Arkansas never changed the law. So now, and we have. I met one of them last week. His name is Don Reed. He lives in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. He sells his eggs. They harvest these paddlefish for the caviar, for the eggs. He sells his eggs in DeWitt, Arkansas, a little bitty town on it's in farming country over there. He knows that state lines and all, you can look at a map and see the state lines. So he catches his fish in Arkansas. He puts his boat in Mississippi. He catches his fish. Now he comes to the Arkansas side. When he gets through, he gets his eggs and puts them on ice. And he puts all his spoonbills and his eggs on the bank, goes all the way back about 8 miles, gets his truck, loads it, and comes all the way around, comes across the bridge, and comes and walks down the bank and has to carry all that damn stuff up the bank to his truck. And he does it every day. And the reason how I met him was he was putting his stuff on the bank where I was sitting there bank fishing. And he said, "How y'all doing?" And doing good. My brother-in-law was with me, and we visited with him a few minutes. And then he said, "Look, I need to put some stuff on the bank here." He was checking us out because he didn't want to just put his eggs, because those eggs must be valuable. and the meat too. And I said, man, we don't. I worried about that stuff. Put it here, and so after a while, 30 minutes, he come. He had to carry all that stuff back up that hill. The next day, he runs his nets every other day, and I happened to be over there. The next day, I was by myself. 2 days later, and here he comes. He pulls up, and how you doing? And look, he had one of those big head carp. And he said, look, you want some of this carp for bait? I heard people catch fish on him. I said, yeah, cut me a piece. And he put the damn knife out that would have cut my leg off. And threw it over at me, and I cut a piece. I didn't never catch nothing. I ended up throwing it in the river before I left. But now, how stupid is that? That he's catching the same fish the Mississippi guys would have been catching. The Mississippi guys got to buy an Arkansas out-of-state license if they want to, fish for spoonbill. The Mississippi boys don't fool with that around here. But this guy specializes basically in spoonbill, and Arkansas, I guess, seasons open year round. I don't know, but that's crazy law. That is. He can't take them out. He can't even take them out on the Mississippi side. That's weird.
That's how it is here. That Kentucky regulations, they're not allowed to launch from Ohio, and they can launch from Ohio, but they cannot bring their catches back in on Ohio. They have to take them out on Kentucky side.
Well, does Ohio and Kentucky have a reciprocal agreement?
Yeah,
For sport fishing.
for sport fishing, yes.
I got you. That was strange. I told him, I said, well, man, I never heard of such. He said, yeah. He said, and the fine is, golly, I forget what he said. So I seen me like he said $10,000. If I think that's what he said. If he gets caught, because Mississippi closed the season down, and he got to know the river and know where to fish, or if they catch him, fishing in Mississippi, it's a big fine.
Yeah, that's.
But if they that worried about spoonbills, why don't they worry about flatheads and blues and channel? What's the why not? I mean, if they know enough,
it's still they're most of those the blues and flats. Well, the flats are mostly native to a lot of places, but like blues, those were introduced. Well, they're I guess for a shorter term is evasive, but I don't like using that term. But they're not a fish that was there to begin with. It was introduced by us, by people. So it really don't matter.
Where did blues come from?
Hey, Lyle.
Hey, Jody.
Hello,
What's going on,
Lyle.
Lyle?
How you doing, Lyle?
What's up, buddy?
I wanted to
Hello,
jump
Lyle.
in for a minute. I work with the Missouri Department of Conservation, have for years, and it is the #1 source of information for catfish nationwide. #1.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And they have the best studies and stuff on fish everywhere. And #1, the biologists go to look for these fish. They can't find the blues in the Mississippi and the Missouri River.
Okay.
And the Ohio River has never been known for big fish. Now, the numbers are down because of commercial fishermen, but not the size of the fish. It never did have big fish. What did big fish they did have come from the Mississippi and went up the Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the commercial fishermen are devastating the things, and it's all because of money. And the reason they do that, it's not because they take them out and feed people with it. That has nothing to do with it. They don't want the big fish to feed people. They want the big fish because they pay $6 or $8 a pound to sell the pay lakes.
Right.
That's where the issue comes in. And these pay lakes is what needs to be shut down, not the commercial fishermen. The pay lakes, because all they're doing is putting them in there and charging them up with chemicals so they'll bite. and then they're dying and they're filling their dumpsters up, and then they'll buy 5,000 or 6,000 pounds of other stuff, and they'll sit in the Missouri River. They won't in the Missouri River because it's illegal. They stopped commercial fishing in the Missouri River years ago, and it has flourished since then with big fish and numbers of fish. The Mississippi River, they'll take right now. They come from every state just about and go down there and they look for the wintering holes. And they'll clean that out with them nets. Thousands and thousands of pounds. You'll see 24-foot deck boats come in down there, lake boats that are just barely floating because they can't go any faster and they're loaded down so much. And all these, Illinois is the worst because they have their commercial fishermen on a need-to-know basis. They send in paperwork and they write down what they want the Department of Conservation to know, not what they're actually taking. And they don't do it from the Illinois bank because Illinois don't have hardly any boat ramps. They come over to Missouri, dump their boats in over there, and go, and they don't have to have a Missouri license. There's only like a dozen licensed commercial fishermen in the entire state of Missouri. The rest of them come from different states.
So if they launched from boat ramps on the Illinois side, you'd be okay with it?
No, I would not. It has no
difference. It doesn't
because
if they make it illegal for an Illinois commercial fisherman to launch in Missouri, they're just going to put more boat ramps in.
A few years ago, Illinois had 168 conservation agents that covered the entire state. They claimed that they was out of money, which they do all the time for various reasons. And now they're down to 67. 67 agents to cover the entire state. And when they check, the only way they check commercial fishermen is they send in a piece of paper that says, I caught 10 pounds of fish today. Then in reality, they may have caught 5,000 pounds, but they're never telling the correct story, and nobody checks them. And when they do check them, they get a slap on the wrist instead of a fine or penitentiary time, which is what they should get. I mean, if they're breaking the law, they're breaking the law. Believe me, I've had enough speeding tickets and lost my license for running way, way, way over the speed limit. They threw the book at me a few times, but they won't these guys. And what's the difference? If you break the law for speeding or you break the law for catching too many fish, there's no difference. They have regulations on Lake Ozark, Truman, and the entire Osage River system where you have overs and unders and a slot limit. And if you get caught, don't do that no more. Well, hell, put him in jail. And not make the rest of us feed him.
That's like the state of Kentucky. There are more people cited every year for poaching
than there are for illegal fishing. Yep, I understand. And the problem with Kentucky is the guy you have over the head of fisheries.
Yes.
The first thing that any conservation agent worth his salt will tell you, you will never get regulations passed about catfish until they are made a sport fish. They are a sport fish in Missouri, and we're working on getting stuff done and actually making strides to get some done. But until you get that passed, it'll never happen in any state.
Look, heck, you can bowfish catfish here in Illinois.
Yeah, and that is a huge deal when that passed. That was a big no-no.
But they still passed it. That's the problem.
They did. They got enough.
The system's broken, and when the system's broken, people take advantage of it.
That's exactly right. And let's face it.
That's a high-level problem here.
Who in the hell wants to shoot a big old flathead with a bow? To start with, how many times do you see one up close enough to do it?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, come on. But they do. They come up there at night, and they'll sit there with lights, and then they'll bust them. But
some boat fisherman comes across them. I've had like a couple of times in my fishing for flathead where I've seen them swim right in front of me like a bulldozer pushing water in shallow water. You can see right at the surface. And if there was a boat fisherman there, you don't think he'd take a swat at that?
Absolutely.
Fish?
Cindy and I sat on Salt River one time where Mark Twain Lake was at, and it's the middle of the day, and I had two probably 30-pounders. They was just like this. come right up to the boat and then just turned and went down.
Mm-hmm.
Middle of the day. Big old flatheads. I never
It
seen
happens.
that before since.
I want to follow up on Lyle's deal about the pay lakes. I got a journal, and this is the book it's in. I can't find it to tell you the exact date. Taken out one day, there's a boat pulled up at the ramp behind me while I was tying my boat down. I've told this on one of these lives before, but it was at least a 26-foot boat. It was a big, long boat. Had a steering wheel in it, a big aerator sitting on the back seat, a motor, a Honda deal with a hoses running, and the whole rest of the boat was compartments with doors on the tops of them, with tubes running in there to aerate.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never seen a aluminum boat with with 6 wheels under it. This one had 6 wheels.
Wow.
That's a pay laker boat.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yep.
So I asked the guy, I said, man, what kind of rig is this? And he was willing to talk.
My chief came back and
Epic. And Creole, he was from Louisiana.
What's up, Professor?
Louisiana.
hey, everybody.
What's up, Lance? What's going on, Tim?
When he got all that thing set up, we got
Not
it
much.
up,
Just
got
listening.
it up the ramp. He put that generator in the back of his truck and ran all those hoses back in. He had
Well,
air compressor.
The thing that gets me about the conservation guys around
And he
here,
was headed to Kentucky.
they can't find the fish to do the studies on. They have to contact the fishermen to find out where they're hanging out because they can't find them. Well, how can they make regulations if you can't find the freaking fish?
That's what I was talking about earlier. About there's not much goes on as far as research or monitoring down here.
Well, everything Missouri does is a 5-year study. And I know that's a long time, and I get pissed off at them for taking so long to do them studies. But when they make a decision, it's correct. It's the right decision. And I've helped them get regulations passed on Truman Lake and Lake Ozark and that kind of stuff because they didn't have the following. And Cindy and I go to their meetings and try to show people why we need those slot limits and length limits put in. And they got it passed. And now they're going to be working on some other lakes like Mark Twain and places like that. And I hope they get it done. But the place they need it is on the Mississippi River. That's where the regulations need to be passed. And I don't care what Missouri Department of Conservation or anybody else says. The reason they don't get those passed is because they don't want a confrontation with Illinois that I say, screw them. They ain't got no money. Go in there and put them in effect. If Missouri puts them in effect, Illinois will have to follow.
Yep.
Right? Is that not right?
Yeah.
You're right all the way, Lana.
these the states and the waterways that are connected and combined, they should be doing combined efforts. And
That's right. That's right.
They should believe in reciprocity.
I'm anxious to
Unfortunately, they
see what
don't.
Tim has to say because I know him and Mark are from Illinois, and I know that they'll probably have different views about that. But I'm telling you, when you got a guy down and out, you want to take him out, you do it when he's down and kick him in while you're at it. And that's the same way with the Illinois and this conservation stuff. Kick them while they're down.
Now, as far as
Where'd he go? I must have made him mad.
Nope. I was just waiting. This is a big panel, and I feel kind of honored that Jodi asked me to even be up here. I mean, look at all the knowledge going on in here. Well, the best way I can say any sort of comment about the Illinois DNR without being long-winded is they're terrible. They don't know a damn thing about catfish. Darn thing. Sorry, I forget about that.
they don't care.
They don't know.
This is late night.
They don't.
Yeah, I think you can say damn. It's okay.
Well, this is kind of near and dear to my heart, and I could go on a rant, but I'm not going to. But generally speaking, they don't know much about catfish. They don't want to know much about catfish.
They don't do any studies.
They don't want to deal with rivers either because
That's
their
right.
belief And it's less of a science when we're talking about catfish. Their belief is that you can't hurt a river, and that comes from the elected officials, from the top down, and then everybody else they have to bite that pizza. They have no choice but to just keep parroting whatever. Like at the time when I was dealing with it, the guy's name is Bill Bertrand. Whatever Bill Bertrand said, that's what they had to say.
Right.
I had basically the second in command of the DNR in my boat tell me straight up, when nobody else is around, he waited till everybody else got out of the boat, and he said, "Listen, Tim," he said, "you will never get regulations on any of these big rivers in Illinois." And I said, and he goes, "You want to know why?" He goes, and he was talking about himself. He said, "Because I don't want it." And I said to him, I said, "So then you solely have the power to decide what is going on with a shared natural resource." He said, "That's it. I'm done. I'm done talking about it," because we had talked to him and we had tried to educate him and we had volunteered. I mean, back in those days, ProCats had 4,000 members. We had like 800 members in Illinois.
I remember those days.
And then we volunteered people. I mean, we constantly were doing the grassroots thing. We volunteered people to help with the studies. I mean, I measured more freaking minnows than I ever wanted to ever see in my whole life. Measured and weighed them, because that's what you got to do when you're doing those studies.
That's right.
They do stocking studies, and then they do a few net studies, and they do whatever. But they really don't care about rivers. And you're absolutely right. Everything you've said so far, Lyle, is the experience that I've got with the DNR when it comes to catfish. Except for the Missouri DNR back in those days was a lot more progressive than Illinois.
Yeah.
And actually,
And now they're not.
Studies in Missouri as well.
Yeah, now they're not. But I still do anything that I can to help them, because every little bit, whether it be Missouri, Illinois, out there where Stan's at, it doesn't matter where they're at. If they're on the Potomac River and I can help them do something, I'm going to help them, because it'll help fishermen and it'll be better for our sport. But they need to understand that regulations need to be passed. And like I say, if you're wanting regulations passed in your state, push them to make catfish a sport fish, because unless they are, you're not ever going to get it done.
But see, the thing about it is, rod and reel anglers do not have a lobby. The commercial fishing in Illinois does.
That's correct. And they got big pockets.
Yeah,
exactly. Corruption's more of a problem than anything. That's right. Not going to stop. The problem with what I heard, Tim, when you were talking about that guy, whoever he is, I don't want to know his name or whatever. I know better. In your boat saying, "I don't want it to change." All I heard was, "I'm getting paid. Don't ruin my payday." That's what I heard.
That's exactly
right. Stick your hand in my cookie jar.
Don't rock the boat. I'm getting paid. Darn right.
Well, what is y'all's opinion on the story I told about the spoonbill? What's the deal with the spoonbill? Why are they so interested in the spoonbill?
Well,
the caviar is worth so much money.
That's it. It's the eggs.
But we're talking one guy around here that's trying to catch them. If it was worth a lot of money to him, why aren't all of them done?
Spoonbill is a huge market in our area. People come to the lakes and they go up and down them lakes for a month snagging them big fish.
Oh yeah,
it's a huge market for us. And catfish, especially blue catfish, if you could use the guts or any part of that spoonbill for bait, they'll eat it up. I mean, you can catch fish when they're not biting nowhere. If you throw that on the line, you can catch them. But they'll clean them right there at the boat ramps and leave the guts and the carcasses right there, and you're not allowed to use them for bait at all.
Right. You kind of have to do them at the boat ramp, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. You can't leave with those eggs. Unless you got a commercial license. Well, that's why they have you do it there. They don't want you to leave with those eggs, because they're trying to discourage commercial harvest by people with consumer licenses, with sports licenses.
If you would ever try to put a boat in at one of them ramps where they've done that,
I'm sure it's horrible.
It's a horrible.
And I think the thing with the spoonbill stems back from where a lot of states have started trying to reintroduce I can't believe I'm about to say this word. Sturgeon into areas.
Oh.
I will pay my $2.22.
We catch some sturgeon and throw them on the bank just so we don't have to screw with them.
Well, but that's what the sturgeon was originally. It wasn't harvested for food. It was harvested for the caviar.
Yeah,
that's exactly right. And by the way, anybody that doesn't know, if you know somebody that smokes sturgeon, they are freaking awesome to eat.
Well, and here's another thing that people don't know: there is different sturgeon. Sturgeon that we catch out here. There's a huge. Used to be.
I heard that
sturgeon is what
I heard the S word from my garage, and it made me cringe.
Sturgeon. Actually,
I'm sorry,
help.
Mark.
I love it.
I was going to say that word.
There you go, Jody. There you go.
Jody, I'll let you get away with it. It's your show.
Lake sturgeon and pallet sturgeon is what I'm familiar with, and they actually have dug a channel on the Missouri River to the Mississippi River below the Alton Dam for them to go down there and breed and lay eggs and stuff in, and whatever it is they do to try to. No, that's gar. Sorry, gar.
That's gar.
Another waste of my time.
My son worked on that study.
See, well, Lyle, you just said something that made something go off in me saying, there's people that think the same thing about catfish. They think they're a waste of their
That's
time.
exactly right. But
that's the problem. We got to stand up for even bass, for Christ's sake.
That's right. They spend millions of dollars on this deal to build a channel from the Missouri River, and the Missouri River dumps in right there on the Mississippi, but a channel for sturgeon to multiply, produce eggs and stuff. They spent billions of dollars going up through there, and they're trying to get more of them to grow bigger. Sir,
Lyle, it's gone already.
Already?
Oh yeah, Missouri is sand. I fish that area a lot.
Yeah, me too.
And there's a gigantic sand flat that comes out of that because when the river's up, it pushes sand. When the water goes down like it was this year, that sand just encroaches. There is no main channel in that Missouri area. I mean, it's maybe 15, 16 foot deep. It's nothing that
Have you been up there recently?
Yeah.
Have you been to Pelican Island?
Is that the first island?
No. It's about 9 miles up
in Crusoe because I used to camp on the thing.
That Pelican Island is usually around the dikes up there.
Yep.
You'll like it.
I do. I've spent weeks on that island.
Yeah, right now this time of the year you can go in there behind them dikes, and it's not behind every dike, but a lot of them there'll be some giant blues stuck in there.
Yep.
I figured you'd already been there.
Lyle,
we're live. Don't be giving that information out live.
I'll let anybody catch more fish. I don't care.
Hey, Lyle, do you
I have
know?
to read this stream now.
Lyle, do you know Harold Dodd?
I know Harold Dodd very well.
Okay.
I
asked
fished with
him the
Harold.
same
He's a
question
dandy.
A month or two ago. He didn't know him. I just wondered. You drink coffee with him every morning?
I've built fishing rods for him.
Yeah.
But he's been to my house, spent hours.
5 years ago.
Yeah, he's a super guy.
Yeah.
I was glad to see Harold retired. He's retired a couple of times, but they always drag him back. But Harold Dodd is he's a prince of a man.
Tell him about him sinking his boat.
I know all about that. Him and his anchor ball.
Hey, they lucky. Well, it's warm weather, but did they ever recover the boat?
I don't know. I think so. I'm not sure though. But yeah, I remember when he caught that 106-pound blue cat down in Memphis.
That was down in Memphis, yeah.
Yep. He caught that, and the
next day somebody caught 109, wasn't it?
104. Yeah.
104.
Yep. That was back in what was the name of that guy that used to do them tournaments, Big Cat Quest? Can't think of his name.
The Big Cat Quest.
Yeah,
Oh, I remember.
I should
him.
know him. Him and I've been into arguments a million times.
Kind of a goofy
Yeah.
guy. He
Yeah,
doesn't
heavy set
kennel
dude.
Cats.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyhow, he was having one of his tournaments down there, and Harold caught that 106. And the next day, Tim Haney and I can't remember the other guy's name caught 104.
Yeah.
There's some giant fish back-to-back days, man.
Oh yeah.
That's another wild story. The no eat zone in Memphis.
Yes.
They got 35 miles of the river, the no eat zone.
Yep.
But the Arkansas side of it, though, it's crazy, man.
That's one of my favorite areas of the Mississippi River to fish down in Memphis.
Really, yeah. I was fixing to ask you something. My mind's going bad.
While he's thinking of that, I wanted to ask Mark something.
Sure.
Because you guys were talking about this stuff. Regulations, a lot of times the DNR will tell you that in a river there's no proof that they actually work. But look at Mark's River.
Fox River, definitely. They put a slot in, and they put a creel limit on flatheads. And in the last 5 years, you can definitely tell a difference. Not necessarily in the numbers yet, but definitely in the size.
Well, and Mark, you won't see the numbers come up because you've got fish big enough to sustain a big fish population now. Because if people don't abuse it, or there's not some sort of weird chemical spill or some, natural disaster, you guys will, your flatheads, we almost never saw a 40 or 50 legitimately caught. A lot of people would say they caught them, but you look at the pictures and they're only 30. 25s. Right. People are calling them 40s. Now you guys are really seeing actual 38s, 40s, a few 50s. And so that will limit that population. 25 years ago, you go there and catch all the dinks you wanted. I mean, under 15 pounds, they were everywhere. I mean, my first super productive flathead year, I caught right around 62 flatheads fishing, during our short season here, like 3 to 4 nights a week, right? Yeah. And they were all averaging in the 20s. Last year, I didn't get out but maybe 8 times, and almost all of them except for 2 were in the 30s. One that I lost was definitely 40 plus. Yeah. And we're those a 40-pound fish was always considered like a trophy flathead here on the Fox. Yep. And they're getting more and more. Yep. There's rumor of one guy who got a 60. I'm not one of the guys that are going to doubt anybody. You want to call it a 60, you can. But when I start seeing more of them come out, then I'll be happy. But 50-pound, I know a guy here, Cliff Laird, that he's a hell of a flathead fisherman, and he's been chasing a 53-pound flathead he caught on the Fox River for 16 years to beat it. Yeah. And they're here now, and he's ready to get them, and I have no doubt that he will. But it definitely has to do with that creel and that slot limit, which has a lot to do with it. Look what it's did to the smallmouth population here. It's gone gangbusters. We got a trophy smallmouth bass population here right in the middle of a really dense area. And it's surprising. You wouldn't think so, but it is. And it's all because they have their open seasons. I think seasons might be one thing to look at for catfishing in general, but they got to be sport fish, just like Lyle's saying. Right. Until they're made a sport fish, you're not going to get any further than that. And you gotta start putting these crooks away that are on the take in the government, and that's even a harder job to do. It is. Until we do that, until we elect people that are actually passionate about the outdoors, fishing, responsible harvest. We got to have that balance in there. You can't have one side of the argument rule the roost, because then you're in trouble just as much. That's right. Here's one of the greatest things about the biology of the fishing and everything, but I know a little bit about how law works and how you get stuff done in it. And that's the only way we're going to get what we want once we decide what we want done.
One of the greatest success stories with the DNR is the person over the DNR is not an elected official. Right.
He's appointed.
Right. Yeah, but an elected person appointed him, and they usually got the same last name, which is a problem here in Illinois. That is. Thank you very much. I'm going to go let my dog back in. I'll be right back.
One of the great success stories.
Downstairs.
Okay, Brian.
Sleep.
One of the great success stories, and Tim, you can probably remember this, when they stopped commercial fishing on the Missouri River.
Yep.
It was what, 15 years ago?
Yep.
Something like that?
Yep.
They stopped commercial fishing on the Missouri River. It used to be that you would never see anything over about 60 pounds up in the Kansas City area and from about halfway through the state of Missouri on the Missouri River. You just didn't see any giants up there.
Yep.
They stopped all commercial fishing on the Missouri River, and now, all these years later, you are seeing 100-pound plus fish caught above the St. Louis or the Kansas City area, up into the St. Joe area and places like that. And since then, now you got tournaments up in St. Joe giving away new Chevy pickups because the fish are there where they didn't used to be.
Did you say Chevy?
I did. I know it.
Yeah,
It was
I'm
tough to spit that out, but I did.
At least they're giving away a good truck.
Now, Lyle, one of the things that why the Missouri was important and why they actually did it is they realized that a lot of those Mississippi River fish in that section go into the Missouri to winter.
That's right.
And they realized that they were vulnerable. Now that there again, the DNR will do some things on small tributary rivers, but when it comes to the main mother river, they do very, very, very little. I'm pretty positive that my pool that I used to land gigantic flatheads has been plundered in the last 4 or 5 years. Because I just haven't seen the amount of 60s, 70s, and 80s.
And all we've been talking about so far is catfish. There's other regulations like the food source for catfish. They started passing laws. That's why in some states you see where you can't use certain types of shad or river herring in the James. We're not allowed to keep or possess any river herring, use them for bait, etc. The American shad coming up. There's because they're trying to get when the dams, and they've done a bunch of different things in a bunch of different rivers, not just the James. It stops those migratory mating runs for many fish, not just catfish, but shad coming up and the different types of bait fish that the big catfish need to survive and grow and et cetera, et cetera. So it's a whole circle. I mean, it's more than just catfish.
And there's also reasons for, like you mentioned, the American shad. Now, there's other reasons behind that. There's a near and dear place in the hearts of America in the history books because the American shad is what fed George Washington's troops. Once you start stepping on like holy ground like that, that's a whole nother topic.
It is
also Delaware River
taken care of.
All we got to do there is tear a statue down, and all that history be gone.
I've got there's another bit of information when it comes to the hickory shad and all those pelagic bait fish. Pelagic bait fish means they live a good part of their life in the ocean and then they come into freshwater to spawn. The ocean commercial fishing has been so hard on the herring population. Also, the whale population is really hard on it because in the 70s, 60s, all the way from the 1880s to all the way up to about the 1960s, the whale population was down. So they have looked at the herring population and guess who takes the brunt of it? Because they're still commercial fishing them hard. The brunt of it is whoever lives inland, and they regulate the crap out of it.
That's right.
So we've been screwed once again by the heavy commercial fishing.
100% correct.
And
what
I think
about the commercial guys that are commercial fishing for skipjack? They put limits in a few states where you're only allowed so many. Roger, you can attest to this.
Yep.
How long is it going to be before they stop saying, well, you can only have so many skipjack. You can only catch so many in every state because at some point we're going to be running low on them.
Hey, look at here. Did y'all know
Alabama's 100 right now?
Yeah.
Bass Pro sells skipjacks? Did y'all know that?
Yeah, but it's like $11 a fish.
It's $11 for two. I can tell you exactly what it costs.
And
2 years ago, I was at a tournament in Memphis, and I seen the prices in that store, and I was so glad I already had my bait.
And Lyle, I think it was you and Mark both that have brought up about the lobbyists that the commercial industry has.
They can afford it in
their pocket. I think it was Bex out in I think it was Beck out in chat that said, until we can get, look at the NRA. Look at how the NRA lobbyists have what they've done to try to fight for gun ownership,
100%
Second
correct.
Amendment. Until we can have a lobbyist, national for recreational fishermen that has our best interest, and we can have lobbyists in these governments, in the local and federal governments, that can stand up for what we want for the recreational guys, it is going to be controlled by the other people.
That's right. Now, I will say one thing about that. There is an
ACA.
organization that's trying to go and do some of that stuff, so they claim. But it's the wrong people doing it for the wrong reasons, and all they're doing is putting money in their hip pocket. They could give a damn less about them fish.
Yeah. And like I said, it needs to be for not just one, because if we start going into,
that's right.
It needs to be for bass, catfish,
I agree.
Everything, because that would be like the NRA saying, well, all we're going to do is handguns, and then this other organization, we're going to do rifles.
We can't fight them if we're fighting each other, and that goes
exactly
in every aspect of life. That's what's going on right now in this country. Is they got us fighting each other no matter what cause it is. If we were to band together and get what we demand from them, we'd get what we demand from them.
Bam, right on the nail head. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
I gotta have something to drink.
I've had a couple comments in chat and messages sent to me about, like, Roger, what the hell did you start? And
I blame Roger.
Hey, I got to be completely honest. I knew this is exactly what I expected to happen, because until we, start talking about it, nothing's going to happen.
That's right.
And
I'd rather talk about bacon.
Well, I would rather too, but it takes a group like this.
It does.
That cares enough about what's going on to get things done. That's how things get started. That's how things get done.
Right.
That's exactly what I was looking at the passion about it up here. Everybody's got some knowledge on it. We've obviously looked into things before. We definitely have that that passion, that drive, that that concern for the fish and for the next generations. Hey, all right, Lyle. Woo!
I thought that was Crown Royal there for a second, Lyle.
I gotta tell you, if we could get together and form an organization with people that give a damn as much as the panel that's on here right now does, we can get stuff done. Instead of doing it for how much money you can stick in your back pocket, do it for the right reasons and do it for the conservation and the well-being of the fish.
Yep. Absolutely.
Now, how do you like them apples?
Facts.
I like apples.
Here's the other thing. It's hard to find today. Okay, we've got 9 people sitting up here right now that not one of us has blew our top.
No.
We've got a little loud. We've got a little passionate. We've got our opinions. But we still listen to what the other person, what everybody else has got to say.
As far as I'm concerned, nobody said anything that was out of line or ridiculous up here. So, but that'll come. Trust me, it'll come. So be ready for it.
Well, I can tell you.
But nowadays it's hard to find just even a simple conversation that somebody don't get
blow the top.
About.
Yeah, I can tell you this about what Lyle is promoting there. If you're going to start a national organization to try to do what Lyle and all of us want, you better put a young person in charge of it.
Because it will be gone, won't we, Steve?
Because it's going to be a long time coming.
It is. It takes a long time. I will tell you that Jody Harrison and Daniel Parsons and I had the stuff drawn up 10 years ago for what we need. It was all drawn up, and I shared that information with the gentleman, and he took it, run with it, and commercialized it to make money and profit for himself instead of for the reasons. And I should have kept my mouth shut, but I trusted the guy, and it bit me in the ass. Now, it still needs to be done. There needs to be an organization. I don't agree that that's the right one doing it, because they're doing it for the wrong reasons, but it still needs to be done. And we need guys like Mark and Roger and Tim and Steve and these guys doing it. Now, personally, the reason why it never got off the ground with Jodi and Daniel and us is because they dumped it off on me, and I'm too damn old. I got too many projects already. But I can help people get things done because I'm in contact with 9 states with their conservation agents.
It takes a group.
It takes a group, and it takes people that
And
really
a lot of
wanna do it.
zebra cakes. Somebody wanted me to sell zebra cakes in the chat.
I don't know about that, but I'm thinking some captains or something, you know.
Hey, Lyle.
Sure.
I got really sick of it because I
There you
devoted
go,
a good part
Larry.
of my life to try to get some sort of regulations going, and that was either in the Rock or the Mississippi or anything like that. Lakes, they're fine with that. Let's put regulations on lakes because they have to manage that, but they don't want to manage that. And I'll tell you why I got sick of it is because I was involved in a couple of flathead studies, and what they did was they moved their hoop nets, the time to October, and October. Because they the first year that they did it, they got what I would say would be a normal representation of the flathead population. And it was fairly low, and there wasn't a lot of big fish, and there wasn't a lot of fish in general. Well, what they did is they hired some commercial fishing guys. They went into 3 known wintering areas and put them in October when the fish were still moving. I ran my cameras in those spots because it was clear, the water was low, blah, blah, blah. I filmed and I gridded the whole thing. I filmed 2 flatheads that were not in those nets in 4 of those spots, 2 of them, and they were underneath the sides of the nets. And let me tell you how devastating this is. So you've got every single flathead in 4 wintering pools in 40 miles of river, every single one, because if you know about the Rock River, it's got a few slower wintering holes, but mostly it's shallow and fast, and they don't winter in shallow and fast.
Right.
So what they did was they lied when they came out with the numbers, because I got the numbers too, and I crunched the numbers, and the population of flatheads over 50 pounds in that 40 miles, which is actually one of the best trophy flathead spots that you hear about in magazines and TV shows and all this other stuff about how great it is. It was actually 0.06% of the population. That's how many fish over 50 pounds. What they did was they took the ones that were close and they kind of lied and said, well,
that sounds right.
Because I had said to them multiple occasions, I said, the magic number for attracting fishermen all over the country to come to the Rock River, spend their money, hire a guide, do the thing, whether they hire a guide or not, stay in the campground, stay at the hotels, pay for the fuel, do all that stuff, is 50 pounds. Nobody wants to come from 3 states away to fish the Rock River, which is kind of miserable already.
Yep.
You can't just run any old boat on wherever you want. And you want a good shot at catching a 50-pound fish. Look what's going on the Tennessee right now. Everybody knows if you want to catch big fish, go to the Tennessee because it's friendly to fish. It is not that fast of water. It's not that dangerous. It doesn't have much barge traffic. It's pretty pleasurable. Blah blah blah. You can go catch a big fish. So everybody right now that's a big catfish hunter is planning on going to the Tennessee. Very few plan on going to the Mississippi. Very few plan on going to the Rock or other rivers like it.
Yeah, they're scared to death of the Missouri River because 9-10 mile an hour current. There's something about that scares the hell out of a lot of people. And guys think that they've seen big, fast current until they get here, right, Tim? They get below the Alton Dam or up on the Missouri River and they see current and they think, well, we've seen 3-4 mile an hour current, or they think 3 or 4 mile an hour current, 6 mile an hour, until they hit that 9 mile an hour current and a great anchor won't hold you.
Well, and it's the depth also with the speed.
That's correct.
Any boat can go in 7 mile an hour current, throw down a pretty decent anchor in 10 feet of water, and catch big channel cats.
But not in 100 feet of water.
But not in 100 and not in 40 and not in whatever. Yeah.
It's a different world, and until people actually fish the Missouri and the Mississippi, they don't understand it. I love them. I grew up on those rivers, so I love them to fish them. But until you know what's really out there, and Memphis is loaded with giant fish in that area, and that's a good place to go and figure out if you want to fish the big rivers or not, because if your anchor doesn't hold, it's okay. There's plenty of room down there. You can keep on floating till you get there.
Yeah, we fished Mud Island down there, and all we did was bump. I mean, I loved
That's
it.
right.
I loved every bit of it. Now, it was coming from the Ohio to that. I mean, it was mind blowing. It took a lot to get used to. You know, we was bumping 2.5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You know, but
I used to tease Aaron Wheatley. He's always on me about going down and fishing their tournament down there. And Cindy and I fished it for years and years. But you'd go down there, and I'd call him up. I said, "You got? Oh yeah, we got current." You go down there, and the only current you had was your trolling motor.
Yeah,
and there just was no current at Ohio River, and I got to where I despised fishing it because I was used to having big current where you could go.
Our back edge on the Mississippi faster than some of the other rivers.
Yeah,
that's right. But yeah, I like fishing the Ohio River. I enjoy fishing it. But if you think you're going to go down there and there'll be lots of current every time you go down there, you're mistaken, because a lot of times it's not going to be there, and other times they got some. But it's fun.
Historically, Lyle, that was a fairly fast water river, but it wasn't very big. They dammed it up. They went to the traditional falls areas, and they dammed it up, and it's more like a lake. And it was purely for barge traffic. It wasn't anything else.
That's right.
I mean, they stacked a whole lot of water on top of that thing, where they didn't stack that much on the Mississippi, if you get what I mean. They stacked probably double on the Mississippi, but the same thing happened to the Illinois. So the Illinois is a tiny version of the Ohio. So I'm very familiar with both situations, whether it's Mississippi, Missouri, or whether it's the Illinois and Ohio, and they're very, very similar. Now, one thing about the Ohio is that if you can catch fish consistently on the Ohio, you're in tune with the subtleties of catfish location.
Correct.
So if you can pick them out on the Mississippi, which to do really kind of takes a special kind of crazy, as you know, Lyle and I are into.
Jody's playing with her rod.
And so generally speaking, if you're good at subtle rivers and you can catch fish consistently, you're pretty much going to be able to go anywhere as long as the bigger rivers don't overwhelm you.
That's right.
I mean,
that's right, Tim.
So, I mean, some of the best fishermen come from the Ohio and the Illinois River.
Absolutely. Look at Mark Blauvelt.
We saw the tournament guys in the 90s and the 2000s just wipe everybody's butts across the country. The guys that did all the tournament series on the Illinois River and the Ohio River came and spanked everybody else.
That's right.
For the locals that were fishing the big rivers.
It's hard to go into an area and fish against local people.
It is.
It really is hard.
Yep.
But yeah, we were talking about that the other night.
Over there, you're talking about Mark Blauvelt and Doc Lang and guys that fish that area, and they're as tough as they come now. They really are.
Yeah. Yeah, if you get good on the Ohio, you do okay just about anywhere else.
Yep.
I agree.
When I was at Ohio, we marked some structure that I would definitely spend a week flathead fishing on. Without a doubt. Man. I found a mess of stuff out there that really got my juices going.
The problem with flatheads is, in my area, you rarely win a tournament catching flathead.
Well, I don't tournament fish, so.
Right, I understand. But like I say, that's what we done for years and years. So you got to be looking for the big blues. But if I had my ruthers, I would rather be catching flatheads.
Right.
Well, Lyle, one of the best tournament anglers that I've ever known in my life, and they actually won the Cabela's King Cat tournament in like 99 or 98 or 2000, something like that. His name was Mark Farrow, and his partner was.
I know Mark real well.
Okay, so Mark, and you know Mark, he don't talk much.
Nope.
But what he does say, it's pretty important.
Yeah, you better be listening.
he said to me, them flatheads are way too finicky for me to risk my money on them. And he's a good flathead fisherman. And
Yes,
so,
he is.
now he'll fish flatheads where there's no blues, but he's going to spend most of his time catching gigantic channel cats.
Yes,
because
he
where
is.
there's no blues, there's gigantic channel cats.
Yep.
So, I mean, you got to trust the knowledge of a guy like that
Yep.
wins just about every local tournament, and you know, 3, 4, 5 states away. You know, and is he still fishing tournaments?
Oh yeah. The thing about Mark Farrell is you can put him on the Illinois River where he's very accustomed to,
Yep.
and he'll beat your ass.
Oh,
You can take him to St. Louis and put him and turn it down at Columbia
Yep.
Bottoms, he'll spank you again.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. And he won't
He's
go
one of
very
them
far
guys.
to do it.
I smell
just tough.
catfish.
He's
That's-
guiding now,
Okay.
and he'd be a great guide.
Yeah.
He don't say a lot, but he's
No.
like E.F. Hutton. When he speaks, you better be listening.
What'd Mark have to say?
I
don't know.
smell catfish farts. They're one of them guys.
It's the bubbles. You can see the bubbles.
Oh,
See,
but
now-
is that where the bubbles comes up in a line in the water? That's what that is.
That's what that is. That's catfish.
Oh, damn! I'm glad to know that.
So
And I thought those were turtles.
Oh, by the
Why?
way, I am so glad that Steve's in here tonight, and I've never been in a chat with Steve before, but I've followed him for a long time, and it's an honor to be in here with you tonight, Steve.
Thank you, Lyle.
great to meet you, Steve. I know a little bit of history about Stan's Water and Rogers Water. At one time, Rogers Water, blue cats were on the endangered species list above the first dam.
Mm-hmm.
And that what's perplexing to me is they were on the endangered species list, but yet they really didn't care about it. They just put them on the endangered species list. That's it. Didn't give two craps about the blue cat population. Just we don't have very many of them. Blah blah blah.
But
Now,
we don't care.
Stan got a giant leg up because they had that Keepone spill. I don't remember what year it was, but it was a disastrous spill from that industrial plant. And they said nobody's eaten any fish in the James for 10 years. Now, that's how it was explained to me by people. So the Blues kind of got a leg up real quick. And then the sport fishermen would literally accost somebody at the boat ramp if they saw anybody keeping a fish over 20 pounds. I mean, I was there many times when somebody was keeping fish, and there'd be sport fishermen going, no, you're letting that go right now, or we're just kind of dumping you right in the water. Now, I don't think that's right either, but
No.
I mean, they were really adamant about that.
That's kind of what
That's a
started
prime
this.
example of fighting each other and
That's
not getting
right.
things done.
That's right. I haven't seen anything in chat for the last hour. I've enjoyed visiting with Mark and Tim and all you guys so much about this because it's such a passion for all of us.
Yeah.
We care so much about the fish, and the people that's in charge really don't. And that's sad. But I hope the people in chat, and I don't know how many people's in there, but I hope they're enjoying it as much as I am.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there was a bunch of great comments
Talk
about
to
it.
a lot
Lyle.
of- You talk to a lot of DNR guys. I find it very distressing that when I get a chance to talk to one, they know I know more than they, and I'm not
That's
saying
right.
that
They
about
know very little, don't
they
they?
have not paid attention. They don't
Yep.
know what's going on. They have no idea how to fish for them. I
That's
mean,
right.
holy moly! I was like, I
They
was on a
can't find
panel.
them to do their studies. They have to contact fishermen, say, where are you catching your fish at?
Yep.
To go find them and shock them, bring them up and do their studies and tag them
Yep.
because they just don't know where to look for them. And I'm thinking, damn, boys, this is your job. You're
Yep.
supposed to know how to do it. But
Yep.
they don't.
Well,
Yeah,
they know how to write tickets occasionally, and they know
They
how to
do know
fill out
that.
paperwork. That's
Yeah.
what they're hiring. They're hiring
Less
people that
legit-
can do those other duties rather than having a passion for what they're trying to protect.
And that's
the
bad.
problem.
It really is.
Listen,
What are we
fellas.
going to do about it? That's the question. What are we
let me-
as a whole going to do to change that?
Let me tell y'all something. My son is a ichthyologist at the University of Central Arkansas. All right. And I've asked him, I've talked to him about this. I raised him out there on the Mississippi River, and that's his love. But He's not. There's no money for private. I don't guess you could call it private, but he got thousands and thousands of dollars in grant money to study alligator gar and where the population is in this country. If you look on the internet and Google Dr. Reed Adams, R-E-I-D Adams, alligator gar, and his name's gonna come up.
Cool.
He knows the alligator gar population nationwide. But he says there's no money, nobody will put out any money to study the Mississippi, the lower Miss. Now, y'all are talking about the upper Miss mostly now, Lyle down in Memphis, but I'm on the lower Miss. I'm down here where it's big. There's no lock. There's no dam. He said there's no money. Nobody will give you a grant to go study the fish down here in the Mississippi River. Nobody. Or he would be doing it. You can bet your bottom dollar he would be doing it. There's no money. They won't grant them.
The alligator gar thing. Let me say this real quick. Does anybody think to themselves why there's money all of a sudden for alligator gar proliferation up into the back into the upper Mississippi? What would they, just one guess? I know you guys are
the carp.
The carp. That's it.
Asian carp. Yeah.
Because they didn't care about alligator gar for 50 years. They
found out that they were predators.
Years. Now we got Asian carp. Now they're like, oh, let's reintroduce reintroduce these gar. The problem is there's no backwaters anymore.
Right
here in the upper Mississippi, and that's what those gar need. They're not going to live in that main river. That population is going to be so stressed. It's another money dump.
That's right.
It's not going to work.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. Well,
there's a reason they died out. We killed their habitat off. We're farming it now.
He does all his research on the Arkansas River and down in Texas.
Now that might work down there. I'm talking about
the Arkansas River.
They're wanting to put them up here.
See, they don't get the money, the grant money wasn't to study the alligator gar population on the Mississippi. It was to study it in the smaller rivers, not the Mississippi. They don't want to put any money out to find out anything about the lower Miss.
No.
I don't care what kind of fish it is.
Jody's my fan, Mark.
But now, my buddy that I mentioned earlier.
I said I'm her number one fan.
My buddy that I mentioned
You know
earlier.
Brian's still in chat, right?
That's a commercial fisherman.
I need to fish the Arkansas River sometime. I've never been down there to it, and I think would be a great time to go.
He says that the alligator gar and the lower Miss are making a big comeback. This Lancaster fellow. And he says it's because what Tim said, because of the population of the big head carp.
Yep.
Hey, Mark Knott.
And we've had three. The last 10 years, we've had three abnormally high water events where there is a lot of backwater for the alligator gar to spawn. They've had good spawning years. And there's plenty of food out there for them if they live. There's plenty of the big head carp.
All them big heads are. Don't get me started on them damn things.
Well, fishing chick. And of course, look at this panel. I'm on a panel now with everybody that loves to talk about fishing as much as I do. So, you're only going to get so many words in. She said, I've never seen Stan so quiet.
Stan, back to your sturgeon.
Yeah, let's go back to sturgeon because I got some more stuff.
Tim, I think we need to do a show on Catfish Weekly and have Mark come in, maybe Stan, and ask us questions about stuff that we actually know about, and have a discussion between you and I.
Sure.
I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Maybe we get Stan in there, Roger, to help them out, and I think that we could enlighten people
Yep.
Over the years, you and I have been doing this and dealing with the Missouri, the Mississippi, the Illinois River, because I fished a lot of tournaments on the Illinois River. I had a great time over catching a giant channel cat, and I think that would make a great show.
Well,
Maybe
we
set
have a,
that
you know,
up
I'm
once a
thinking
year.
that's a great idea. We have a pretty big reach among the catfish community,
Yeah.
and further through social media and stuff. I think if we start bringing attention to topics like this and stuff in a civilized way, we gotta control oh, absolutely. We gotta control emotions and stuff, and handle it with kid gloves. I think we can definitely make a difference. If not, in real time, but in changing some hearts and minds of.
So, are you saying that you would time me out, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I wanted to tell my Sturgeon story.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Between his masters and going to the PhD, he worked for the co-engineers in the environmental part of the co-engineers down in Vicksburg. Right. And one of the projects was tagging sturgeon. And they went out, Lancaster is on retainer with the Corps. When they have projects, he does it, comes and helps and does it. And he and Reed tagged a sturgeon just north of Vicksburg. I forget the mile marker, but it was 20 miles north of Vicksburg. And I wished I could remember exactly how many months, but it was a matter of months. Not 12 months, less. Someone caught that sturgeon 600 miles up the Missouri River. I told this story before. That sturgeon traveled 1,000 miles or more than 1,000 miles in less than a year.
Yeah.
Somebody up there caught him and turned the tag in.
One of my favorite stories is when the Missouri Department of Conservation tagged a fish between Chillicothe and Kansas City, which is about the middle of the state. It was more towards Chillicothe. They netted a bunch of fish and they tagged them.
Blues or sturgeon?
What's that?
Blues or sturgeon?
Blues.
Okay.
And they caught it 3 years later below Memphis. Now, it's not strange to me that blue cat went that far. My question is, how many times did it make that trip in a 3-year period? Because blues travel. And if they got no dams and open water, they really go. Because we've caught fish that we marked fish below the Keokuk Dam on the Mississippi River. Go up there the next morning, they wasn't there, beat ass down to the Canton Dam, and they was in front of that dam. And we set up on them and caught them the next day.
Lyle, if you want proof that they do that even in lakes, just look at the dock. Look at LG Bass and Aaron.
Yep.
That's correct.
They have caught probably between the both of them 600-700 catfish, blue cats, and most of them were different fish. Week after week, it was a different fish. And they're fishing that one spot. So there's fish coming, going constantly.
That's fact.
So, Lyle, I had no idea that you and I fish the same waters a lot.
We have.
Yeah. Because I fished Keokuk, Canton, Meyer, Winfield, all the way down, a little bit north of St. Louis.
I think Winfield Dam's one of the most underrated dams there is.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I tell you, it's some big fish
best
right
fish
there,
in low and clear water.
Yep. I love fishing that river, man. I grew up on it and love fishing. Clarksville is one of my favorites.
Clarksville?
Yeah. That's where my personal best flathead comes from.
Nice.
When we fished Keokuk this year for Fishing for Freedom, once we got down below the dam, I think is that the Des Moines River that comes in right there?
There's some ancient carp in there.
Yeah. Oh, I know. There was bank lines, ditty poles, I don't know what they call them, and hoop nets all the way up there, all the way around that corner, and as far as we could see, Yep. And, you know, we were just blown away. We're like, man, this is the kind of crap we deal with at home.
Yes. Yeah.
Roger, it doesn't always look like that.
No, not always.
But this last year, it was thick with hoop nets. There was probably 60 of them that time I did a live up there, or down there, I should say. But yeah, it was pretty disheartening.
You drive your boat in the Des Moines River, and you don't have to really get in the mouth of it, and your depth finder turns white, and them's all Asian carp, every one of them.
Well, we got up close by the dam because we were having a hard time getting on the fish with our veteran. And we got up by the dam, and that's the first time we've ever experienced that. And they were flying all over the place, landing in the boat, smacking, crashing. Everything. It was funny, but to have to deal with that on a routine basis, hell no.
The one time I was on the Mississippi was the first time I saw Asian carp, and it was the freakiest thing to see in real life. I got to
jump
tell
on
you.
that Illinois River, you want to see some of them.
Hey, Roger, did you have 40 pounders landing in the boat?
I don't think they were quite 40, but we had some 27 and 30 something.
Yeah.
Mine weren't even that big. Mine were literally maybe like 5 to 10 pounds max, but they still scared the crap out of me. I was not ready.
I've
for
had
it.
30 pounders on top of my enclosure, and the enclosure, it's like 7 foot tall. They've been on top of it.
Look here, these
Crazy.
towboats. Here
That was on the Illinois River.
Here at Greenville, these towboats will pull in and lay up against the bank for crew changes or waiting for tow work. And when they lay up against that bank, I've seen the loaded barges, not empty barges. They're too high. I've seen the bank, the deckhands have to go down and kick those carp off of the barge when when that boat starts rubbing on the rocks. They ease them up against the bank, and those carp just come out of that water in that last 2 or 3 feet. It's like a combine running the rabbits all to one side of the field. and that carp the carp all coming up, all up on the rocks, all up on the boat, and the deckhands had to go out there and kick them off. I was up there in my truck one day, and I told them, leave them damn things up there till they die, and then kick them off in the river.
Happy birthday, Mark.
Thank you very much.
That fella said, Captain said, get them off now.
My last couple of years of guiding on the Illinois before I switched to mainly the Mississippi. If my clients insisted on doing a summertime trip at night, if they couldn't go in the early spring when it's not so bad, I used to carry 2 football helmets, and my clients used to have to wear them when we were moving at night.
Yeah. Good idea. Keeps them from getting whacked.
They're awful, man.
They're bad. I used to take my brother. There's a cut through above Louisiana, Missouri that cuts through behind, and it goes up and it comes back out on the Mississippi River up from Saltburn. We'd go up in there and catch Asian carp, and we'd clean them. I had a John boat at the time, and we would side them off and drain all the internal parts out in a bag and throw them sides in there, and that would be bait. We'd get 30 or 40 of them a day, and that would be our bait for a month or 2.
Yeah. And, Asian carp's good bait once they proliferated. Yep. When they first showed up, they weren't any good. Shad was still the king on the Illinois. Now, you can't hardly get enough shad on the Illinois, and if you do, it's just sort of a so-so bait. Well, where strips of Asian carp, and that stuff's tough like eel skin.
Yeah, well, it stays on the hook really good, and let's face it, they eat the same thing that shad does. Yep. So they moved the shad off.
Yeah, they did,
and kind of taken over.
They did. Roger, do you have a bunch of Asian carp up the Missouri, Ohio yet?
Not yet. I mean, they're here. We've seen them caught a few times. They say they're not here, but they're here.
They're there. Yeah,
it's going to change your life, and I'll tell you how it's going to change your life. Not necessarily the fact that they're going to jump and they're a hazard. It's because they will hold deep, and they will be 30, 40, 50 pounds.
That's right.
Because the big heads will hold deep, especially when you have like some sort of weather event, and they will literally, you'll be marking what you think is catfish, and they're Asian carp. Now, there are little subtleties to it. Like if you get behind a wing dike, it used to be if I got behind a wing dike where the shoreline on the backside, it shot straight down into like 30, 40 foot. And that little ledge right there, if I was marking 30, 40, 50 pound fish, I could guarantee that those were catfish. Now you can't guarantee it.
No,
it cost me a lot of time.
That's exactly where I ran into those Asian carp at that exact same scenario you just mentioned.
and
right
they
there.
grow so fast.
They
and
do.
breed so quick. Hey, real quick, guys, let me interrupt you. Thank you, everybody, for the birthday wishes. I don't want to forget
Happy
anybody. I
birthday,
appreciate
Paul.
it.
How,
Thank you, guys.
how old are you?
I'm old enough to know better.
Still too young
I
enough
was
to
waiting.
care.
I was waiting for Mark to say younger than Stan.
I'm younger. I am younger than Stam and Tim Lena and Lyle Stokes.
I'm thinking you might be older than me. Look at the white in your beard.
That's silver. I'm a silver fox.
Alrighty then.
Silverback.
Sandy's gonna charge you a fee for that one.
Oh, this is true.
All right, y'all. I got to get out of here. I enjoyed it.
Thank
Hey,
you.
straight talking to you,
Enjoyed
Steve.
Thank you,
visiting with
Jody.
you tonight.
Later, Steve.
See y'all
See,
later.
Steve.
There you go, Mark.
Oh, thank you, Jody.
Oh,
to
that's
you.
I'm shy.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy
Happy birthday.
Happy
Happy
birthday to you.
to you.
Thank
That was
everybody.
awful.
Cheers. Nazdrovya. There you go.
And many more.
How dare you
Oh, that's
wish
good.
that upon me, Stan?
I didn't get no zebra cake.
Mm.
Birthday cake. I didn't get no zebra cake.
I hope you
But
made a
what I
wish.
did get was this.
winning.
I know where that
Yeah.
came from.
Yes, you do. And I love it.
Look at this. I'm one of the guys who helped give him that, and he's rubbing it in my face on my birthday. What
I
a
am.
friend.
I am.
What a
I'm that
friend.
kind of guy.
Hey, that's what friends are for. You can tell who your real friends are because they're going to kick you the hardest when you're
Yeah,
down.
you ain't kidding.
Man, I got to tell you, I'm so glad that Jody had this tonight and that we all got up here and visited about regulations and things because some of this stuff needs to be brought out to people. And I don't know how many people's watching in chat right now, but they all need to be thinking about what we've talked about tonight. They really do.
55. And when you can do it in an entertaining way like this and not just, well, regulations should be changed. This is why.
I agree.
When you can have entertaining people up here like this, talking about it, getting ideas out, that does help.
Well, I hope everybody's been as entertained as I've been. It's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it has.
I appreciate you coming up.
Well, you've asked me a couple of times, and sometimes I don't have all my clothes on.
Too much information.
Yeah, we
Remember, I
don't need that
reminded you
picture.
this was live before
Pause.
you came out here live.
But tonight I hadn't made it to the shower yet, and I'm glad Tim come in here tonight because we got to talk about a lot of things that him and I are both very familiar about, and that made for some good content, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always
Definitely.
interesting talking with all you guys. I mean, I love the different perspectives.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting how the perspectives are so similar, even though we're all from different parts of the country.
That's correct.
Everybody has their own part in this game, and you can tell that everybody thinks about what's important and what they have control and so on. So
That's right, because you take Stan, he fishes the James River, and Roger fishes the Ohio River, and I fish the lake of the Ozarks and Truman and Pomme de Terre. I used to fish the Missouri and Mississippi a lot. Tim fishes both of those rivers quite a bit, and the Illinois River too, I think, don't you, Tim?
Illinois and the Mississippi all the way from Wisconsin pretty much all the way down to St. Louis.
Right.
Focus on,
Well, and the thing is that we are all passionate about fish. I'm as passionate about fish out there in the Mississippi, Missouri, Ohio as I am here because I think it all ties together.
It does.
I say it a lot. We are the ambassadors for this, especially for catfish.
I agree.
But fishing in general, and
Yeah.
we've got to be the ones that we can change. Each and every one of us can change, can stand up for the right things ourselves. and that makes a big difference right off the bat.
That's correct.
Or
Now
at least-
I know. Go ahead,
Sorry,
Jeff.
Lyle. Oh, well, or at least get very thoughtful, expert information out to the public, and people can choose for themselves. You know, 'cause
Right.
I'm not going to tell
Right.
everybody, and I'm sure the whole panel's like this. You're not
Yeah,
going to
I
tell
agree.
everybody what
You
to
know-
do, but at least if we can share our experiences, because we are passionate about it. We have fished, 80, 90, 120 days a year. We have been either, monster hunters of some sort, and panfish and bass and crappie and all that stuff. We kind of have to look at the whole thing.
That's
And,
right.
we're not just guys that go out Sunday, at 9 o'clock and finish before church starts and keep clean. And then, that's all we do. We have to think about things in a countrywide scope. We really do.
That's right. You get Jody, and I'm not sure we're van fishing, but I know Jody fishes Tennessee River a lot,
Yeah.
and the Hawaiian fisherman Lance, he fishes up north. So
Now, see,
we've got the United States sort of covered.
Yeah.
I'm up around the Ohio River, Kentucky,
I thought that's
Taylorsville
where
Lake.
you was at, man.
I'll fish anywhere though.
Yeah, I'm like that. You give me
What I don't get
water
about
puddle and
Wisconsin-
somebody tell me there's fish in it, and I'm good to go.
And think of this. I've fished everybody's water.
Yeah, I kind of have. I've been all over. We fished everywhere from North Dakota all the way to Wheeler Lake, and I've been out. I didn't fish out there in James's Lake Wiley, but I've been out there. But everything this side of there, just about. So yeah, I understand.
See, I'm not as old as you two, so I feel better already.
Is he calling you old? Is he calling you old, Epic?
Yes. And you know what? That's okay.
The one thing I've noticed with that, what we've been talking about tonight, is the bad part about it is with trying to get something changed is how much money it's going to take. Like,
You know what?
I've seen it from-
doesn't need to take money. What you can do is pick a career, raise kids that have a passion for the sport. Let them get a career in there. You change it that way from the inside out is the best way to do it without money.
Well, I'll tell
it's
you
still
guys,
going to
just
take
like
money.
I told everybody
It's-
else.
Sure.
If you're in it for the right reasons, I got a few years left and a lot of knowledge, and Tim's the same way, I know. I will help anybody do anything. I'm not going to hit anything like that up, but I got a lot of contacts. And I'll
We
help
can do
anybody that wants to do it, but I'm not going to be the head of anything anymore. I'm just too old for that shit.
I mean, we can do like things outside the box. Like let's raise some money to pay to send a kid to school to help the cause.
I'm good
If the
for
kid's
that.
in school and he gets into a job with the DNR, or he gets in a position,
Robbie
things like
Moreno.
that. We got to find candidates for it. We can start anywhere from that. It just isn't paying somebody's pocket or greasing some palms. There's other ways
I
around it.
think one
Well,
of the greatest people
I'm not talking about as far as that. I'm talking about is it making a difference? Okay, because I haven't been in the catfish thing for that long. I've fished since I was a little kid, but what I'm coming in from seeing on the DNR part of it is from the hunting aspect of it. And it wasn't until the hunting part when they start, like Kentucky went down to eastern Kentucky and released elk. They spent 10 years trying to figure out why they should do it. It wasn't until they proved how much money the state could make off tourism that they listened.
Same thing in Missouri.
Yeah, same thing in
Right.
Illinois.
Yes, but Illinois doesn't care about tourism. We
No.
are if you can't eat it or harvest it, we are a harvest and the other
Or
one.
screw it.
Yes, exactly. They don't care about it, and we know this. I mean, anybody that is dealing with Illinois, we know this. If it's not corn and beans, they could give two
that's
cracks
right.
about tourism.
That's 100% spot on.
But that's like this when the state of Kentucky introduced elk. The first year they opened the draw to hunt, they made $3.8 million just on
Yep.
entry fees.
Yep.
And only had, I think, 13 people, and only had 13 people drawn.
I remember that, and a couple of those tags were given to somebody too.
They done the same thing in Missouri down at the Peck Ranch. They brought some elk in out of there. The insurance companies have fought them tooth and nail all the way because you think a white-tailed deer does damage to your car when you hit one. You hit an elk sometimes.
Well, the insurance companies, they got lobbyists to help that. And now think of this about considering what your impact is as an individual to any natural resource. Daniel Boone's to blame for there being no elk in Kentucky.
He is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that whole effort of doing that, the people that are trying to get that effort are no different than us, and they just use the fact that there's tourism money to get it done.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, but if Kentucky and Ohio would use their resources and make the Ohio River, another trophy catfishing community, people take vacations to go to Wheeler Lake and Wilson and take vacations to go fish the James and spend all that money in those towns and then those hotels and restaurants and everything else. That could be done right here on the borders of the Ohio River, given the chance for the river to bloom and the fish to mature like they could.
I agree.
And, so it's about money, but there's money here. You got to give these fish a chance to get big enough to make people want to come here and fish them.
And people will spend the money if they're going to catch fish.
Yeah.
Because
I hear
not everybody
people want to go fishing. There's like, I'm not going to invite you to come fish with me on the Ohio when you're on the James or you're on the Tennessee River. That's just not.
Well, that's just like last weekend. I took the trip. Me and Sandy took the trip and went to Lake Wiley and fished a deer. Sandy, it was to go fishing. Me, I was trying to learn things that how to use the sonars, how Dieter set up his drift stock. I'd never ever seen anybody do other than watching videos live. Me helping with planer boards. Never done it till last weekend.
Right.
That's a great way to learn.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's a great way to learn.
And it ended up costing me a little bit, but I came up with more info than what I had 24 hours before.
Let me ask you this. Now that you have the knowledge about these different tools for the trade and different techniques, how more likely are you to go out and pursue catfish even harder and buy this gear and stuff that you saw?
As soon as the boat's done, I'm gonna be on the water.
So,
there you go.
If I don't go buy another boat before this one gets done.
May I recommend Uncle Lou's planer boards?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I designed some of my own that I'm gonna try out first. That are plexiglass that are lit up, kind of like with LED lights. I want to see how those do.
I remember talking about that.
Because that's one gripe I've heard a lot of people that like drifting and stuff at night. They're either like a bobber with a glow stick, or what I'm looking at is taking a plexiglass instead of a metal board is a plexiglass board, and the board and the float will be on either side of it, so you'll have a lit ring up from one end to the other of your float.
Damn it!
That you could drop a battery in.
Yeah. My point is that with education comes passion, and as the more we educate people, for instance, we said let's stop pay lakes. It's going to be hard to stop pay lakes, but we can educate. We can educate pay lakers one at a time.
We need to, because they're the biggest threat to trophy catfish population that there is.
Absolutely.
What about this law? This is something that I've thought of. What about just limiting a slot limit for the commercial fishermen? They can only sell one fish over X amount. And if anybody gets caught buying more fish than that, then there's a problem. That would eliminate the pay lakers altogether.
Have to make the fine for doing such.
Well, yeah, obviously,
they won't do it.
But
yeah, the fine needs to be at a point that
To
You're not
discourage.
going to do it but once.
It's already illegal to harvest native fish, transport them live, and then reintroduce them into a body of water. Now, the DNR is just basically holding a blind eye to that.
Is
So
that
They are.
so?
there is some pressure that people could put on that, but for some reason, nobody's doing it. Nobody sees it. They don't see it as big of a threat as it really is.
But Tim, that into transport it and release it into private water and not
That's
public
still
water.
illegal. It is in Illinois.
Yeah.
Okay.
In
The
most states,
problem
it's illegal.
that Illinois and Missouri have, Tim, is that it's not illegal in Missouri to transport fish across the state line. It
Right,
is
not
in
across the state
Illinois,
line, but I'm
but
talking
not
about
in Missouri.
live fish from native waters to introduce them into another body of water is
Right.
strictly illegal in most states across.
And it
the
should be.
Yes.
It should be.
Because the fish belong to the state. If you talk to your
They
state,
belong to the people, not the state.
Yep.
I believe they belong. I think that's federal.
that's federal. Yeah,
It's federal.
but they
I
can take
believe it is.
they can take the fish out and put them in a private pond and make money off of the fish that came from.
There's
Yeah.
something
Okay, so
morally
Their,
wrong.
their
about that.
argument for
little
that is
analogy.
it's no different than putting them in a fish, whatever it's called, display case to sell for food. That's their argument about that. So
Okay.
that's what you got
But-
to take into consideration. Is there a difference between it being carved up and flayed up in a fishmonger's freezer or in a pond somewhere? Technically, that whole deal where I paid the license, I caught the fish. Technically, I can do with it what I want. The only way you can do that is by cutting it off at the place of purchase or at the place of sale. That's a good place to start with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me put this short analogy to everybody that's listening right now. So back, I don't know, 25 years ago or so, I was basically a lumberjack. If I was able to buy $100 license, go up to any state forest, which is a shared natural resource, okay, a state forest owned by the state, it's owned by the people, okay. If I was able to go in there and cut any tree I wanted, take them away and sell them to somebody else for that $100 license, do you think that would happen? No. But since they're fish, and especially catfish, at this point in time, no one cares.
That's right.
And
Out of
so-
sight, out of mind.
Out of sight, out of mind.
That's correct.
And the other thing, there's another analogy I'd like to make. If a flathead catfish or a blue cat looked like a deer or a baby seal, you would never be able to kill it. Ever.
That's right. There's a word for that. Charismatic fauna.
That's right. If they had
I couldn't
eyelashes,
think of it.
if they had
I've heard that
eyelashes,
before.
look out, because you'll
That's
never
right.
be able to do it. But
Don't say anything important till I get back.
okay,
We'll just roast him while he's gone.
but
Can we let Jody talk at all?
Hey, I'm working. I'm enjoying listening to you.
So what do you
Krampus
think
Claus-
about this,
Krampus
Jody?
Claus, Paul? Was it Krampus canes?
I've been
Or
reschooling.
place
and
your orders for
trying to-
Christmas today.
Yeah,
Guaranteed to be ordered, but be arrived by Christmas.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Yeah,
It took me an hour to get this reel off and put on this pole.
that is.
But you did it.
You got
Yeah.
it done though.
I did it.
Why did it take so long? Was it on there seized up?
Yeah. And then I finally went and got a hammer and pecked it loose.
Oh, I thought that hammer was for the chat room.
Yeah.
We come
I'm
in with
done. I wanted to rig it up, but I couldn't get the stupid reel off.
Someone's getting the run around. Is that all Brian B in there that they're picking
yeah,
on?
that's his
Yeah,
name.
he's coming in under about 40 different names.
That's his different personalities. Thinker eye, just anything you think of.
Juju
Brian
fisherman.
B's got more personalities than Stan's got Sturgeon stories.
So Tim, when's your next fishing trip happening?
well, I wish I could tell you it was tomorrow, but it's probably not going to happen for a while.
Yeah,
This, when you're starting a new business, if you kind of halfway do it, it never gets off the ground very good. And especially the first year or so is a pretty good struggle. Right now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to guarantee that I can do a lot of fish.
The only way to do that's by working for yourself. Trust me, I know.
Exactly.
Three-part series. So, about the monster hunting, it's kind of like a documentary. I just put out a short tonight that is kind of reminiscent of what I'm going to do. Plus a lot of other things. But as far as I'm sure I'll get bitten by the bug, and maybe I'll have some time, and maybe I'll have to go to a really dumb power plant lake and waste some time or something like that. But, I would. But I wish I could tell you I was going live, down on the Missouri River or, down in Memphis or whatever. But,
yeah, we wish you could tell us that too.
Yeah. I wish I could. Now, it's possible I might be able to fish with Steve Douglas invited Sean and I to fish with him, so we may be able to film that or go live. When the Catfish Conference comes around, or in the spring, or whenever. But you never know. It'll be a short notice thing. If I've got all my orders caught up, and that'll probably never happen because I'm constantly building new things, to market. So, I don't know.
How about you, Stan? When are you heading out? Sunday? Oh,
Tomorrow.
No, this weekend. Tomorrow.
And Saturday and Sunday, and then probably Monday or Tuesday next week, and Wednesday. Yesterday I started out on real-time catfishing. I was co-hosting on for him there. Then I went out with Dan out in the boat last night. We were out there for, my face is still burning from that. It was 30-some degrees, and we had about 15 miles to go back to the boat ramp.
I was watching it in the background. I saw you guys freezing your asses off.
I have to say, I didn't think Jodi was going to let me in her chat or in her panel. I said in the thing, but you guys was talking about stuff that's so passionate to me. And Cindy went to bed, and I see the look in her eye, and she's thinking, you're going to say or do something you ought not do. And then when Tim jumped in here, he kind of backed me up on a bunch of this stuff. And it made it easier for me to say what I really wanted to say because I knew he knew about it.
You didn't say anything that didn't make any sense, Lyle. It all made sense.
Well, I'm liable to, though. I'm liable to say something that'll get me in trouble, but, it's usually true. Well, it always is.
Wow, you forgot what group you're talking to.
That's exactly
That's one thing that got me was before I got it coming to here, and the first two shows I ever watched on here was Lyle's Catfish Weekly and Dieter's. And after I got in here, I gave up on people up to about 6-7 months ago because you couldn't find anybody to have a conversation with that if you didn't say it's just this way or just that way, that you get somebody's feelings get hurt and you couldn't have a conversation.
They get butt hurt.
Feelings? What are those?
Van, did I tell you about this reel I got?
Yeah, I almost bought another one just to make sure you got one.
Oh, dude, I was gonna say.
Hey, Tim, is your battery dying?
It is, and I'm about to get out of here because it's not just my battery's dying, my signal's degrading, and it's causing a bunch of feedback. So I'm going to thank Jodi for asking me up here. I really enjoyed this conversation. I think it's great. Thanks for having me on, and I'm going to jump into chat and listen to what y'all got to say.
Tim, you don't like talking about catfish. Come on.
Well, talk about
Hey,
catfish.
Tim, I enjoyed it tonight. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well,
Thanks,
thanks for having me on, and thanks for all your perspectives because it's really
Means
it's
a
really
lot.
made my life a lot better coming into the catfish community and seeing and hearing from people all over the country and how I'm still pinching myself how fantastic everybody is. I mean, jeepers, it's awesome. And I wanted to say right before I leave, we're talking about trying to get the catfish population protected. and what we can do in the future. But I want to remind people of what we've already done. And one of the things that we've already done is that catch, photo, and release was never a thing. When I was young, when I was in my 20s, I'm not saying I started it, because I certainly didn't, but I was part of that group early in the day when there was arguments all over the internet about whether you should keep or release fish. If you release the fish, there was people on your ass on every message board, every chat, everywhere, and it was mostly from what I call the evil axis, which was the southern states. It wasn't because of the people, it was because of the culture and because of the, pretty much how they felt that us Northerners at the time were trying to make it so that they didn't have freedom to keep fish, but it wasn't about that. And so, like somebody was just saying, hey, you can't say anything these days without somebody being offended. But thank God you guys are pretty understanding people. But yeah, catch, photo, release was big, and now everybody is showing that it is okay to
That's right.
exercise your own thoughts about your resource and help instead of hurt.
Absolutely.
That's exactly right. Have a great night, Tim.
All right,
Nice
guys.
talking to you again, Tim. We'll see you soon.
See you,
Yeah.
buddy.
Yep. See ya.
And I agree with that same thing that Tim was just saying. And this right here, the cell phone is one of the greatest things for that. As far as catch, photo, release, who used to carry a camera around? Nobody, photographers. But now, with everybody having a cell phone, we all have a way to take that picture and take the video or whatnot. So it's a lot easier. You've got the camera with you all the time. So
That's
there's a
right.
lot more people doing it.
And the cameras on these phones are a lot better than they ever was before.
Oh yeah.
They're still not a camera, but they're really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a few people on this panel
All right.
that probably remember bag phones and brick phones.
I remember the first phone I had. was a bag
Not me. I don't remember those.
You're full of crap.
Mark, you're full of it.
I had a bag phone that laid in the floor on the hump of my Ford pickup, and I used it when we was in business. We'd go out chasing parts, and if somebody was out going to pick something up, and we needed them to go somewhere else, they could go pick it up before they come back and have to make 2 trips. And it was a great asset in those days. But now everybody has one. And
Mark,
the quality of them are so much better than they ever was.
Mark, some of these
I have
older
one.
people have told me about this phone that used to have a cord on it, and it was connected to your wall.
I think I've seen them in a museum. I've never had one.
Man, I can't believe you're that far behind me. I just can't believe it.
Oh, well, what
You
about
should
the
see-
one that had
I still
the cord and the little ring?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I still remember
I
these.
remember those too. Here's
Crap, I
something.
messed up. Click.
How many of you guys remember party lines?
My father had one we had an old guy that worked for the Bell South that was a father of one of the guys on the volunteer fire department. And they actually had it set up when somebody would call the number that they gave out on these little cards to call the fire department, it would ring every volunteer on the department's phone at the same time.
Yep.
Yep, well, I remember growing up. It was everybody on a certain block. That's how you used to do it. Unless you paid to have a private line, that whole block was a party line. And if somebody else, you'd pick up the phone, and it could be 10 houses away from you.
Really?
On the phone.
Yeah, we had an old woman. We lived out in the country.
When you said party lines, Lyle, I literally thought you were talking about talking to hot chicks on phone. I was like, what in tarnation? Lyle has finally said something he shouldn't have tonight. That's what I was thinking.
1-800 my puppy.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm
You
not
guys
too
are talking
sure.
about where the whole block or whatever section of your neighborhood would ring, right?
I'm not
Yeah.
too sure, but I think
Yeah.
our phone number was BR549.
Oh.
We had a party line when I was just really little, and my aunt used to bring over milk that they hand milk cows, and they'd bring it over to our house, and there would be so much cream on the top of it, you take a spoon and eat that cream off of the top of there before Dad grabbed the jug and shook it all up, mixed it all up, man. It was awesome stuff.
How many times did you get your butt whooped? How many times did you get your butt whooped for getting a hold of that cream before Dad got a hold of it?
Too many to count. Too many to count.
They had to go right in my coffee.
Oh man, it was the best. They had an old Guernsey cow, and it had the best milk ever.
There used to be, when I was growing up, there was a dairy farm that was close, and we used to buy the milk there, and they would have it fresh milk like that. And man, totally different than the store.
I got to thank you, Jody, for inviting us into this. This has been a really fun show.
I appreciate it. You know, I'm glad you just come up. You help me out. You keep the show going, and everybody likes to hear you. You have good ideas. I mean, what's not to like?
Dan, you're right. You're right. I remember those days too.
What is it?
You pick up the phone and the operator would be there and say, "Hey, connect me to such and such." You didn't have to have a number. You just tell them what name it was.
Do they even do collect calls anymore?
I'll be surprised. Hell, who's not a home phone anymore?
They still do it. If you go to jail, you still got to make a collect call.
Why do you know that? How do you know that?
How do you know that, Van?
Hey, I saw somebody on a payphone the other day. I haven't seen that in a long time.
What? There's still
payphone. I didn't even know they had them anymore.
Around here.
There's a payphone in my town. We don't have a stoplight or anything, but we got a payphone.
I used to have this payphone that I could drive up and talk to in my pick 'em up truck while I'm sitting in there. Man, I talked to 40 girls on a payphone. Holy smokes!
Did Marcus say pick 'em up truck?
Pick 'em up truck. That's what it used to be called.
Yeah.
Jody, you know, you've got a bunch of people in chat you need to shout out, and we'll be glad to help you with those.
Yeah,
I usually work chat, but I've been working these lines.
Walt Williams is in, Brian B. and Tim Molina, and Epic is still in here, and let's see who else.
Buck Williams, Danimals Creations,
Bandit Frogster,
William Warner.
And you got Mike's Fishing Home and Northwoods Peachtree and
Fishing the Dream is in here.
Thank you guys for listening to us blubber on and on about regulations.
Pork chop in the house.
Pork chop.
Yeah, it's not very often. It's not very often where I am saying like 10 words in about a half hour.
I've seen a lot of comments going by saying, Stan, you're getting to run for your money tonight.
Yeah.
No, we figured we'd give Stan the night off tonight. That's what we did.
I gotta say, you know, this is stuff that was very passionate to me, and I couldn't wait to get in here. And usually I'm not like that, but this was stuff that was really close to my heart. And when you start talking about regulations and catfish and things that we can do to help the community, it hit me pretty hard, and I was flopping at the jaws. I couldn't wait to go to the training in so I could get to be part of this, because this is important stuff. And unless it's important to you, there's no reason to be in a conversation like that. And like I say, when Tim come in, I knew that him and I fished a lot of the same areas, and it would make for a good conversation piece. So I was glad it happened.
Yeah.
Let's say hello to 182Q KFTW in the house. What's going on? We got Fishing with JBT popped in here too, and there's Froggy again. If I said hello to you once, twice is even better. So,
hi, Froggy.
And Chris Everett just popped in there. What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Hey,
but you know, shows like this are good for the catfish community. Right. They're good for people that don't know how hard we fight for regulations. They're good for for people that understand how hard we do fight for regulation to make them happen and what it takes to get it done. So shows like this are really important.
Absolutely.
Even if it's just for a thought of why
That's right.
certain regulations happen and why we need certain things. And
across the United States, you know, you're way out there on the East Coast, and Rogers and Mark and I are on in the mid part, and Jody and the Hawaiian fisherman. He's up north.
JBT's in Texas, and then we got people on across the pond. Hey, what's going on, Irene and Leo? She says she's here too. Want to make sure we got them.
you know, and the thing regulations that I wish they would do, I just wish that they would. We need to do is streamline the regulations. You know, there's you can take a step on certain parts of the James River, and the regulation is different a foot there than it is here.
Stan, that's a great point. And here's something that I wish that they would do is make the regulations nationwide the same, to where I have to fish with 1 or 2 rods on the Mississippi River, 3 anywhere else in the state, and you guys can use unlimited amounts in some areas. Make it the same all the way. So if I want to fish with Roger, I can go over there and fish 3 rods. If I want to come out and fish with Stan, I can fish 3 rods. If I want to go fish with Van or Lance or Mark, I can use 3 rods instead of unlimited somewhere and 2 or 3 in other areas. They can do that. All they got to do is make it happen.
The reason why that'll never happen, Lyle, is because the states have more rights than the federal government does, and
That's
the states won't let the feds step all over their rights, because once they do, they never get them back.
Well, and I kind of agree with that. But still,
you can do it, but through a process called reciprocity, is where you get the states to agree with one another.
Oh, there you go with them big words again.
Well, I mean, it's what it means. It means they agree to something.
I mean, perfect example is you got Lake Wiley. You can go up there, you can fish with crappie. Y'all done got me wanting to say crappie now. My wife smacks me upside the head every time I do it. But you can go to North Carolina, you can fish with crappie, but you can go over in South Carolina, you can't.
Yeah.
Carolina.
And and Wiley, the line runs right down through there, so it's on that body of water. Why can't you have a rule that matches just for that one?
You could.
Yeah.
But they don't.
Now, here's a question. How would one go about, because in Wisconsin, the Fox River, they have the Winnebago system. They have regulations for flathead. But from what I've researched, the rest of the state don't have any regulations on flathead.
It's the same here.
And the channel cat, there's no limit on them. There's a bag limit, but no size limit. Who would you speak to about trying to get that put into place?
DNR.
Yeah. That's like Luke Hinges. There's places up there where he fishes, they use 1 fishing rod. 1. Now, who wants to do that?
That sucks.
Tell me about it.
They can't even use cut carp up there because it's an invasive species.
No cut bluegill, nothing like that.
They have those pothole lakes up there where they're testing 5 bluegill limits up there.
Yep. That's
those
crazy.
states up there, including Wisconsin, they're pretty active in their studies and regulation of fishing, because it's pretty much a big industry up there.
But my point is, why can't they make these rules and regulations nationwide for the same for everyone? Wouldn't that be easy? Would it be simple if I could go fish with Roger and have the same rules that I have in Missouri, or go out and fish with Stan and it be the same, or go fish with Mark and it be the same?
Well, on a pole limit, I could understand that, but what I'm looking at as far as asking that question is, okay, you've got some areas that you don't have flatheads, but then you've got some areas that don't have channel cats.
I don't want to fish nowhere that don't have flatheads.
Amen.
But that's what bodies of water, they're all different. So that's I mean, I can understand that the rules are different for different bodies of water, but and it's hard for them. With the state of Kentucky, the biggest gripe I've got is I wish they would just enforce the rules they have in place now.
There you go.
That's a good start.
That's a great start.
Well,
Out of all we've said on it, that's just the one thing that I wish Kentucky would do. Is, and I know they don't. The people that are out there doing it, you're limited on number. They're doing the best they can. So but I just wish they could get the laws they do have.
Well, it just needs to be. They need to be streamlined, common sense kind of regulations, because you, first of all, if you look at the regulations a lot, they'll use a lot of you pretty much have to have a degree to understand some of the regulations. You've got to be a what do they call it, the land surveyors, because they'll do from point A at longitude whatever a line directly to whatever. Above this line this is allowed, below that's allowed.
We need regulations for dummies every
There
year.
you go.
Yeah, they don't teach common sense in school no more.
Hey, JBT is in the house. One of my favorite channel catfishing channels is in here.
He's been here for a while. He's
not trying to interrupt anybody, but I love watching his content.
That's good. Like I started to say earlier, I knew that picture and this topic was going to be a hot topic, and it was going to get some things fired up.
See what you started?
You just want to open a can of worms.
Muskrat's all about me.
Honestly, I was going to save it for another night, but to be completely honest with you, Mark was in here, and I honestly respect and value Mark's opinion. And just because Mark was in here, I thought, let's get this thing started. Let's get a conversation started, and it just ignited. And
Stan, you and I are chopped liver.
Yeah, you hear that?
But I was just sitting there thinking, I was in here before you all were in here.
Yeah, but you guys weren't in here at that time. Mark was up there on the channel with me.
I tell you, I was in the basement for a while, and I couldn't
You
wait.
didn't show a notification. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I just knew that this was my kind of topic to be involved with, and I'm sure there's some people that watched it that didn't like what I had to say, but I give an honest opinion, and I do work very closely with the Missouri Department of Conservation, and Cindy and I walk into their meetings, and they come meet us at the door because they know we're there to help them.
Do they throw you out?
They haven't yet, but I've been expecting it. I got to bring it.
So, Lyle, how does the regular person out here, how do they find who they can talk to about the meetings and input and things like that?
Well, Stan, in Missouri, they have meetings where they invite the public to come down to, and everybody walks in, and they have displays set up and all kinds of things going on. And we was always invited to them to be a part of it because they wanted us to help them through Catfish Weekly to help pass regulations and laws and stuff. Mm-hmm. So when we got there, we was with them. I was at the Missouri, what do you call it? The governor's place, the state. They had a big meeting, and they invited me to come up there, and there was a lady senator from Southwest Missouri that was up there trying to keep regulation. What they was trying to do is take the power away from the Missouri Department of Conservation and put it in the hands of the legislatures. And we didn't want that because the Missouri Department of Conservation does a great job. So she's up there telling how her constituents need to have be able to catch all the fish they want and eat all the fish they want. And she didn't even know what kind of fish we had in the lake. She was saying white cats this and white cats that. I said, ma'am, I got to tell you, there's no white cats in Truman Lake and Lake Ozark. They're blue cats. and she got bent, and then that all that did was lit me up because I was ready for her. And by the time we was done, those people was glad I was there, and she didn't know what the hell she was talking about, but it worked out. And they invited me to several of those kind of meetings, and we'd show up and they'd meet us at the door. Of course, we tried to do our best to help them because we wanted the regulations passed on Lake Ozark, Truman, and the Osage River. Now, we also want them passed on the Mississippi River. And we haven't got that yet, but we're not giving up on it because at some point they're going to have to do it. I mean, to save the fish, they got to. And like I say, in Missouri, bluegill is a game fish. Blue cats, channel cats, flatheads, they are a game fish. And that's what it takes to get regulations passed in every one of your states. First off, you got to make it a game fish.
Yep. I agree. That's what I was saying before. It's and a lot of that is, and I think it's coming because you look back just 5 years ago, 6 years ago,
Mark,
unless it was somebody like yourself that was building custom rods, there wasn't really catfish rods out there. There wasn't catfish gear out there. It was and a lot of people, even till recently, thought catfish were just a lazy bottoms feeder that ate whatever. Average person, that's how their perception of catfish. So as money is being put into these companies, these nationwide companies that are now, you got catfish clothing and you got all these catfish, I think is the fastest growing sector in fishing right now, I believe, catfish. And if that continues, I think you'll see some of these things change because they're going to start seeing how much money is actually involved in it.
That's what Stan, I remember a time when a guy come up to me and said, we've been using musky rods to bump the Mississippi River to bump. Can you design me a rod that won't break every time I go out? It took 3 years to design a rod. It was the first bumping rod that ever hit the market I made.
Wow, awesome.
Catfish specific. We made them. We was the only people that made a catfish specific bumping rod for years and years. It was through me, and I still use that blank today. But those companies, they've sent them to China and Japan, places to get them copied, and they're not the same. It doesn't matter. The point is, look what it's done for the industry.
Exactly. Yeah.
Every company that is anything in rod building today has a bumping rod. And I was the first one to ever make one that was catfish specific. And I still use the same blank today that I did then. And they're not perfect, but they work really well. And I could do 1 million of them if I wanted to produce them. I don't care to do that many. But they've been sent over to China 100 times to be copied. Nobody has copied them yet. And the fact of the matter is, I can't build them fast enough to do them. Just can't. But it just takes that many years of guys like Jason Mathena and Jason Jackson, which if anybody can tear anything up, it's them two guys. And if they can't tear them up, you've made a good product. And I feel like that we have. And now everybody's making them and everybody's making money on it. And that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier with getting things changed and it taking money. It wasn't as much as money going into pockets as it was it being a money-driven, like the Bass Pro stuff.
There you go.
Look how many things they do, but look how much the tournaments and how much sponsorship and all the lures and poles.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a billions of dollar industry every year,
and getting bigger every year.
And and that's a great point. Look at even the boats. Like when Bass got that, when the Bass got into that game fish where they were really thought of as a game fish. back with Ray Scott and Bass, and back in those days.
Right, I remember those days.
That's when they actually started making bass boats and the boats that were geared towards bass fishing.
Yep.
And you're starting to see that, like I said, right now with like Sea Arc and boats that are being built for catfishing.
Specific.
How long? What's it been? What, 3 years, 4 years since the first one rolled out? For that, they came out was actually catfish specific.
The Sea Arc's always been kind of catfish specific, but now we got Alumacraft. Is the last sponsorship boat I had was an Alumacraft, and we had a custom live well built for it and made it catfish specific because it wasn't when I got it.
I'm talking about like mass produced, like
a
Ranger bass boat is.
Right. They're coming. They're coming, but Sea Arc is. I'm not a Sea Arc fan, but they have been behind the catfishermen 100% since I can't remember when. They just have, and people make. Oh shoot! What's the name of that other boat company? Can't think of it right now. Excel has a catfish specific boat that is probably the greatest catfish boat that's on the market today. It just is. A Stormcat's a great boat. It's a great boat. It really is. And it doesn't have the low transom that allows water to come over the back of it. That's the greatest part of it. But there's a lot of good boats. Crestliner makes a good boat. There's a lot of good boats.
Yeah. That Smokercraft Phantom that Robin runs, man. I saw it in person when we were fishing Mud Island, and that's
a great boat.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it is. It's a great boat. But you got people have to understand that you have to do what you can afford to do.
Right.
And if it's a Lund, which I think is one of the greatest boats ever built, but you have to convert it to catfishing. Yeah. Alumacraft's the same way. You have to, it's a great boat. Love that Alumacraft I had. You have to convert it to catfishing. If you got a muskrat boat, you got to convert it to catfishing. Is that not right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Now, Sea Arc, you don't have to. You can jump in it
and go.
There they are. I changed towers.
Oh, damn. Hate that.
Yeah, everybody went dark on me. I'm like, well, where did everybody go?
You been dark the whole time.
I was like,
one of the big passions for me is boats. I love boats. I've got an older Tracker, Tundra. I love that thing. It's a great boat. It's never let me down except for when it had water in the gas tank, which is not the boat's fault. It's my fault for not stopping it. But it's a great boat to fish out of. Does it need a bigger motor? Oh, yeah, it needs a bigger motor. We need
always need a bigger motor.
We need to run 900 miles.
We just need a running motor.
See, I've never owned a boat. I'm 47, and I've owned my first boat I've ever owned in my life.
I happen to say I'm 47.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, a little bit more than 47, maybe, but yeah, I'm 47.
Yeah, I'm glad I got boots on.
1987.
I remember 87. It was a long time ago. Tell him, Stan.
But I've got a 78. I'd never heard of it. A 1978 Cheaters SX is what I've got. It's a little bass boat. Yeah.
It's fiberglass, isn't it?
Yep. It's got a 70 Johnson on it the boat's a 79. The motor's a 78. It's a 1978 Johnson 70.
Them Johnson 70s 3-cylinders are tanks.
Motors.
Yeah, me and you talked about it before, Roger, and I'm going completely through I'm not rebuilding the engine, but I'm going through the bottom and redoing it because it ain't been started and run and been in the water for 3 years. So I'm one of them ones. I've done it with trucks. I've done it with cars. I'd rather rebuild it and have it done right and put it to work than jack it around and it break down in the water.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing worse that I can think of than being broke down out on a lake and nobody around to help you get back in. That's the worst.
That's what trolling motors are for, Lyle.
Yeah,
Ask
but they
me
run
how I
out
know.
of battery at some point.
Yeah, but I'm sitting there looking at being after going fishing with J-Dog and being up on that river, Ohio River, and if that motor craps out on me, that trolling motor ain't gonna get me out of the way of a barge.
But that's the problem.
If it's running at all.
Epic said yes, they have, Lyle, since they came out with 1872 Super John. Those are great boats, man.
Yeah.
They really are.
If you got an unreliable boat, man, I suggest a kicker motor. I've got a kicker motor on mine, and it actually comes in handy quite a bit. You know, I fish a lot of lakes that are 9.9 regulated.
Yeah.
They sell 9.9 stickers on eBay. I'll slap one on my 40 and go to town.
I'll tell you what, we had on that last Alumacraft that I had, and we would go to Memphis and put that in, and that 9.9 was a perfect motor for bumping. You start up the Mississippi River and you kick that baby on and turn it on low, and it'd keep you about 1.5 mile an hour, and you could bump all the way down that river. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Be like, boy, that's a pretty big 9.9. You got
We sat on the back and we had that monster cat that had that 300 E-Tech on the back of it. That baby would get out there and stroll.
Yeah, Mark up there on Hoover, they'll make you take the cow off and look at the motor.
Oh, I believe it. I was just giving you guys a business.
Oh no, I mean, I couldn't believe that. I would have.
I know guys who did that to their like 15 horsepower motors, but anything other
I would
than
love to fish Hoover Lake one time. I've heard so many stories about
I
that
did.
place. Yeah, but I haven't. We need to meet up over there, Stan. Fish Hoover.
Anytime you guys want to go.
Man, there's big channel cat's my thing. I love them, and that's why I like.
there's big blues in there, Lyle.
Yeah. Hoover's full of big blues. Sandusky.
They got big channel cat too.
We gotta go to Sandusky for that one, bud.
I'll do that too. I mean,
we'll do a channel cat tour one year. We'll go to the Red River, we'll go to Mendota, and then we'll go over to Sandusky all in one trip.
I'm okay with that.
That'd be epic.
Yeah, Sandy's torn right now. She don't know.
Gone down.
Yeah, she don't know if she wants to go to Mendota up there this year or if she wants to go down for Big Mike's meet and greet down in Tennessee.
Well, I'm saying Mendota. I'm going to help you out a little bit.
Meet and greet. Meet and greet.
My decision has been made.
I guess I got to tell you, until you get to Mendota and catch 25, 30-pound channel cat, you really haven't fished. Stan, you need to come out there and meet us up, because I'm telling you, Roger, it is uncommon to catch fish below 20 pounds.
Well,
that sounds amazing.
It was like when you saw the videos and the lives and all that last year when y'all were up in Mendota, and you get that feeling like, man, I should be there right now.
Right.
Like I belong in that group right there right now. That would be.
I have been there before, and I talked these people into showing up, and the whole time I'm thinking, damn, if they don't catch anything, you're going to be pissed. But everybody did do good. They had a great time, and it's a wonderful place. That lake, Mendota, a lot of people fish Mendota. I personally fish Cherokee, which they can conjunction into each other. But the difference is Mendota is a big, deep lake. Cherokee is very shallow. I'm
heard that.
talking 2, 3, 4, 5 foot of water. Now they go up. The channel can't go up in Cherokee to spawn. But if you ain't in the right spot, you're not going to catch anything. But if you're in the right spot, you're going to get giants.
And I got my spots.
Mendota, they got them all. Yeah.
You get a lot of grass up there on Cherokee.
Yeah, Cherokee is loaded with it, and it's only fishable in the spring. That's why it does so well in the spring.
Right, and
After that, you need a
carp,
kayak.
Roger. The carp are up in the shallows, and they're spawning, and they're up there doing their thing, and you think, man, what is that? And you get over there, and it's carp.
Yeah.
But it's still fun.
Oh yeah. I watched a lot of the footage and the comments and stuff that you guys had from Mendota up there. I mean, it, like Stan said, it's like, I want to do that.
Yeah. You need to do that.
Why? It's like, why am I not there?
I would love to have all of you in the boat with me, but I got to tell you, as last year we had a blast with Katie and James Dockery in a boat, they will be in the boat with me again this year. So
Absolutely.
You have to find another ride.
If I make it, I'm planning on pulling the boat.
Absolutely, yeah, you'll like it,
Okay,
and you don't need a big motor up there or anything because
Keep that 9.9 on there because it's
that's
shallow.
right. You're in 2 to 4 foot of water most of the time.
So Roger, you're saying all I need to do is get a ride to Ohio then?
I promise you won't have any more fun catching channel cat than you will right there. I've been to the Red River, and we caught some great fish up there, but there's nothing like Mendota and Cherokee Lakes. Nothing.
Northwoods, Peachtree, Mendota, and High Dike. High Dike are fun.
Heideke, that's one of the local
Heideke.
power plant lakes here, yeah. He must be close to me if he knows where Heideke Lake is.
I hope Epic Catfishing can make it to Mendota because we'll have a great time if Tim shows up there. Him and I'll tell stories that you guys will never believe. I've really enjoyed the night. Jody, thank you so much for inviting me in because it's very rare that Tim and I get to be on a show together and talk about things that we both know about, but we don't share with a lot of people because most people don't understand what we're talking about.
Right.
It was nice to hear, talking about catfishing for once. You don't hear that a lot, especially late at night. So it was nice to hear.
That's my favorite
Buck
topic.
Williams is correct. Just tell Lyle there's all you can eat shrimp.
Hey, what if I bring all you can? If I bring all you can eat shrimp, you got to leave James Dockery at the ramp.
Dude, I had shrimp tonight for dinner. Cindy fixed me up some shrimp cooked in butter, hot butter on the grill. Oh, man.
I think I know what I'm getting for my birthday dinner tomorrow, Lyle. I'm going to send you pictures.
Shrimp?
Yes, sir. And crab. I'm going to go to one of them Cajun crab boils that we got
Well,
over
you know
here.
where I'm going, man. I'm going up the road here about 30 miles where I can get all you can eat shrimp.
There you go.
And I wish I lived close enough to get some fresh stuff. We got Red Lobsters about as good as I can do.
I like lobster, too.
Every October they got that all you can eat shrimp fest, man. We destroy that place when we go.
Here it's all you can eat shrimp every Monday.
You'll have a great
Really?
Yeah, every Monday.
Oh, damn.
This place has all you can eat shrimp on Friday nights just up the road from me on Highway 65. Cindy and I've been up there a number of times. We took Josh, the weekend angler, up there, him and his wife Christina, and we had a great time. It's a great place to eat for just a little bitty old hole in the wall, and that's what it is. It's an old truck stop. All you can eat
the best food
Friday night.
Good morning, Ernie Brown.
That Papa Doc's right there where Patriots holding his tournament. Pretty good.
Yep. Yeah, I hope we can make it out there again. We had a really good time last year. We drove out there to North Carolina and didn't take a boat. It was hard. It was really hard to be out there without a boat, not being able to fish. But we had a great time helping James run that tournament. and for such a great cause for Camp Centurion. And I hope that everybody can make it out there this year and help support that.
I think
Yeah,
I'm just
we're
going to put
going.
a camper on my truck and just travel all these meet and greets and.
So the question is, Roger, do you have a place for me and Cindy to stay in that camper?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're so full of shit.
I'll sleep in the boat.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so full of it. Man, what a great show this has been, Jody. You put on a dandy tonight.
Well, thank you. You did all the work. I just got to sit back and enjoy it.
I seen you playing with your fishing rod a while ago. What was you doing?
I re-spooled them and I put an Abu on my new one I got today.
And
I found some leaders.
We just kept going without you.
What did you get today?
I got this in the mail today. The first one, Uncle Lou.
Uncle
Wow.
Lou's.
I've been
You know
wanting
what?
to try one.
I've known Lee Reed for years and years and years. He
Look
does
at Stan's eyes. Put it away, Stan. Put it away. Don't do it.
Stan,
No.
don't make me drive to Virginia, Stan.
This is
Lee
a very
Reed.
nice post.
Lee Reed and a buddy of his met
some
me and
friends.
Cindy at St. Louis at just above the arch there. We was at Columbia Bottoms, and we put in, and Lee and them put in their boat. They had a sea arc, and we went out on the Mississippi River, and I showed them places to fish. There was an upcoming tournament coming, and that was the first time I met Lee, and he is a great guy.
I'd love to meet him.
Yeah, he would do anything for anybody if he thought he could help them. And he got a rod building deal, a lathe one time, and he called me up and asked me about building rods. So I built one for his girlfriend and sent it to him. And he started talking about building rods, and I said, here's where you do this, and here's where you get that, and tried to help him out. Lee is such a great guy, and I'm glad to see him doing well in Uncle Lou's. He there's not a better person in the catfish industry than Lee Reed. I mean, it's just the way it is. He's a super nice guy.
That's what it takes, and to make it, because there's a lot of people out there that have great products, but they're just shady people, and
right.
I'm not going to spend a dollar with them.
Well, you gotta have some. You gotta believe in the guy.
Yeah,
and I believe in Lee. You know, if I didn't think that Lee was good, I wouldn't run him down, but I wouldn't tell you he's a good guy. But he is a good guy.
Yeah, he's awesome.
There's some other guys, Caleb Page and Tony Caton and them guys. They're great folks. I would never say anything bad about them because they're good people.
Right.
But there's other guys that you won't hear me say anything good about because they're not. I mean, it's just what it is.
Yep. I've got my list, and I'm sure
No, I'm sure you do. Yeah.
Everyone does. Everyone's got their, people that they care more for or less for, and
well, with me,
I love everybody.
And not being honest.
Depends on that.
That's
Depends
like
on how many
Stan and
your cups you
Sturgeon.
drink, Mark.
I can't hear you. I need another drink.
Stan's going to talk about the Sturgeon, and man, what a great fish it was. I love old Stan.
That's right. But I always give Uncle Lou's the credit because it was caught on that medium extra Uncle Lou rod.
That's right. But
have you been struggling to catch fish lately?
If I didn't believe in what you're doing, I'd never say that.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
just the way it is, and that's just like Roger. It is, and his stuff. If I didn't believe in what he was doing, I would never say anything about that. I'd just let it pass, let it go.
Yep.
But he's been catching some great freaking fish.
I love winter fishing.
Brown.
Absolutely, I love winter fishing.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. We don't get to go as much as we used to. Cindy and I used to fish winter time all the time. We don't as much anymore, but goddamn, we're old.
We have different definitions of winter fishing, fellas.
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, ice.
We're not augering the hole.
Mark is an ice man. But I got to tell you, Roger, I do love watching those ice fishing videos. Am I going to go out and do it? Nope. But I like to watch it.
I love that. Is one thing I miss moving to Virginia. I miss the ice fishing in the wintertime. It was so much fun.
Dan, if you run back up the main, they'll let you do it.
Yeah. But I used to just be able to go right out my door and 100 feet, and I was ice fishing. So,
who in the hell woke up Ernie Brown?
He's ready
With my guess, it's Ernie Brown's stomach, because that's usually what wakes me up in the middle of the night.
Might have been Chris. He might have kicked him out of bed.
There you go. He's snoring too loud.
It might, maybe.
I'm going to try ice fishing this year at least once.
Are you really?
Minnow dunkers, they do it all the time. I can't imagine it being fun, but I got to know for sure. So
I got to promise you one thing. I'm
actually probably going to get some ice fishing videos this winter.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Last weekend.
You've probably got safe ice already, Lance.
No, we ain't got ice down in our area yet.
How far north are you?
I'm only 3 hours from Chicago.
Lance, one thing you can remember.
How far north of
Milwaukee? Gonna be on that ice.
I'm about 45 minutes to an hour north of Milwaukee.
I got buddies up at Pattonwell that are already fishing on some ice.
Wow.
Yeah, we met a guy last weekend while we was fishing for burbot. He does ice fishing. He invited us out to go ice fishing, so he's been doing it all his life. I ain't turning that down.
Oh, of course not. It's a good time.
I would, but
Roger might not like it. He's got his catfish blinders on, so
I still like some other species every now and then.
Yeah.
I love ice fishing, and we even had the hand auger. We didn't even have a power auger, and I still loved ice fishing. So
yeah, you can have it. I'll pass.
And see, the nice thing about ice fishing, these guys are pulling up channel cat from under the ice too. So
that'll work. I've seen Luke Hinges and them guys catch channel cat from fishing under the ice, and I look at that and I said, "Man, that looks like a lot of fun." But nope, I ain't doing it.
Yeah, I've seen too many of the ice fishing gone wrong.
Yes, right, man. That's right.
Well,
I've seen guys up here go out on 2 inches of ice.
The
on
first
the river.
time that ice cracks, I'm headed to the bank fast.
The problem with 2 inches of ice, 2 inches of ice will hold you. The problem is when that spring is coming up underneath it, where you get that one spot where it gets sun, and that goes from 2 inches down to less than an inch.
Yeah, I'm done.
That's where the issue.
That's the spot I don't want to find, and I want to know how my fat butt is. I'll find it.
I would usually wait till at least like 5 inches or so, 6 inches. And
I can't remember how many
inches is
times I've
plenty.
been invited to ice fish, but I can remember the amount of times I said yes, and that was 0.
7 inches will hold an ATV or a snowmobile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't going.
How many?
Nope.
7.
I see Luke Hinges and Jacob Halls drive a brand new Ford pickup out on that ice, and I'm thinking, man, what's wrong with you guys?
And these guys up north, they pull out campers and stuff that are designed for ice fishing.
Nope.
They set them up all winter long.
They got HD TVs. There's a bar up north I sent Lyle a video of where you sit in the bar and you can actually ice fish from the bar stool while you're in there.
Just keep that rum and coke coming.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be the only way you'd get me out there.
Don, what area are you from? He said, welcome up. 20-pound pike. God, I miss pike fish. I used to love that.
Yeah,
I'm going to try and get on some this year with some
try to
tip-ups on live feed, so we'll see what we can do.
I think Fox caught a monster muskie this weekend on the Ohio River.
Wow.
Ernie Brown says Chrissy snores. Ernie, you better watch it. She'll beat you like she owns you.
Somebody get a timestamp. We'll send it to Chrissy.
Yeah, we need.
4 hours, 23 minutes, 50 seconds.
I don't know what to say.
Screenshot it.
We'll just round it down to 422. How's that?
Yeah, that's right. It's all mine. I ain't going out on that ice. I mean, these guys have a lot of fun, and I enjoy watching them fish the ice, but it's not for me. It's just
Yeah, I got
can't believe
invited to go do
Michelle
the.
won't. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Dan.
I got
I'm sorry.
invited. I got asked years ago to go up there that when that ice road truckers was just getting started. I got invited to go up, and I got offered a job to go up there and drive up there on that. They're like, yeah, it's so many inches of ice, and I was like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take how much weight on there? They're like, this much and this, but we'll pay you this. I said, you ain't got enough money, buddy.
that's right. You got it, buddy. I know that Mark fishes the ice and Dockery and all my buds do, but this old band ain't getting out. I just ain't doing Doc. And
I know somebody else that's not going out there. Creole's not going out there either.
No, he is not.
And Michelle in chat says she's not going out. I thought she was more of a rebel than that.
Well, I don't think so. I think she's smart.
Well, Michelle, you're from up in that Boston. You're up.
Mm-hmm.
You were from before you came to Virginia. You were that far up north.
Yeah, I'd like to try. I mean, don't knock it till you know.
Hey, there you go. Jody
I'll
knows what
take
time
my
it is.
chances on not knowing.
Almost like 99.9% of the time when you hear of things with ice fishing, it's because they were fishing in too thin of ice in spots that they shouldn't have been
I'm
fishing.
sure
Pushing
that's
their
right.
luck.
I'm sure that's right. But the first time I heard that crack, I'm out of it.
You know, when the ice is cracking, especially at night, that means it's growing, Lyle.
It's
Yeah, I
expanding.
don't care what it means.
I tell you what, that is the coolest sound. We used to live, like I said, in the mountains, Catskill Mountains, up in New York, and you're in the middle of nowhere, so it's quiet. And all of a sudden, that lake gets to cracking. It sounds like I mean, you can hear it. It just goes forever.
Nope.
It sounds like a whale, almost like like the sonic sounds you hear from whales.
Nope.
But it's just so peaceful. You'll sit there. We used to just sit there at night and listen to it, and it was just.
I ain't listening to that ever.
My thing is, it just doesn't seem like people catch a lot
Yeah,
of fish.
Dan, that's right. They don't have ribs.
Man, I gotta tell you, chicken shit runs too deep in my blood. I'm not getting out on that ice if it's cracking. It ain't happening.
No, like I said, that one thin spot, I got a better chance of finding it than I do winning a local lose rod in any of the giveaways.
That's true.
Just use an ice spud. Use an ice spud. Hit it as hard as you can 3 times. Take a step. If it goes through, turn around.
Now, is those ice balls like a wrecking bar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know how that goes. I'd hit it with the spud. The spud stay there. I'd have my big butt be in the water.
I'd be afraid of that spud going through the ice, and I'd lose the spud.
That ice is clear ice.
Yep. The clearer the
I
better.
actually walked out the only time I went ice fishing, which was years ago, about almost 14 years. Went out and we walked out onto the lake. You could actually see the fish swimming under the ice. Man, it was pretty cool.
Here's a cool little tip. If you're on it like really clear ice, and there's always cracks that run through. They're frozen over. No need to get all worked up, Lyle. So take it easy.
Yeah,
the fish will stay underneath the cracks because those cracks get a little air in the ice for like five feet on each side of that ice, and they'll hide under those cracks in that little shady kind of area. So that's one way of getting on them. That's a good way. That's kind of neat.
Mark, I'll pass. Thank you. Quiet
Somebody
man
asked
is
me-
in the house. Northwood.
Lyle, if you were in Chad, I'd time you out.
That's okay. James Kirkpatrick is in chat. Hooks and Hammocks is back in here. It's all mine.
He took a nap.
If you ever see a guy on video sitting in a John boat on ice fishing, that may be me, but that would be the only way you'd get me out.
And I'd be there with you in a boat.
On the
I've
Fox
actually
River,
done that.
on the Fox River up north, like up near Green Bay, if I'm not mistaken, they'll take you out on an airboat to go fishing on
Nope.
the ice.
No, they won't.
Lyle, it's a boat.
A boat I'm fine with, but other than that, it ain't gonna happen. If you guys ever watch any of the old Catfish Weekly shows, you hear Doc and I talking about sitting in a boat ice fishing, and if the boat fell through the ice, we'd still float. That's the kind of ice fishing I would do.
Yeah, we would build bonfires out on the ice and everything.
No way, Jose.
Well, that's just like how the Eskimos do it in their igloos.
I'm not an Eskimo.
I ain't either, and I walked out on there.
Lance, give it up. It's a losing battle. I've been
That's
fighting this
right.
for years now.
Chicken shit runs too deep in my blood. That's just the way it works. I'm just telling you. But I have to say, I do love watching ice fishing videos. I really do like to watch them. Those guys catch a ton of fish of all kinds, and it's fun to watch them. But I'm not joining them. Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. Right?
used to
Are
love-
you?
Oh,
I used to
you're
love
correct,
taking,
bro.
You want to try it?
The only bones they
I'm gonna try it
have
this year.
are
Good for
the
you.
rib cage.
I don't think I'm going to like it, but I'm going to at least say I
I'm
tried it.
too old to try it. I just
Bird
think
have bones.
I had one of the hunting ground blind tents, that it pops open. You got a ground blind. That's what I used to bring out on the ice with me to block the wind. And when you get in there and it makes it dark, you can see. It's amazing how far down you can see, especially in those colder water lakes like that. It's super clear.
Do you have a
And-
heater?
What's that?
You have a heater?
Sometimes.
Sometimes we'll have a bonfire right on the ice, Lyle.
No, we're not either.
Yeah, I think I told you about it, Mark. I was up in Indianapolis at a Sportsman's Warehouse, and they had like a pop-up blind, but it was for ice fishing. It looked like two of them
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
sewn together.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of it being that thin camouflage stuff, it was red on the outside and black on the inside. It was almost like a quilt
Oh yeah.
sewed together.
That's exactly
sounds cool.
what I got. I just got the 8-person round hub.
You got all the cool stuff, though, Mark.
I got the credit card bills to go with it.
He likes,
One of us, I'm glad you and not me.
who is it that said they don't really like to ice fish, but they like to fish, so they ice?
That's me.
That you? Yeah.
That's me.
It's not me.
Yeah, I have other options, but
That's right. I would go anywhere and fish where there's open water and a nice boat to sit in.
yeah.
I come out and fish with Stan, or I go fish with Roger, or I go fish with Mark or Lance, Jody. It doesn't make any difference if there is a warm seat to sit in and no ice.
See,
My heater's so hot it'll
I
run out
got
the
a
boat.
heater. I got a 20-pound tank with a heater on it.
Mhm.
I'll bring my own tank, that way we don't run out.
Mark, you was talking about that spud bar. I just got a mental picture of Lyle standing in a little 10-foot flat bottom John boat, driving that bar in the ice, scooting that boat across.
Yeah.
My boat has
Tipping
a
it like a
full
seat up to the
enclosure.
shrimp bar.
Yeah.
My boat has a full enclosure, and we have a little buddy heater, and we will stay warm and toasty.
That's the way to do it. I can't
That's
wait to
right.
Well,
I'll make-
Northward's Peachtree says we pull out a 1975 Shasta travel trail alert. That'll keep you warm and toasty on the ice.
That will work.
Oh yeah.
That
cut a
will
hole
work.
out in the floor and fish through it.
Long
There
as
you
you
go.
don't have it on ice.
Well, that's what he's saying. He pulls it out on the ice.
No.
So if I get what you're saying, Lyle, you're not going ice fishing.
You got it.
All right.
I'll tell you what, when you talk Rock Lang get me going, I'll go. Because I
Doc
know
Lang
Rock
ain't
ain't
leaving
going.
Alabama, and there's no ice in Alabama.
That's right.
Creole said if you'll go, he'll go. Jeremy, Creole Catfish, and he said if you go out, he'll go.
That doesn't help.
Go. Wow, he knows I ain't going though.
Chris says ice goes in my drink, not under my feet.
That's right. You got it, buddy.
It's another thing. You can just leave your beverage out on the ice. It stays cold.
Yep.
Cold as it is.
Don R says it's called having an ice castle.
I can say one thing. I'm probably the only person that's ever, well, my buddy too, because he had using one of my Uncle Lou rods that caught burbot with it.
Probably.
Burbot.
Burbot.
Bourbon.
Burbot.
Mark says
Yeah,
they are really good eating fish.
They are very good.
Oh yeah, they are really good.
What are they? What are
They taste like a fillet of fish, and if you boil them in 7-Up, they taste like crab.
Now you know I love
It's freshwater cod.
I like both of those things.
There you go.
I do mine in butter and garlic.
Dude, I'm a winner either way.
That'll be good too.
I love fillet of fish. Give me.
I deep fried some, and I boiled some in 7-Up, and they were both very tasty.
All right, Frogster, have a good night.
I still like crappie and perch and walleye better, but it was tasty.
You know what? We need to keep a couple of fish next year when we get to Mendota and fry up some, just so everybody can have a taste of how great they taste.
Mm-hmm.
I'll grill up some catfish.
Oh man.
My favorite fish to eat is yellow perch.
They're good.
Damn, I wish you quit saying that.
Oh, you would love the perch out of
Mark tells
Lake
me
Michigan.
that Mark says that the perch are as good or better eaten than crappie.
I wouldn't say better.
They're very good.
Very
and it
good.
doesn't take much of a perch to make a. They're all meat.
Yeah.
Oh man,
it's like crappie in fish stick form is how I describe it usually.
Yeah,
very similar in form, but the meat there's like a loin on the back, and the ribs come out pretty far, so the meat's like up towards the top of the thing. So it's technically about like a real thick and heavy fish stick kind of fillet size. I got a picture today from someone down at the lakefront. The wind brought them in yesterday. They got a bucket full of them today.
I need some of them.
And I have an appointment tomorrow to be at. I can't go.
We don't have any of those yellow perch around me.
And
I
they
talked to
are
an old timer, man. This past weekend, he said when he was 12 years old, the yellow perch limit used to be 50 on Lake Michigan.
I believe it.
And he said when he was 12 years old, you walk out towards the lighthouse, you catch 50 easily. He said the numbers dwindled once they introduced the salmon into Lake Michigan.
Yeah,
But
they destroy
used to pull up pound and a half perch.
Woo.
So did the lake trout. Lake trout really did. Well, it was the main fare for a lot of lake trouts. I mean, we'll even see them while we're out there perch fishing. Lake trout will be in there feeding on them. But yeah, salmon are pretty ravenous. They're pretty high end predators as far as that goes.
I would love salmon fish. Man, that would be awesome.
And if you've got yellow perch in the waters that you fish, that that fire tiger, that's an awesome pattern where it's that chartreuse with the black stripes and the yellow. That's a hard pattern to beat if you've got yellow perch in the water.
Yeah, the walleye absolutely tear the perch up on here.
I tie those all the time for Tall Betty. She likes fire tiger. That's one of her favorites.
Yeah, we've actually my buddy's been just murdering big crappie right now, both of our lakes. Been hammering some big crappie.
And we was planning on getting out, but Christmas and the kids is coming down this weekend, so it is what it is. You got to take care of family; they got to come first. So that's what are you drinking, Jody?
Apple juice.
Oh, me too.
Yeah,
but
I have to decide this weekend if I want to go deer hunting or catfishing. It's a second gun season. We got 2 more days we can use a gun.
Hey, you need to knock them out before you get too carried away.
Yeah,
I'm kind of done with the deer season stuff. My boys get after me all the time because I used to be such a big hunter, but I would rather catch fish than hunt.
me too, most of the time. But
can't help myself.
I like to put some meat in the freezer and get that.
I'll take a couple back straps.
Oh yeah, that's what everybody says.
Me too.
or jerky. Everybody says, "Hey, can you make me a bag of jerky?" Do you have any idea how much work it goes into making one bag?
There's a lot of work making jerky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not like, and I cut strips, 1/4-inch strips. I don't grind it and all that.
I've got grinder. I've got the slicer. I've got all that stuff. Excuse me.
Yeah, we process
plenty late.
We process our own deer, all the stuff from
Oh yeah, me too.
hide,
So
butcher
does
it.
Stan 3 hunt or does he continue to fish?
This year he didn't hunt. Last year he bow hunt, rifle hunt, black powder. I can't remember how many deer he got last year. We filled a couple freezers, donated meat, and
cool.
Yeah, we're the if it's outdoors, we've done it. He actually used to be I don't ski, but he used to be a ski and snowboard instructor back where we used to live.
Stan, you don't ski.
No.
I find that hard to believe.
Yeah. One thing I don't do. I snowboard.
I remember the time when Stan would come in to chat and share links. He didn't talk online. He didn't do any of that stuff. He shared links and would be in the conversation. And look where he's become now.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
It has changed a lot, hasn't it?
Unbelievable. It's just,
Roger's the same way, though.
Whole new life for me.
Yeah, I remember when Roger would come in and chat. He didn't say too much. He'd just be there. Now he's got his own deal.
Man, you are old, Lyle.
I am old. I'm older than dirt.
Thank you for letting me pick on you on my birthday because I'm feeling pretty horrible.
Okay, the only person I know that's older than me is my brother. He's 9 years older than me, and he don't watch none of these shows, so I can talk about him and nobody cares.
I know Stan's older than me.
Yeah, we've confirmed it. That's true. That's true.
And so is Tim Molina. That makes me happy.
Oh my!
And Lyle, the coolest thing, or the mind blowing thing is, like when you get recognized out there, like you're just out in public and people recognize you and they're like, I saw your show, or that was awesome, or
yeah.
We were going to a boat ramp down way further down on the James, so we're pretty much in the middle of nowhere at this little convenience store, and Stan 3 went inside, and Roger, this was the week that you were here and Haz and everybody, but Stan 3 went inside the convenience store, and I'm outside getting some stuff. Well, this little old lady comes out the store, and I see her looking, and she's like, "Hey, Stan 2, Stan, are y'all going out or just coming in?" This little lady out in the middle of nowhere, and she recognized us.
Dan, I'll tell you a story that you will not believe. Cindy and I was headed to Mississippi River Monsters tournament a couple years ago, and we got just this side of St. Louis, and the gas was cheap. Cindy said, "Pull in here, we'll fill up, then we won't have to fill up before we get to Memphis." And we pulled in, and we had a big boat and everything, and a guy pulled in there, and I went in to pay the bill, go to the restroom, and Cindy was talking to this guy outside the boat. I never thought anything about it because she always does. And it was a deputy sheriff guy, and he was talking to her, and he had just bought a boat from Dave Swearingen, a guy I knew north of us, a Sea Ark boat. And I come out, and he said, he introduced himself, and he said, "Man," he said, "I want to make you an offer." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "I'd like to offer you my boat to take to the Sea Ark tournament," because I didn't have a Sea Ark. And I said, "Well, they won't let you do that." I said, "You'd have to be there with me because you're the owner of the boat." He said, "Well, I'll give you my boat to take down there to fish in that tournament if you'll take it." He said, "I just bought it from Dave Swearingen." I said, "I know Dave, and I know the boat, but I can't do it." And he was a deputy sheriff of whatever county that was in. And when I got home 3 or 4 days later, there was an email from this guy, and he said, "I'm serious about you taking my boat." And I said, I appreciate that, dude, but unless it's in my name, they won't let me fish in your boat. And I said, "I can't do it unless you go." And I said, "I'd be happy to go down there with you," but he couldn't get off work. He'd already taken all his vacation time, all that stuff. But that's the way that works. When you're out traveling, we would pull in places, and people would say, "Oh my God, I seen you on Catfish Weekly. Well, come on over here and jump in the boat and look around." We would let them do whatever they wanted to do to make it better. But that guy was one of them that stood out.
Land on your phone and go.
What was that?
He's the road rage.
Yelling at somebody.
But we had a great time doing that kind of stuff, and it was a lot of fun.
We went to
I forgot. I'm sorry.
We went to Keokuk and fishing for freedom. We were sitting up there by the dam at Keokuk, and this boat kept getting closer and closer. And I'm like, "What the hell is this guy doing?" He kept getting closer and closer. And I was like, "Can I help you?" And he said, "Are you Roger?" I'm like, "Holy crap. What did I do?" I said, "Yeah." And he's like, "Hey, you could do this and that." And it turned out to be Cliff Miller.
Cliff Miller, a good friend of mine.
Yeah. He said, "Hey, how are you guys doing on bait?" He said, "Here's where we got our bait." And he just sat there and talked to me, and I had no idea who he was. And
Cliff Miller's a little bitty short fella.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, I mean, they were super nice to us. Told us where to get bait at. Actually, at one point they went and got bait and brought it to me.
Yep,
just to help us
out.
out.
Just like him. He's a great guy.
Yep, gave us all kinds of tips and pointers. But here I am in Mississippi River. I'm way far away from home.
You are.
And this guy's like, "Hey, I know you." I'm like,
Cliff is as good a guy as there is. He fishes with a commercial guy. They get along really well. They do wonderful things. He's got his son does great things, and you can't beat guys like that. You just can't.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
And we joke around about my sturgeon story, but Stand 3 was at the boat ramp a couple months ago, and about a month or so ago, and it was like 3 a.m, and he's launching the boat, and there's another guy there, and he started talking to me. He's like, "Oh wow, 2 stands. I watch you guys in Green Machine." And Stand 3 was like, "Yeah, my dad just did a live. He was just out live with Green Machine last night." And the guy's like, "Oh, your dad? That's cool. He's the dude that caught that 222-pound sturgeon." Stand 3 is like, "I can't get away from it. I can't get away. 3 o'clock in the morning."
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Jodi, how many people do you still have in here watching? And hell, it's
33.
It's 1:50 in the morning.
It's almost 3 my time.
And if you haven't hit that thumbs up, we only need 12 more for 100. So if you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, please subscribe that.
Bedtime.
Yeah, it's way
What's
past my
really
bedtime. I
funny,
never stay
my
up this late.
channel ain't that big at all. Last weekend, we're fishing, and this guy walked up. He goes, "Wasn't you fishing across over there last weekend?" I said, "Yeah, how do you know?" He goes, "I watched your live."
There you go.
I
got people showing me
"Really?"
pictures of throwing a cast net. I'm like, why are you watching me? That's creepy.
Chris from Hooks and Hammocks is shorter than James Dockery. Just so you know.
Yeah,
Isn't
he's
James
short.
Dockery shorter than you?
He is. So there you go.
Yeah, Cliff is a short fella.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had a blast
when
tonight.
Chris and Telly are both on the thing, Telly's sitting in a chair and Chris is standing up.
I think you're right about that.
Well, I told him the other day if his legs got tired, he could sit on Telly's lap, and then they'd still be.
Oh my God!
You guys are so mean.
Yeah, but it's true.
That's what makes it fun.
They're all lies.
I always thought Dockery was taller. He looks like to be a taller person when you just see him sitting or just
He is not tall.
you see him standing by somebody and then you're like, son of a gun.
Everybody said they thought I was shorter. I don't know
No,
why.
Mark's a lot taller than me or James Dockery, either one. He's taller than the Chad.
He's taller than me. He came out to the Ohio meet and greet.
Yep, Mark's pretty tall. Chad is not tall. Dockery is shorter than short, and I'm somewhere in the middle.
I'm like right about 6'3".
You're in my range.
Really?
Lyle.
Yeah.
What'd you say, man?
He's tall.
I said you're in my range, in the middle.
Yeah, I'm in the middle.
Stan's tall, but I could still crush him with a hug.
I gotta go, guys. It's been a lot of fun tonight. Thank you, Jodi, for inviting me in here. I appreciate it very much. We had a wonderful time visiting with Epic and Mark and Roger and Stan and Lance and Van. It's just been a wonderful time, but it's past my bedtime, and I'm going to have to go.
Well, as always, Lyle, it's always great talking with you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We will see you guys really soon. Check out all the channels, and if you haven't subscribed to everybody, go around, subscribe to all the channels, and we'll see you next week. Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Take it easy, Lyle. Have a good night, bud.
All right.
2 nights
Ouch,
in a row.
They're getting harsh out there in chat, aren't they?
I know it happens. It happens.
I need a podcast.
Well, I appreciate y'all hanging with me tonight. Are you all
Thank you
tired and
for
ready to call it a night?
I think so, Jodi. Thank you for having me and inviting me up here. It's nice to have a talk. It was good to see everybody in chat. So
And
I'm good.
The reason that I was late tonight is I proved that I actually was human.
You sleep?
I've been fishing. I went out fishing, and today all day. Got home. I did Ryan Bortz's show. Next thing I know, I'm like, all right. Well, Jodi's usually 10. I haven't talked to her yet. I laid down for a minute, and next thing I know, I'm waking up. It's 11 something, and I'm like, I look at the phone, and I'm like, Brian, is Jodi live? I forgot it was Thursday night. And then I was like, yes, I did sleep for about 3 hours. So
You need it.
All
So it does happen.
that stuff I sent, that package I sent you, Stan, the post office said it should be here sometime middle of next week, but it may be there sooner.
Well, thank you, Ben. And that's, this is the type of, I've been talking about, I can't find a charging cable that lasts like more than a week or whatever for me. And Van heard that and bam, popped out 2 big charging cables for me. And
One's a 6 foot, the other one's a 10 foot.
Mm.
And I can't thank you enough. That's right now. That's just you don't know how big of a help that is right now. So I really appreciate that.
Truck
And I will
drivers
tell
have-
you, well, one of them matches your Uncle Lou rod.
Oh.
Woo-hoo! You mean this Uncle Lou rod right here? This medium action?
I don't know. I will retract. I will call the package back. You tell me the story one more time.
You can send it over here, Van. I'll put it to good use.
Oh, if you need some, I've got plenty.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Truckers, man, they usually have the hookup when it comes to
Kevin Baker's still asleep.
He's still asleep and
Somebody
still
again.
hit Northwoods again.
Yeah.
What?
Come on, Kevin. Are you asleep or awake? Come on now. I can't say nothing because I've done it too, twice.
Well, you want to talk about a bad story with that? The rookie. I haven't done lives that much, right? You know me. I'm never live.
Yeah.
I was fishing with Mike Chavez and timed out half my chat, including Mama Chavez.
Boy, you didn't just time her out, you hit her.
Right, her I blocked.
Yeah, he blocked her.
Somebody else did that to me one night.
Was that on purpose, though, Van?
Battery pack on.
She won't admit whether it was on purpose or whether it was by accident.
It was on purpose.
Uh-huh.
Yep, and all it was, I was, reading, doing the live on the boat. I got the tablet now, and for some reason, I've set it down on the boat, and I set the battery pack on it like that, and I guess the heat from the battery pack was showing it as touching the tablet. So timed out half the chat, blocked. Mama Chavez. I didn't even know. I didn't realize it. Somebody's coming in and says, "What's up with all the deleted messages?" And I'm like, "Oh man, what? We can't. What do we got? Trolls out here? What's going on?" And I looked, and I was the one doing it.
Those who were left were trying to warn him.
Yep. Like, man.
Hey, Dave Garcher. I'll call a few out before we close. Lone Star, Denimal, Don Robinson, Northwoods, Peachtree, Michelle, It's All Mine, Catfish and Crappie. Then we got Van up here, and Muskrat, and Lance and Stan.
There's John Parker in the house.
Yeah.
Hey, real time is there.
Yes. Chris, did you cry? Did you climb out of that crib when Telly wasn't looking? Why are you up?
Did you just ask if he fell out his crib?
Climbed out of.
Out of the crib when Telly wasn't looking.
Wow.
Right, man. If you guys, I don't know if you guys have added me, if we're friends on Facebook, because I don't know your real name, but if you want to add me on Facebook, it's Roger Dement Jr. And I'd be interested to know how you guys did up at Hoover.
Cool. Well, someone timed Jody out. All right, Jody, thanks again. Thanks to you guys. I appreciate you. I'm going to head out. I'm falling asleep here. We'll talk later. I got to answer some messages and stuff before I go to bed. So
I'm gonna
thanks
go
again.
sleep too.
Have a great weekend, everybody.
You too.
Happy birthday, Mark.
Thank
Happy
you very
birthday,
much.
Mark.
Thanks again. Bye.
To you.
We all sang happy birthday to him if you missed it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I call it singing, but we tried.
We attempted it.
He was off big time.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna close it, everybody. Thanks for coming.
All right.
doing?
Bye,
All
Jody.
right, thanks for having
Later,
me.
Roger. Later,
See you,
Stan.
buddy.
Bye, Lance.